Gravis left the unrestrained sect until he was outside Liran's spirit sense range. Gravis didn't want Liran to find out how he would become a late minor circulation immortal or the fact that he actually already was one. Gravis still remembered that this world was different from a beast world. When humans saw someone very outstanding, they believed that they were a genius. Yet, if that person did something that seemed physically impossible, they might decide to kill that person to find out their secrets. Gravis' unreal battle strength was definitely suspicious, but it could still be explained with all the different laws he knew. However, if they knew that Gravis could control and absorb lightning, everything would collapse. Controlling someone else's element was impossible and broke the very rules of reality. His beast body was also something that he had to keep a secret. Liran knew about Gravis' body, but he was probably one of the very few cultivators that didn't ask further due to his drive for freedom. Someone with a different mindset might decide that Gravis was an enemy simply due to his body. As soon as Gravis arrived at his destination, he started forging his new weapons. Sadly, there wasn't nearly enough or to create a full set of armor, and that was something that Gravis had to get used to. This world was filled with resources just like a natural world, but in comparison to a natural world, every single human cared about resources. This meant that getting resources was very difficult. Gravis readied 2 sabers and 2 spears. With the remaining, Gravis upgraded his world weapon. He hadn't used it yet, and he probably still didn't need it, but it was worth it for the future. As soon as he built his first focus, he would probably start training with his world weapon. Right now, without a focus, Gravis' world weapon wouldn't be any more useful than a normal one. Gravis quickly finished his preparations and decided to wait for a day. Trying to comprehend something new in just a single day was a waste of time. So, Gravis simply waited for a day to make it more believable that he somehow reached his new realm in a different way. Soon, I will have my first real tempering experience after thousands of years, Gravis thought. The last time I had a proper fight was against Heaven. The fight against that one captain can't be counted as tempering. Except for receiving that one attack, I have been in full control of the fight. However, Gravis thought as he narrowed his eyes, I need to be careful about the attacks of my opponent. The last one already nearly killed me, and he didn't even have any kind of powerful law. He simply used a level 2 law and some level 1 laws to unleash his attack. These cultivators are definitely above average and can fight across levels. This means that they have fitting level 3 laws as their avatars, allowing them to unleash an attack with the power of a level 4 law. If I get hit by something like that, I will die. Fortunately, as long as they use elements, I can weaken them by 1 level. This means that their elements can only unleash the power of a level 3 law. This might allow me to survive smaller attacks, but the stronger ones will still kill me in one single strike. Additionally, my will aura is no longer at the top of my realm. Currently, my will aura is only at the level of an early minor circulation immortal king, but it could theoretically reach the level of a late minor circulation one. My opponents probably have will auras more powerful than their realm. I suspect that they have the will auras of a peak immortal, which is just 1 level below mine. Luckily, that level is one that is between major realms, giving me a nice advantage. However, the level suppression is still a huge issue. With my will aura alone, I would probably be suppressed by around 80%. With my law of major suppression, it should drop to 20%. My law of apathy should equalize it. Of course, that's how it would be if they also don't know any kind of law that increases the power of their will aura, Gravis thought. All in all, this fight will require nearly all of my power. Gravis planned his fight for several more hours, just going through all possible eventualities. The fact that he couldn't create a useful armor or shield hampered his combat ability more than he liked. However, he knew that he had to get used to that. This world had nearly no more free resources. If Gravis wanted enough or to create a full set of equipment, he would need to go to some sort of city or something and trade for it. Sure, he would get enough, but at some point all his money would be used up. With his current wealth, Gravis could become a mid-minor circulation immortal king. However, then he would be broke. If he bought a full set of equipment at every level, he would barely have enough to become an early minor circulation immortal king. I still have a lot of materials, but I need to sell them first. Additionally, even if I sell all of them, I still would only be able to become a mid-minor circulation immortal king but with equipment. Difficult. Difficult. However, it's actually unreal how expensive virtualization arrays are. I can become a mid-minor circulation immortal king with all of my accumulated wealth, but I can't even rent a level 4 virtualization array for 100 years. The entire wealth needed to become a late minor circulation immortal king from the early minor circulation immortal realm can only allow one to rent a level 4 virtualization array for 100 years. Jake is probably bursting with money, Gravis thought with a chuckle. The next day went over far slower than Gravis would have wanted. Was he afraid? A little. Was he excited? A lot. Gravis had a lot to lose, but that was exactly what tempering was all about. The thrill of being close to losing everything was something that excited him. Many people would think of him as insane, but this insane mindset was the best mindset for cultivation. Only when someone got some pleasure out of nearly dying would they be willing to really temper themselves, no matter how much they owned. Gravis' peaceful mindset of the highest world vanished as he felt like he became young again. He remembered how he had felt when he had just entered the middle world. Back then, he had also been excited about the future. Gravis smirked as he looked to the west. It's about time, he thought. My first proper fight after thousands of years, and it will be more than a single one. I will first fight one of the average major circulation defenders. They are already far above average since only the most powerful ones defend resource points. Then, along with the increase of my will aura, I will fight the more powerful ones. Gravis stood up. Whoop! Gravis' more powerful body replaced his old one. The weaker body of Gravis was absorbed into the more powerful one since there was no reason to keep the weaker body. Let's go, he thought. Xing. And Gravis teleported to the west. Are you going to attack? A red-haired girl asked the red-haired guy beside her. They both wore red armor, which increased their defense by quite a bit. The girl wore a saber while the guy wore a long, single-edged sword. The guy's sword didn't have the typical thick back to give the sword more weight. The sword was made for finesse rather than power. Maybe, but I'm not sure, the guy said. The unrestrained sect is still very powerful, even if several sects are attacking them. My battle strength is not as powerful as yours, sis. Humph, pussy, the girl said with a sneer. Your fear is precisely the reason why you're still weaker than me, even though you're older than me. I'm only a single year older than you, sis, the guy said with an awkward smile. That barely counts at our age. Also, you only need to defend against the weaker disciples while I have to attack the stronger ones. How about I defend the resource point and you go attack one? Pfft. The girl spat. Now you're searching for an external reason to rationalize your cowardice. You know exactly that it's impossible to switch spots like this. I'm only using a hypotheti dash. The guy stopped speaking as both of them turned their heads to the east. Who's that? The guy asked. No idea, but he's too weak, the girl answered. He is only a late minor circulation immortal. Maybe he is searching for a resource point to attack. Some seconds of silence passed. Then, both of them broke into laughter. Could you imagine that? The guy said between laughs. The guy doesn't even have a weapon on him, which means that he isn't a weapon cultivator. Could you imagine some elemental cultivator attacking a resource point? Weapon cultivators would lose all face if he somehow manages to achieve that. However, the girl stopped laughing as she remembered something. After that, her brows furrowed as she watched the approaching cultivator. The guy looked at his sister with confusion. Normally, she enjoyed laughing at overconfident, arrogant people. What's up? He asked. Do you remember that new ascender of the unrestrained sect? She asked. The guy nodded. Yeah. You think that's him? He asked. The girl narrowed her eyes. Maybe, she said. I don't know why, but he somehow feels a bit dangerous to me. Try to ignore your preconceived notion and carefully feel his power. The guy was a bit confused but did as his sister told him. Lightning, suppression, danger, control. That was what he felt when he analyzed the cultivator. The guy took a deep breath. That's definitely him, he said. Somehow, I feel like a fight between him and I would go 50-50. Bang! The girl punched the guy's shoulder quite hard. Do you even hear yourself? She asked with a sneer. It's all right to acknowledge your opponent's power, but don't undervalue yourself. The guy rubbed his shoulder with an awkward smile. Okay, maybe I went a bit far there, he confessed, but then looked at the cultivator again. Anyway, this guy is a danger. Based on what I've heard and what I felt just now, he will probably claim 12 resource points without any issue. Whoever gets attacked will die unless they refuse to fight and concede right away. The girl nodded. I really don't want to acknowledge it, but he is probably the most powerful early circulation immortal in our sex premises. In the early circulation realm, he can do whatever he wants. What's he doing? The guy asked. He has been wildly teleporting around. It's like he's searching for something. I don't know, the girl said. There shouldn't be a fitting resource point for him here. This one's the only one. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. Hey sis, do you think he's searching for this one? He asked. The girl looked at her brother with a skeptical expression. The guy looked at his sister with a worried expression. Ha 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 ha. Both of them broke into laughter. Could you imagine the guts you would need to have? The girl asked. Imagine jumping an entire circulation and fight against the most powerful cultivators at that level. The cultivator suddenly stopped as he arrived relatively close to the two of them. Then his gaze changed and he directly looked at them. Xing. And he teleported directly in front of them. The map that Liran had given Gravis encompassed a huge area. He had been searching around this area for several minutes, just trying to find the resource point. His spirit sense had a radius of 200,000 kilometers, but that was barely anything in this world. Just by teleporting crazily one time after the other to arrive at this location had taken Gravis nearly 2 hours. Gravis had probably traveled billions of kilometers. This was the first time he realized how humongous this world actually was. Billions of kilometers and Gravis hadn't even left the vicinity of the sex. It was actually insane. Need directions? The girl asked with a smirk. One had to remember that the girl and the guy were late major circulation immortals. Their spirit senses were far bigger than Gravis, which was why they had been able to watch him teleport around. Gravis looked at both of them with narrowed eyes. There's supposed to be only one person here, Gravis said. I'm the defender of this resource point, the girl said. This is my brother. He's only here to visit. Gravis glanced at the guy and then looked back at the girl. As long as he doesn't interfere in our fight. The two of them opened their eyes widely in shock. Are you serious? The guy asked. You do realize that this is a major circulation resource point? Gravis nodded. That's exactly what I've been searching for. The two of them remained silent for a bit. You see this? The girl said to her brother. Have more trust in your power, but don't overestimate yourself. I want you to have more guts, but if you have too many guts, your guts will squash your brain. Then the girl narrowed her eyes at Gravis. She activated her will aura and suppressed Gravis. Leave before you make a horrible mistake, she said with power. I could have accepted your challenge right now, but I don't want someone as powerful as you to die due to idiocy. Gravis looked coldly into the eyes of the girl. Gravis activated his will aura, and the girl felt a strong force attacking her will aura. Yet she was still far more powerful. Your will aura is powerful, but that's not enough, she said. Gravis added the law of major suppression, and the girl felt her will aura receiving a powerful punch. Luckily, her will aura was still slightly more powerful than Gravis. Truly powerful, she said with respect and narrowed eyes. You are truly unequaled in the minor circulation realm, but don't be foolish. You can't fight me. Gravis looked deeply into her eyes. He actually felt some goodwill towards her. She believed herself to be far more powerful than Gravis, but instead of killing him, she decided to warn him several times. Their sex had animosity with each other. That was also why Gravis was here. This sect had been one of the significant aggressors. However, even though their sects were not on good terms right now, she didn't immediately kill Gravis. But that bit of goodwill wouldn't stop Gravis. Gravis activated his law of apathy, and the girl felt a powerful hit to her will aura. For a second, she felt like she couldn't move, but that quickly passed when she concentrated on her will aura. Right now, their will auras were equal. The girl narrowed her eyes further. Suddenly, her will aura pushed Gravis' will aura back. Now, Gravis was suppressed by around 20%. Gravis' eyes shone. I have never felt this law before, Gravis thought with surprise. Gravis had comprehended and seen so many laws. What were the chances of finding a law that he had never felt before? This feeling, Gravis thought. It somehow feels accepting, and it perfectly nullifies my law of apathy. It feels like the opposite of apathy. So, this is the law of empathy, huh? Gravis thought. Quite a surprise. No wonder she didn't immediately kill me, even though she believes herself to be far more powerful than me. Her mindset is suited for the law of empathy. Leave, she said with power. Gravis looked at her with narrowed eyes. Seems like I won't be at an advantage in the will aura department. Gravis activated his law of minor death, and the girl felt her will aura being eaten. It was like it was slowly dying. The need to constantly resupply her will aura made its strength weaker. Right now, they were about equal in the will aura department. The fact that the girl was an entire circulation above Gravis made her law of empathy far more powerful than Gravis' law of apathy. This meant that Gravis needed the law of minor death and the law of apathy to counter her law of empathy. I still have the law of major control, but I'm not using it to empower my will aura. A soft usage of it will yield much greater results, Gravis thought. The guy looked at the two of them with shock. This guy was actually this powerful? Was he an actual danger to his sister? I am Gravis from the Unrestrained Sect, and I am officially challenging this resource point, Gravis said. The girl narrowed her eyes and sighed. As you wish. Clink. A formation array was activated that covered the entire area. The guy was immediately pushed out by the formation array, leaving only Gravis and his sister inside it. This formation array recorded the fight and transmitted it to the two fighting sects and the Central Sect Alliance. They also had to see what was happening so that no one would play any dirty tricks. I am Stella of the Seething Inferno Sect, she shouted. Stella? Gravis thought with surprise. What a coincidence. Stella, huh? Gravis thought. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Gravis fell into a reverie for a second but quickly recovered. There are so many humans. Of course there will be duplicate names. Just because she has the same name doesn't mean that she has anything to do with my dead childhood friend. It doesn't matter. The formation array around them sprung to life as everything around them was isolated. Only immortal kings had the power to break the formation array. Others could only watch the fight. These measures were essential to keep the fights fair. If any other member from one of the sects stayed close to the fighting area, they might become involved or distract the fighters, making the fight unfair. This formation array would only vanish when either one of them was dead or if they both agreed to stop fighting. As long as one person still wanted to fight, the formation array wouldn't vanish. Xing. Stella took out her saber and swung it once, creating a burning wind that destroyed the ground below her. Come! She shouted with power. Their will auras clashed against each other, warping the surroundings and shaking the earth. The higher world was far more stable than the middle world, but the resistance of the surrounding materials could only be pushed so high. As soon as Immortals fought, the area would become decimated. Gravis took out his own saber. He didn't show any display of power and only looked at Stella. The inside of the formation array started to freeze. The ground, rivers, and the air started to turn blue as a layer of frost encased them. Stella narrowed her eyes further. The law of cold with the law of temperatures, she said. Sure enough, in the fight among the sects, you have not shown your total power. Stella also felt the cold attack her, but her fire element kept the cold at bay. However, there was a difference between Gravis and her situation. Gravis didn't need to use any energy to keep the law of cold active due to his law of temperatures, but Stella needed to use her energy to keep her fire active. That was until she activated the law of heat herself. Cold and heat hit each other, creating a powerful storm that raged through the formation array. Gravis also narrowed his eyes further as he realized that this strategy of his was countered too. He not only felt the law of heat radiating off of Stella, but he also felt the law of temperatures. Stella could also keep the law of heat going indefinitely. On top of that, since she was an entire circulation above Gravis, her law of heat was more powerful than Gravis' law of cold. Gravis felt the heat hit his body, but he managed to resist. His law of cold still managed to weaken the heat, and with his fire laws, heat law, and his hidden scales, Gravis managed to resist the heat without receiving any injury. If he were missing any of these laws, he would slowly melt, weakening him as more time passed. She's powerful, Gravis thought. Law of empathy, law of temperatures, law of heat, and she probably also has the law of inferno as her avatar. Sure enough, this is far more powerful than that one captain I killed. Gravis' will aura was countered by the law of empathy. Gravis' law of cold was countered by the law of heat. Two of his most powerful weapons had been nullified. Bang! Gravis' lightning exploded as he shot forward. He couldn't pressure Stella enough to attack, which meant that he had to attack first to gain the initiative. Stella had already shown 2 level 3 laws that weren't the law of space. She definitely was not an average late major circulation immortal. Stella also shot at Gravis with surprisingly fast speed. Her speed was definitely superior to what a fire cultivator should have. They both swung their sabers to test the other's power. Boom! Both sabers hit each other, creating a powerful explosion. None of the weapons were infused with the elements, but the shockwave still created a crater on the ground below them. Gravis felt his entire body shake as he was thrown into the distance. His saber vibrated, and he felt that the saber couldn't resist many such clashes. His opponent had a saber of equal quality, but her weapon laws pushed the saber's power to new heights. Gravis stopped himself in the air 100 kilometers away from Stella, his saber still ringing with a high-pitched tone. Both Gravis and Stella looked at each other with shock. My body should be about as powerful as hers, but her body is actually more powerful, Gravis thought. I thought humans all had weak bodies, but she obviously doesn't have a weak body. Her body is actually rather powerful. It isn't nearly as powerful as a beast's body, but it definitely is far more powerful than a human's body. Gravis was shocked, but Stella was far more shocked. What's going on? She thought. How can his body be so powerful? My body has already nearly reached the limit of what a human can accomplish, but his body's quality is still far superior. His body is more powerful than any body I have ever seen or heard of. She's definitely not simple, Gravis thought. I can't directly confront her in close combat. She has a more powerful body, and I will lose every time I clash with her. This will be more akin to a fight against a beast than a fight against a human. Then, let's change our tactic. Bang! Gravis shot forward again. He lifted his saber and attacked Stella again. Stella blocked the slash again with her own saber. Error! A white fire suddenly appeared on Gravis' saber before their weapons clashed. Stella's eyes widened as she realized what this was. The wood element. Boom! Their sabers clashed again. But this time, it was different. Gravis wasn't thrown back as he violently fought against the knockback to keep close to her. He had to remain in contact to let his wood element attack. The wood element quickly took over Stella's saber and entered her arms. Then it shot directly at her mind. If Gravis couldn't win a physical clash, he would let their souls and will auras clash. Brrrr. Suddenly, the white fire of Gravis' wood element was pushed back into his saber as white fire also broke out of Stella's body. Gravis' mind was going wild. She can also use the wood element? But she already demonstrated her fire element. This can only mean that she knows the low-rank law of the elements. I received incorrect information, Gravis thought. I wanted to attack an average resource point first, but this definitely isn't an average resource point. She has a very powerful body, and she knows at least 4 level 3 laws. She is definitely not average, even from a defender's standpoint. Gravis tried to retreat, but Stella pushed forward. Due to her realm advantage, her wood element easily consumed Gravis' wood element and pushed into him. Gravis' spirit was under attack. Gravis gritted his teeth. The white fire seemingly hit a barrier, and as soon as it touched that barrier, it started turning into energy. The aggressive properties were nullified as pure energy flowed into Gravis. Gravis had used the level 2 law of soul dispersal. The wood element was a soul-based attack, which meant that Gravis could destroy it with the law of soul dispersal. Stella's eyes widened in shock again. He knows the law of soul dispersal? How can someone from this outer region know so many laws? She thought. Stella also gritted her teeth. Brrrr. Suddenly, Gravis' law of soul dispersal stopped working as it was dispersed. She also knows the law of soul dispersal? Gravis thought in shock. However, Gravis couldn't think more as he had to quickly react to the dangerous situation. Crack. Suddenly, the white fire got pushed back as it violently entered Gravis' saber instead of his body. Gravis had infused his saber with a soul thanks to his law of soul infusion. The wood element was similar to lightning since it directly attacked and entered the first living thing it touched. With Gravis' saber now having a soul, the wood element attacked the saber instead of Gravis. Stella watched in shock as more and more of her attack got absorbed by Gravis' saber. He even knows soul infusion? Wait, his soul dispersal is more powerful than normal, and his soul infusion is also able to resist far more than normal. Does he know the law of the soul? Not even I know that one. Gravis kept his saber alive with the law of soul regeneration. With all 3 laws of the soul combined, Gravis was able to resist Stella's attack. If he had simply decided to flee, Stella would have gotten the advantage. He had to, at least, achieve a draw in this clash. The sabers rubbed against each other for 10 more seconds. Both of them were madly using up their energy. Bang! Then both of them shot back to gain distance from the other. Both of them were in severe shock about the power of their opponent. She knows a ton of laws from the elemental category. She also knows the law of temperatures. She even has an emotional law and a soul law. Lastly, her body is more powerful than any human body I have ever faced. Average resource point? Even if you beat me to death. Liran, I won't believe such bullshit. For a moment, both of them only looked at the other in shock and respect. Both of them couldn't believe that the other one knew so many laws. Yet, the most shocked person was Stella's brother. He's able to keep up with Sis, he thought with shock. Sis has already used so many laws, but he manages to counter them every time. This guy is a freak. This is definitely not normal. I need to be ready for any surprise. Sorry, Sis, but even if you hate me, I won't let you die. CRK. Stella's brother silently broke an emblem in his spirit space. None of the two had noticed this action as they fully concentrated on their opponent. Do I need to use my weapon laws? Stella asked herself. He counters every kind of conventional attack. I believed that I would be able to win without using my weapon laws, but he is able to resist all attacks. I can't attack his spirit, and I'm sure that he keeps some secret weapon hidden away. He knows that he will lose in a direct confrontation, which means that he is probably planning to take me out in a single strike. If I'm not careful, I will die before I can even unleash my full power, she thought with a sigh. To hell with self-respect. I'd rather be careful than endanger my life because of my own pride. Brrrr. Stella's saber started to burn intensely with the inferno element. She couldn't risk dying to some sort of surprise attack. Gravis gritted his teeth. I wanted to kill her with 2 lightning crescents at our next clash, but she has already unleashed her weapon laws. This fight will become ugly now. You are truly powerful, Gravis, Stella said. I'll give you one more chance. I'm willing to stop the fight since I don't want such a talented youngster like you to die. Youngster? Gravis asked with a sneer. I'm already 4,000 years old. I'm not a youngster. Yes, you are, Stella said. Gravis was a bit surprised since everyone he had met before had told him that he was far too old for a minor circulation immortal. Do you think 4,000 years is anything in the vast world? In this area, maybe, but outside of this area, the cultivators are not as impatient as the ones here. I'm already 95,000 years old and already went through my first tribulation. In comparison to me, you are only a child. 95,000 years? Gravis thought in shock. No wonder she knows so many laws. However, why is she here then? Her second tribulation is coming soon, but she doesn't appear worried at all. The second tribulation should pit her against an opponent 2 levels above her. Does that mean that she can jump 2 levels? I've seen her power and she can definitely jump 1 level, but 2 levels? I'm not sure if she can manage that unless she hasn't shown her entire strength yet, Gravis thought. Shing, shing, shing. Stella slashed into the air several times, leaving behind streaks of fire that stayed in the air. Let's see if you can resist the seething Inferno Sect's main technique. This is called the Burning Sky Slash, she said. Show me that you are even more powerful. I hope you haven't already shown everything you have. A complex pattern of fire streaks appeared in the sky as Gravis simply watched. This technique is powerful, he thought. Even while creating the technique, I can't get close to her. I feel like she can weave and manipulate this technique however she wants. If I attack now, she can unleash this attack from close range, incinerating me in an instant. Interesting. So, there is a way to create and use a technique with a long wind-up that stops the enemy from interrupting you. Weapon cultivation sure is different. However, I can also feel that it's difficult to control that technique. If she tries to move closer, the technique will break apart. This means that she has to stay in this spot. This gives me some time to evade. Don't die, Stella shouted as she released one last slash. Brrrr. The pattern of fire lines shot at Gravis. Crack. Space around Gravis cracked, making it impossible for him to teleport. The fire lines shot at Gravis with incredible speed. Bang. Gravis exploded to the left with his lightning acceleration. SSSSHHH. Yet, everything broke apart as Gravis felt his punishment lightning being destroyed. She knows the composition law of punishment lightning. Gravis thought in shock. Gravis' charge had been halted, and on top of that, gravity suddenly started to intensify. She even knows the law of gravity. He thought before he used his own law of gravity to counter her law of gravity. Sure enough, he knows even more laws. Stella thought with a bright light in her eyes. Immortals were able to make decisions and think in an incredibly brief period of time. The attack was shooting at Gravis with insane speed, but Gravis' mind had already come up with several plans that had all been countered. Evasion is impossible, Gravis thought with terror. My momentum has been halted, and I have no other choice but to receive the attack. Fuck. I have 2 ways to block this attack, but both of them would require me to show things that will motivate others to kill me. One of them is transforming into lightning to move between the open spots of the lines of fire. Several immortal kings are watching, and if they see this, they will come after me. The other is to summon a ton of my remaining initial early circulation immortal rank materials to block the attack. This would weaken the attack enough to allow me to block it, but that's millions of immortal stones of materials. This is nearly enough to create an initial minor circulation immortal king. This will throw up a lot of questions. Am I willing to risk it? What should I do? Take a safe solution with potential future danger or confront the danger right now? Gravis thought in panic. His mind was moving with incredible speed as time seemingly stopped for him. Fuck it. If I can't even resist a major circulation immortal, how am I going to resist immortal kings? I need to confront this attack right now, Gravis thought. Then Gravis shot at the pattern of fire lines. Stella looked with shining eyes at Gravis. Show me what you got, she thought. Gravis closed in on the attack as his mind was going wild. First, he unleashed his composition law of Inferno to weaken the attack. Then, he unleashed his law of major control to shake the attack and make it harder for it to stay in one piece. This made the fire lines warp slightly. The attack is still too powerful. If I block it, I will die, Gravis thought. However, the fire lines are morphing faster than lightning and without a pattern. I can't move through them without relying on my luck. I have to try it, Gravis thought as he came up with a new plan. Gravis' feelings were assaulted with a mixture of danger and safety. His new law of safety and his law of danger worked in tandem to find the safest path. Basically, everyone at this level knew the law of danger, which meant that it was impossible to rely on the law of danger. Additionally, since Stella was an entire circulation above Gravis, it meant that Gravis' law of danger was useless. That was why he also activated the antithesis to the law of danger, the law of safety. By feeling the absence of safety, Gravis was able to elevate the usage of his law of danger. Boom! At this moment, Gravis' law of danger broke through and became a level 3 law. However, the only thing this accomplished was to highlight the danger more clearly. Sadly, it wasn't of much use in this situation. Gravis unleashed the law of time and infused it with a ton of energy. The attack's time was slowed to half its speed, while Gravis' time was accelerated to double its speed. Stella's eyes widened in shock. The law of time. With time under his control, Gravis was able to find a safe spot. He only had to move through it and he could evade the attack. Suddenly, time returned to normal, and Gravis' eyes widened in terror. She even knows the law of time? Gravis barely finished that thought before the attack closed in on him. There was nowhere he could evade to anymore. All the safe spots were gone. Boom! Blood and body pieces flew through the air as the fire lines passed Gravis' location. Gravis seemingly vanished as his body was blown across the formation array. The fire lines passed Gravis' spot and hit the formation array, exploding violently. Stella's brother released a sigh of relief. His sister had won. For a second there, he had worried that Gravis was even more powerful than he had believed. Gravis had been a freak. That was undeniable. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion of lightning and fire appeared that consumed nearly the entire area of the formation array, shocking Stella's brother out of his relief. What happened? Bang! Suddenly, two bodies shot out of the storm of destruction, one fleeing and one chasing. Nearly half of Stella's face was burned, and she was missing an entire arm. However, instead of nervousness or fear, her face only showed cold determination and severity. A half-dead Gravis chased after her with a lightning-filled saber. He had to win now. Stella was too powerful, and he had just barely managed to claim the initiative. If he failed now, he might not get a second chance. What had happened? When Stella completely countered Gravis' defense against her attack, Gravis had to unleash his avatar. Gravis had to be careful what he wanted to show of his power since he was now among humans. Seeing such an avatar might invite unwanted attention. However, Gravis would have died if he hadn't used his avatar. His avatar of freedom allowed him to ignore any kind of suppression, which meant that Gravis could accelerate his personal time. Sadly, the avatar of freedom only worked for him and not for external things. This meant that Stella's attack couldn't be slowed. Due to that, Gravis could only survive by sacrificing nearly his entire body. If he had been able to also slow the attack from Stella, he would have dodged the attack unscathed. But like this, he had only been able to save his head. He had to regrow his entire body in the blink of an eye by spending a ton of energy to convert it to life energy with his law of energy healing. However, even then, he was still injured. Then, Gravis had charged at Stella and unleashed a lightning crescent. However, Stella had never dropped her guard. As soon as she felt a feeling of danger approaching, she readied her saber again and performed several profound movements. This was definitely another kind of weapon technique. Instead of creating one overpowered attack with a long wind-up, she created an instantaneous attack with a lot of power. It was like she had unleashed a single slash of fire that split space apart. Of course, none of the two were powerful enough to actually split space apart. However, this attack made it appear so. Their attacks had clashed, creating a powerful storm of destruction. Gravis had been the one in the initiative, which meant that he had received lighter injuries than Stella. His half-dead appearance was mainly the damage that Stella's earlier attack had caused him. Gravis chased Stella, but he felt her spirit becoming active. Xing! Gravis immediately swapped out his saber with another one. Stella had just tried to destroy the punishment lightning on Gravis' saber with the composition law of punishment lightning. If she accidentally hit Gravis' body and realized that Gravis was also made out of punishment lightning, Gravis would most likely die. Gravis had to attack in such a way that she wouldn't use the law of punishment lightning. What is this avatar? Stella thought as her mind was going wild. I have never seen anything like it. Gravis closed in on Stella. He had to stay as close to her as possible so that she couldn't recover her balance and positioning. Right now, she was under severe stress and was forced to defend herself from a suboptimal position, making her attacks and blocks very rough and hasty. In this situation, Gravis' weaker body could triumph. Xing! A searing fire barely missed Gravis' body, leaving behind intense sounds of fire. Gravis immediately slashed at Stella before her slash had even ended. Clank! A second saber appeared in Stella's free hand, blocking Gravis' slash. As soon as Gravis noticed the new saber, he weakened his attack until it only lightly tapped Stella's saber. If he had unleashed his full power, Stella would have been pushed into the distance, allowing her to regain her balance and positioning. Stella changed her plans and tried to kick Gravis. Pack! A third arm came out of Gravis, which quickly caught the foot. Some bones in Gravis' arm broke when he received the impact, but he quickly healed it. Pack! Pack! Two other arms came out of Gravis, which quickly grabbed Stella's arms. One of his feet sprouted sharp and aggressive claws, and Gravis kicked Stella's remaining leg, hooking his leg to hers. Gravis' beast body was finally showing its advantages. Back when Gravis had been a nascent nourishing cultivator, he had realized that the combat-oriented body he had created wasn't useful in the least in the middle world since it was filled with beasts. It would only show its true power against humans. Now, Gravis was fighting a human, and his body was finally unveiling its incredible power. All of Stella's limbs were locked down, leaving her completely open. For the first time, Stella felt fear. This was bad. Why had she wanted to test Gravis? If she had directly followed up her attack with another one, this would have never happened. This was not her style normally. How could she commit such a rookie mistake? This was true. Stella had unleashed a single powerful attack without any follow-up attacks. This was definitely not her style since Stella was incredibly careful and never underestimated her opponent. She would have readied subsequent attacks against even weaker opponents than Gravis. So why hadn't she? The major law of control. Gravis hadn't unleashed his major law of control directly with his will aura but had kept it hidden. With this law, Gravis had elevated Stella's feeling of control to a higher level than it should be. Stella's mind realized that Gravis was dangerous, but her feelings told her that she was the one in control. To her, it felt like she couldn't possibly die today. She consciously took note of Gravis' power and realized that he was a danger, but today just felt like nothing could go wrong. She felt good. She felt like Gravis had no chance against her. The major law of control was by far the biggest weapon Gravis had against Stella. Without this law, she would have readied several other attacks. As long as Stella remained careful, Gravis would, quite frankly, have no chance against her. Stella outmatched him in every department. Stella was definitely more powerful than Gravis right now, thanks to her realm advantage. If they were at the same level, this wouldn't even be a fight, but Stella's battle strength was so powerful that Gravis would have no chance against her normally. The physical reality was that Stella was more powerful than Gravis. However, perceived reality can influence physical reality. After all, had the Middle Heaven not also been far more powerful than Gravis? I'm going to die? Stella thought in shock. She tried to free herself, but Gravis had her firmly in his grasp. Then he brandished his saber and struck. Xing! Crack! Suddenly, something inside Stella's mind broke. Boundless comprehension filled her mind as she realized something. Teacher? She thought in shock as her life was about to end. I would have died? Gravis' saber was still swinging at her head. Brrrr! Suddenly, an apocalyptic storm of fire exploded out of Stella's body. Gravis' entire body started burning violently as he felt like he was touching the sun itself. The knockback from the firestorm was so powerful that Gravis couldn't move his saber forward anymore. His entire body was violently pushed back with an unreal amount of heat as he barely clung to Stella's body. If this heat had been in the form of an attack, Gravis would have long been incinerated. The only reason why Gravis was still alive was that Stella had to release this fire as an aura. Gravis barely held on, but he felt his body starting to burn into nothingness. Level 5 law? Gravis thought in shock. This is the law of Inferno, but it can unleash the power of a level 5 law? Does this mean that she knows the major law of the elements and has it as her avatar? Why hasn't she unleashed this law beforehand? Gravis thought in terror. The only way to increase the power of the law of Inferno to the power of a level 5 law was with the major law of the elements and having it as an avatar. This was the same power that heaven had shown. Gravis felt himself being burned to a crisp. It's now or never, Gravis thought. PSH. 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 Gravis' 3 arms that grabbed Stella transformed into beast arms, and his claws dug into Stella's skin. If he couldn't kill her with his saber, he had to kill her another way. An entire second passed as Gravis' body was starting to vanish slowly. His law of energy healing was regenerating with as much power as it could muster, violently burning Gravis' energy storage. Why do you keep holding on? Stella thought in frustration. A second passed with Gravis starting to burn violently until Stella's arms started to become black. Stella felt like she was losing her life energy, and she quickly realized what was happening. The law of darkness poisoning? She thought in shock. Yes, the seemingly useless law that Gravis had learned back in the Ultimates meet, the law of darkness poisoning. Gravis was using his darkness element and the law of darkness poisoning to destroy Stella's life energy. As long as the darkness element managed to enter the bloodstream of a being, it killed every last bit of life energy it could find. Gravis was being burned to a crisp as Stella's body started dying, starting with her 4 limbs. Are you insane? Stella thought in shock and terror. Do you want both of us to die? Meanwhile, Gravis' eyes shone with an insane light as his mind moved as fast as never before. I need to comprehend the major law of the elements now, he thought. If I can't comprehend it, both of us will die. Only when I comprehend this level 4 law will I be able to survive. The formation array started to warp as it had to contain Stella's violently powerful fire. Gravis was only feeling a small part of Stella's force since she unleashed it across her entire surroundings. But the formation array had to withstand the full brunt. Boom! A violent explosion of fire came from the outside as Stella's brother attacked the formation array in panic. Don't die! He shouted as he unleashed all his power on the formation array. He couldn't let his sister die. She was the last family he had left. Teacher, where are you? He shouted. Teacher, save sis. Gravis was barely clinging onto life as he micromanaged his law of energy healing to an insane degree. He had to keep his limbs and head in one piece. If Stella managed to break away from him, he wouldn't get such a chance again. Stella had shown that she knew the major law of the elements. Gravis would be absolutely helpless against her if she managed to retreat to a safe distance. This was a level 4 law. How many immortals knew level 4 laws? If she escapes, I die. It's now or never, Gravis thought as his face contorted into a violent grimace of concentration and rage. I can't die. I need more power. Gravis thought violently, his thoughts barely making any sense. Seconds passed. Stella's limbs were fully black now as the black color already started consuming her torso. Stella felt weaker and weaker, like she was about to lose consciousness and die. Meanwhile, only the bare minimum of muscles and bones were left of Gravis to keep Stella hooked down. His face had long since transformed into a burned skull, as only the bare minimum of organic matter remained to protect his mind from the fire. Stella looked into the skull right in front of her, which terrified her very soul. Is this still a human? She thought. I don't want to die, she thought as her emotions went wild. The illusion of control had long since been broken and had been transformed into the opposite by Gravis. Now, Gravis used his law of control to make her feel like she had no control at all, making it harder for her to unleash her power. Stella's brother had spent all his energy as he broke down at the wall of the formation array. His head was lowered. "Don't die, please," he whimpered. "Sis, please don't die. I don't want to lose you too." In a world of cultivation and power, cultivators died, and their families suffered. This was an unchangeable truth of the world. Gravis was not about to lay down his life because Stella had a loved one. How many beings had Gravis killed? How many of these beings had loved ones that grieved over their death? What made this one different from all the others? If Stella escaped now, Gravis would definitely die. He couldn't allow that. She must die now. "I need the major law of the elements." Gravis thought violently. Gravis was running out of energy as his law of energy healing started to become slower and slower. Stella was running out of life energy as nearly her entire body transformed into a black husk. One last second passed. Gravis was out of energy, and his bony limbs burned away. Stella barely clung to life as her mind started vanishing. Gravis' husk stood in the fire as his bones started vanishing too. He had no energy left, and he couldn't retreat from the fire anymore. Stella's fire violently shook as it started to vanish and weakly reappear. She was out of life energy, and her spirit was vanishing, slowly killing her consciousness. Meanwhile, Gravis felt calm. "I didn't achieve it," he thought calmly. "I couldn't comprehend the major law of the elements. I'm sorry, Ark. It seems like our fight won't happen." Gravis' emotions were calm as he knew that he was going to die. He couldn't even transform his body into divine lightning since he simply had no lightning or energy left. "Eris, Sarah, Yersi, I hope you all live a happy life." Crack. And then, the formation array broke as someone appeared between the two of them. Bang. The formation array broke like it hadn't even existed. The new person that had just appeared between Stella and Gravis was so powerful that nothing was seemingly able to stop her. SSHHH. The fire vanished, and white light fell on both Gravis and Stella. In nearly an instant, their bodies recovered. The black color vanished from Stella's body as Gravis felt his entire body regrow with incredible speed. In less than a second, both of them were healthy again. Gravis looked at the new arrival with furrowed brows. It was a middle-aged woman with red hair, just like Stella and her brother. On her back, she carried a red and black bow that radiated an unreal amount of power. However, her clothes were very simple. She only wore white pants and a white blouse. "Teacher!" Stella's brother shouted with exhilaration and happiness. Finally, his teacher had arrived. Gravis looked at the new arrival and noticed that he couldn't feel her power. This meant that she was, at least, a very powerful immortal king, maybe even an immortal emperor. Stella could hardly believe that she was still alive. Then, she noticed her teacher. For a moment, she felt relieved and happy. But then, frustration took over. "I would have died. I would have died," she thought with frustration and tragedy. "Am I truly not destined to become powerful?" The woman looked at Stella with a peaceful smile and pulled Stella into a warm embrace. "I'm sorry," she said. "What?" Stella asked in shock. "Why are you sorry? I should be the sorry one. I was too weak." Her emotions were riled up by everything that had happened. Being close to death was something different from knowing that one would die. Stella had not been able to rely on her own power to survive. Someone else had to get involved in order to save her. What about her pure path to power? Someone else had gotten involved in her tempering. How could she reach supreme power now? She wanted to see the next world above everything else, but if she couldn't even defend herself in this world, how would she ever be able to reach the next one? Stella's brother looked at Stella with heartache. By calling their teacher, he had put Stella's path to power into jeopardy. However, if he hadn't called their teacher, Stella would be dead right now. Nevertheless, Stella's path to power had been damaged by this interference. It was the weaker of the two evils, but it was still something horrible. Why had all of this happened? Why was his sister destined to have her path broken? Then he looked at Gravis, and his rage exploded. It was him. He was the reason. If he hadn't arrived, everything would still be fine. Gravis felt the violent emotions of Stella's brother and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Gravis would not lay down his life just like that. Liam, calm down, his teacher said. Liam gritted his teeth. Why should I? He shouted at his teacher as he turned to her. Then he pointed at Gravis. He destroyed Sis' path. Gravis was still careful of Liam, but he wasn't really worried. Stella's teacher had also healed Gravis, which meant that she didn't see him as an enemy, for whatever reason. Gravis actually couldn't find any reason why this teacher of Stella would heal Gravis. By all intents and purposes, their teacher should hate Gravis. Stella's teacher sighed. Because it's not his fault. Gravis' face morphed into a skeptical grimace, while Liam looked with shock at his teacher. Not his fault, he asked. It was his decision to come here. How can it not be his fault? Stella only remained silent as she tried to come to terms with her current situation. Their teacher slowly shook her head. Because this was Stella's tribulation, she said. Everyone immediately became shocked. Her tribulation? What? Liam asked. Stella looked at her teacher. That's impossible, she said. I am not 100 millennia old yet. Their teacher sighed again. I'm afraid you are, she said. How? Stella asked in shock. Their teacher stroked Stella's hair with love and smiled at her. Do you remember when you and your brother went into seclusion to comprehend the major law of the elements? Back then, I made time move faster for you. You thought that you have only spent 25,000 years in there, but you actually spent 30,000 years in seclusion. Stella and Liam couldn't process what they were hearing. They had so many questions, but above all else, one question stood at the forefront. Why? Stella asked. Because I didn't want you to sacrifice 50,000 years of your cultivation. She said this confused Stella and Liam even more. You comprehended the laws separately, but I only manipulated your time. Your brother comprehended the laws 5,000 years faster than you. I comprehended the major law of the elements faster than Sis? Liam asked in shock. But Sis is more powerful than me. Their teacher smiled at Liam. Her battle strength is higher than yours, but you have more talent in comprehending laws. Stella and Liam looked at each other, not knowing what they should feel right now. Everything revolved around your and your brother's tribulation, she said. I had to separate the both of you in age. I know that you never talked about it, but I know how you feel, Stella. I know that you are afraid that Liam won't be able to beat his tribulation, which is why you already decided to become an immortal king together with Liam in the next 5,000 years, their teacher said. Stella gritted her teeth. Liam looked at his sister with confusion and a bit of hurt. Is that true, Sis? He asked. Do you honestly believe that I wouldn't be able to beat my second tribulation? Stella wanted to deny everything, but she decided that she had to be honest today. I just don't want to lose you, she said quietly. Liam felt his heart shake, and his emotions were riled up. Did his sister truly believe that he was so weak? She is right, Liam, their teacher said. Your paths are different. Liam, I fear that you will not be able to survive your incoming tribulation in 5,000 years. You have seen that even your sister has failed. Don't throw your life away. Their teacher turned back to Stella. However, you had a 50/50th chance of succeeding in my mind, Stella, she said. That was why I didn't tell you. I can't see you throwing away 50,000 years of cultivation just because you don't want to make your brother feel bad. I couldn't watch and decided to intervene. That's why I'm sorry, Stella. Pack. Stella shoved her teacher away from her in anger. You betrayed me, she shouted. This was my decision. Their teacher sighed in hurt. I know, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I only did what I thought was best for you and your brother. Sorry to interrupt, Gravis said evenly from the side with crossed arms. But how is this a tribulation? Isn't she supposed to fight someone 2 levels above her? Liam was still angry at Gravis, and when he heard Gravis' words, his insides churned again. Meanwhile, Stella felt a mix of anger, frustration, and helplessness. Their teacher looked at Gravis. Stella was supposed to fight a peak immortal that can jump a level, but that would have nearly certainly resulted in her death. Longevity doesn't take power jumps between levels into account. This meant that her opponent would have been 3 levels more powerful than her, which would have killed her. Instead, I decided to lock her power and weaken her battle strength under the guise of outside tempering. With this, she wouldn't have needed to battle someone that powerful. The heavens are fair, and they will adjust the opponent to the cultivator's power. With her powers locked, she will fight someone weaker. Fighting someone 1 level more powerful while weakened is easier than fighting someone 3 levels more powerful while on full strength. This gave her a higher chance of survival. Gravis quickly did some calculations in his head. Gravis could kill someone at the late major circulation immortal realm even if they could jump an entire level, maybe even 2. This actually conformed to the tribulation scale. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "Was this your doing, Ark?" he asked himself as he glared at the sky. "I'll talk later to him," Gravis thought as he looked back at the teacher. "There's something else that interests me more right now. We would have both died in the fight, but you involved yourself," Gravis said. "If this is a tribulation, your interference would count as interfering with heaven's business. So, my question is, what happens now?" Liam and Stella both opened their eyes widely in shock. Then they looked at their teacher with horror. Their teacher smiled bitterly. "You are an unpleasant person," she said to Gravis. Gravis didn't react. The teacher sighed again. "But you are right," she admitted. "I have interfered in Stella's tribulation. This means that I have accepted the burden of her tribulation. My tribulation would arrive shortly, but," she said as she trailed off. Then, she took her right hand out of her sleeve. The atmosphere froze. Her hand was starting to turn into dust. "This would be the 3rd tribulation for me, and as a late major circulation immortal emperor, there are no fitting opponents left. Therefore, I will turn to dust before the sun has set," she said as she peacefully looked at the evening sun. Liam and Stella looked at their teacher's disintegrating hand with shock and horror. All rage vanished from Stella's mind as she shot to her teacher. "I'm sorry," she shouted emotionally as she held her teacher. "I didn't mean it. I was angry." Stella's teacher smiled at Stella and stroked her hair. "I know," she said. "It's all right." "Why?" Stella shouted. "Why did you sacrifice your life for mine?" "Because you are more important to me than this old life of mine," she said. "My tribulation would have come in a couple thousand years anyway, and I wouldn't have been able to comprehend a level 6 law until then. My life was already over. So, instead of living these last few years without reason, I decided to sacrifice this last bit of life to extend yours." Liam only looked with shock at his teacher. His teacher would die. She had been like a mother to them. After a while, Liam also shot to his teacher with tears in his eyes, embracing her tightly. He didn't want to lose her. Gravis sighed as he saw the 3 of them embrace. Suddenly, he missed his family too. He had only been here for a couple of days, but he already started to miss his 3 kids and his parents. "Sadly, my journey in the higher world has only begun," Gravis thought. However, Gravis also looked at Stella. For some reason, he was actually happy that Stella didn't die. He admired Stella. She knew a ton of laws, and she even knew the law of empathy. Additionally, she had warned Gravis several times instead of simply accepting the challenge and scoring an easy kill. In her mind, Gravis had been no danger at all to her. She had no reason to warn him several times to not throw his life away. This meant that she honestly didn't want to kill him. On top of that, she hadn't unleashed her most powerful attacks immediately. Instead, she only demonstrated her powers slowly in front of him, hoping that Gravis would accept that she was more powerful and concede. Gravis was sure that Stella would have accepted Gravis' submission and wouldn't have killed him. From the very beginning, she didn't want to kill Gravis. Did Gravis want to kill Stella? He was fine with killing her for his own power, but he wasn't a big fan of it. She had proven that she was actually a nice person. Sadly, being a nice person wasn't enough for Gravis. She had been a powerful opponent, and he wanted to temper himself. He had killed so many nice people before, so what would make this one different? However, Gravis actually preferred this outcome over her death. Gravis had received his tempering. He had upgraded his law of danger and managed to learn a ton about the major law of the elements. His will aura had also already increased by a level. Gravis got what he came here for, and Stella didn't die. No reason to remain here, Gravis thought. We met, we fought, and now our paths will split again. Gravis turned around and checked the map in his head for the next resource point. This first fight had been a doozy, but he doubted that something like this would happen again. Please wait, Stella's teacher said to Gravis. Gravis turned to them again. Yes? He asked. Do you not feel it? She asked Gravis. I don't know what you're referring to, he said. Stella's teacher smiled as she gently pushed Stella and Liam away. I lived for a very long time, and I have seen countless people, she said. And I am certain that there is a connection between you and Stella, she said. Gravis furrowed his brows while Stella looked at her teacher in confusion. Then, she also furrowed her brows at Gravis. Him! Liam nearly spat. He was still angry that Gravis had nearly killed his sister. I see something in you, the woman said to Gravis. You have something that Stella needs. Gravis blinked in a bored manner. Do you want to extort me now? He asked. The teacher laughed a bit. No, she said. I'm not referring to something material. I'm talking about your mindset, she said. I still don't get it, Gravis said. You don't? She asked with a smile. I have seen who you are when you've fought, and I think I understand you pretty well. You have something that Stella needs more than anything right now. Gravis still couldn't follow. What are you talking about, teacher? Stella asked. What could I possibly need from him? Silly girl, she said as she stroked Stella's hair again. Let me show you, she said as she turned to Gravis again. My interference and my subsequent saving of Stella's life has made it more difficult for her to temper herself in the future. The interference of others is always damaging to one's cultivation. Yet, let me ask you, she said. I have also saved your life with my interference. Has this damaged your cultivation? No, Gravis said immediately. Liam and Stella looked at Gravis with surprise. No? But his will aura was so powerful. Someone with such a powerful will aura must have battled all their opponents directly and without interference. The more powerful someone's will aura, the more devastating the interference of someone else would be. How could something like this not impact Gravis' cultivation? This is what I meant, Stella's teacher said. Stella is at a crossroads for her future cultivation now. If she makes a wrong decision, her life will end, or she will never be able to temper herself again. However, this humongous issue that plagues Stella's mind is nothing to you. You might be able to lead her out of this tribulation, she said. Gravis glanced at Stella for a second. Why wasn't this interference an issue? Back then, when Commander Rhyme had interfered in Gravis' tempering, Gravis had decided to kill Commander Rhyme to keep his pure path to power. He had been the victim of the same circumstance back then. Someone had interfered, and Gravis' path to power had been compromised. However, all of this changed with two realizations. The first realization had been when the Middle Heaven showed Gravis that a pure path to power was an illusion. It was all only in the mind of the cultivator. As long as someone didn't think pureness to be important, interference wouldn't be able to damage them. This could be likened to losing one's lifelong partner. If the partner of this person died, they would be damaged beyond repair. Why? Because of their love. So, what if the feeling of love could be eradicated? Would the loss of one's partner still matter? Would it hurt them? No. An example like this felt cold and sterile, but it demonstrated the effect of distance. If one didn't assign their power and tempering to some pureness, one wouldn't be damaged by interference. Another thing was the law of freedom. The interference of someone else theoretically counted as someone else pushing their will and decision on top of the cultivator. Freedom was not part of physical reality but perceived reality. In very simple terms, if someone believed themselves to be free and didn't care about someone else's interference, their interference wouldn't matter. Sadly, all of this was easy to explain but nearly impossible to actualize. Stella was powerful, but she didn't go through the intense suppression and pain that Gravis had been subjected to. Only when one's path was completely destroyed would one be able to realize that the path had been unimportant in the first place. So, you wish for me to help Stella escape from her predicament? Gravis asked. Stella's teacher nodded. Liam didn't like this one bit, and Stella had mixed feelings about this. Her emotions were still riled up by the image of the burning skull right in front of her, making her feel very apprehensive and a bit fearful of Gravis. Honestly, Gravis said, I would, but I can't. You have seen my avatar, and with your experienced eyes, you might even know the law. So, let me ask you, why is it that so few people know this law? Stella and Liam remembered Gravis' avatar, but they had no idea what law it had been. I think I know, the teacher said. I have never seen this law with my own eyes, but I've heard descriptions. Liam's and Stella's eyes widened in shock. A law that their all-powerful teacher had never seen? The reason why so few beings know of this law is that it can't be taught, Gravis said. You have to find it out yourself. However, instead of feeling dejected, the teacher only smirked a little bit. Yes, but it's a situational law, is it not? She asked. Gravis nodded. So, even though you can't teach it to others, you can create situations that allow someone to comprehend the law for themselves. Gravis' brows furrowed. I mean, kind of, but it isn't that easy, he said. Can't you try at least? The teacher asked. Gravis hesitated a bit as he looked at Liam and Stella. Liam was obviously very against this decision. If Gravis had to show them this law, he had to travel with them. Traveling with someone that hated him so much? That would be like serving his head on a platter. After some seconds, Gravis looked at the teacher again with a raised brow. She had noticed how Liam had reacted, and she sighed. No matter what she said, Liam wouldn't just bury his hatred for Gravis, and no cultivator would invite someone like that to travel together with them. Please, Stella said, eliciting glances from Gravis and Liam. I trust my teacher. If she thinks that you can help me, then please, she said. Liam and Gravis looked with shock at Stella. This didn't conform to the image they had of Stella in their minds. You can't possibly mean this, Liam shouted at Stella. Gravis also looked at Stella with surprise. In his mind, Stella was a proud but kind cultivator. She was definitely confident in her power, and the fact that this interference had damaged her path showed how much she valued her own power. So, where did this sudden acceptance of asking for help come from? Liam, Stella said with a sigh, my path has been damaged. This is an undeniable truth. What do you think would allow me to get out of this situation? Liam was still riled up, but he found an answer he didn't like. You would have to enter the Valley of Silent Death, he said. What's that? Gravis asked. Liam gritted his teeth and didn't look at Gravis. Instead, it was Stella that turned to Gravis. The Valley of Silent Death is a kind of prison from our sect, she explained. In there, death is at every corner, and no one is allowed to enter or look at it, not even the upper echelon. The valley is filled with hidden dangers. You will find nearly no opponents there, but many traps and beasts that strike from the shadows. Elements, natural disasters, cultivation diseases, and several other things run rampant in there. Only disciples that have broken primary rules and disciples that need to fix their will auras will enter. The only way to fix my current situation is to be subjected to an extended period of constant danger, she said. The death rate is 98%. Battle strength seemingly doesn't make a difference. Gravis nodded. This made sense. The issue with interference was that the cultivator's feeling of danger would lessen since there had been a precedence case of someone saving their life. This would unconsciously make it harder to feel death, decreasing the growth of the will aura massively. If the will aura can't grow anymore, any attempt to increase one's power would only be a dream. However, there was also another method. You didn't speak of the second method, Gravis said. Stella gritted her teeth, frustration and anger ravaging her insides. She didn't even want to think of this method. She already felt ashamed that she even thought of it. Liam was confused when he saw his sister's reaction. What method? Only when someone wanted to become more powerful with all their will would they even be able to think of something like this. Eradicate the cause of the interference. Their teacher already knew of this. Even if she didn't die today, she would probably still kill herself to secure her disciples' path. However, she was only part of the interference. The other part was Liam. Killing Liam and her teacher would help a lot in fixing Stella's path. Gravis knew this very well since he went through the same thing in the past. I won't even consider that, Stella said through clenched teeth. Understandable, Gravis said with a nod. So, you are actually willing to ask for assistance? Stella nodded with a determined expression. He nearly killed you, Liam shouted at Stella. He's the reason why you are in this situation in the first place. So? Stella asked bluntly as she looked at her brother. This was a fight we both agreed to. Yes, he challenged me, but I could have also just left. This resource point means nothing to us. The seething Inferno sect is only a temporary training ground for us. We both agreed, Stella said. Do you think he doesn't have any loved ones? Do you think his loved ones wouldn't grieve for him and hate me if our situations were reversed? Liam, we are not living in some village, Stella said with frustration. There is no good or evil. We are all just people that have the same dream. You should know that. You're an immortal. For heaven's sake. Liam clenched his fists in rage. So what? He asked aggressively, gesturing widely. He nearly killed you, and that's a fact. Just because he had a good reason doesn't change the fact that you nearly died. Am I just supposed to swallow this rage? Yes, you are, Stella said. Because this has nothing to do with you. Liam's anger nearly exploded when he heard that. He nearly killed me, not you, Liam, Stella said with narrowed eyes. Do you believe I am so weak that I can't make my own decisions? I forgive teacher for intervening. But that doesn't mean that I will allow just anyone to overrule my decision and intervene in my personal freedom. Their teacher watched with pain. She didn't enjoy that the two loving siblings fought with each other. But she also knew that it was necessary. If Liam wanted to help his sister, he had to keep himself out of this. In Liam's mind, he was helping his sister. However, ironically, helping his sister required not helping her. Fine, Liam shouted as he stepped back. You want to chase your own death? Fine. Then, Liam returned to his teacher's side as he looked away from his sister. Obviously, he was mad that his sister decided to go through with such a stupid decision. Stella took a deep breath. Thanks, Liam, she said. Liam's heart shook, but he didn't let it show. Then Stella turned to Gravis again. As for your question, yes, I am willing to ask for help, she said. Your ability to ignore something as significant as this is a power I don't have. Stella took a deep breath and looked to the side. Honestly, I don't want to follow you, she said. And if it were only this one time, I would rather enter the Valley of Silent Death. Then she turned to Gravis again. However, I can't guarantee that something like this doesn't happen again. As long as I have family and friends, one of them will sooner or later interfere to save me. When that happens, even the Valley of Silent Death wouldn't be able to save me anymore. Stella took a deep breath and sighed. That would only leave the second option. Then, she looked at Gravis again with determined eyes. But that is something that I will never do. Therefore, I need this ability of yours. If I have to swallow my pride right now to gain it, then so be it, Stella shouted. Liam's expression changed to a pained one. His anger had already mostly vanished as he listened to his sister. Yes, what of the future? Would something like this never happen again? You can ask for anything in return, Stella said. I'm not someone that will accept a favor without repayment. Gravis remained silent for a couple of seconds as he listened to her words. Then he sighed. Damn, he thought. She's making it real hard to dislike her. Gravis also looked at their teacher, who only smiled at Gravis encouragingly. Well, she did save my life, and I have received some good tempering. Additionally, this is her dying wish. Gravis thought as he glanced at Stella. Also, her personality is to my liking. Lastly, in some couple of years, I will probably feel lonely again since I don't have a deep connection with Liran or Shuram. Might as well make some friends. Fine, Gravis said. Stella sighed in relief. Liam wasn't sure what he should think about this. On one hand, he really hated Gravis, but on the other hand, this was what his sister wanted, and Gravis might really be able to help her out of this predicament. Their teacher, who had remained silent for a while now, only smiled in relief. Like this, Stella actually had a chance to survive and grow more powerful. This had been the last thing that had been on the teacher's mind. Could she now die without regrets? No. Cultivators always had regrets, but this solution made it easier at least. However, Gravis said, eliciting looks from everyone. I am not traveling with someone that wants my head, he said as he gazed at Liam. Liam became angry again, but his teacher answered first. This will not be a problem, she said, making Liam look at her with furrowed brows. Liam has a different path from Stella, she said. Liam needs to prepare himself for becoming an immortal king. For that, he needs to return to my sect. Liam looked with shock at his teacher. Are you saying that I'm supposed to leave Sis alone with him? He shouted as he pointed at Gravis. Liam, Stella shouted. Don't forget who you are talking about. I'm more powerful than you, and if I couldn't defend myself, you wouldn't be able to help either. If you want to become useful, become more powerful than me first. Liam clenched his fists in frustration. He knew that he was weaker than Stella, but that didn't mean that he didn't want to help her. He wanted to help her. However, reality could be cruel. Stella was right. If something was able to kill her, Liam wouldn't be any help. He hated this. He hated feeling useless. Fine, he shouted with a glare. Then I will become an immortal king and search for you. When that happens, you can't say that I'm useless anymore. Stella smiled and nodded. Thanks. Gravis watched this and took note of their gestures and positioning. Obviously, the two of them didn't want to leave their teacher when she was about to die. Theoretically, Gravis could wait for them, but he was concerned about something else. What of the formation array and the immortal kings that watched the fight? Gravis asked the teacher. She smiled at Gravis. You don't need to worry about that. The formation array only transmits pictures, making it impossible for the watchers to feel the fight. The subtle laws like the laws of gravity, suppression, time, apathy, empathy, and so on have not been witnessed by them. Additionally, as soon as Stella unleashed the burning sky slash, I isolated this area. Ever since then, I have built a force field of my own, isolating this place. Nobody knows what has happened in here after that. They only know that someone more powerful than them has gotten involved. Nobody knows your or Stella's power, she said. Gravis nodded. That's good, he said. I feared that this fight might dissuade others from accepting my challenge. I still need one more good enemy to temper myself against to push my will aura to the peak again. After that, I will quickly grab the remaining resource points for the unrestrained sect. Stella looked at Gravis with a bit of wonder and respect. You are willing to immediately jump into another fight after the one we just had? She asked. Gravis turned to her with an even look. What's the difference between going now or later? I will fight again anyway, so the only difference between now and later would be a wastage of time. Stella grimaced a bit. Gravis' logic was sound, but it felt a bit sterile and inhuman. When it came to tempering, Gravis was in full focus. He wouldn't be distracted by anything during this time since just a single mistake could spell his doom. Fun and games could return after this was done. While you're here, Gravis said as he looked at their teacher, could you point me to the most powerful late major circulation immortal in this area? My will aura has been strengthened, and I comprehended an additional law in this fight. I think such a fight would be a good challenge. Liam looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes while Stella grimaced. Gravis was talking to their teacher like she was just some random person. Didn't he realize that their teacher was one of the most powerful beings in this world? Gravis wasn't really impolite. He simply spoke to her like he would speak to anybody else. She was not above him but also not beneath him. Stella and Liam found this to be a bit disrespectful, but Gravis and even the teacher saw no issues. Sure, she said with a smile. In the entirety of the over 100 sects in this area, there are 2 that know a level 4 law. Would that be fine with you? Level 4 law, huh? Gravis thought. The most powerful geniuses from these sects already know level 4 laws. This reminds me of something else. That reminds me, Gravis said. I have a different question. Ask away, she said. You are obviously the sect leader or ancestor of a very powerful sect, Gravis said. I haven't been to these core regions yet, so I don't know the average power, but I've heard that the average cultivator outside is more powerful than in this area. So, my question is, how would these two cultivators fare in the core regions of the world compared to others? Gravis asked. The teacher wanted to scratch her chin, but she stopped herself. She didn't want her two disciples to see her disintegrating hands. They are a bit above average, she said. Gravis' eyes narrowed. A bit above average, huh? Comprehending a level 4 law while not even being a peak immortal is only a bit above average. So, the true geniuses would be... Gravis thought as he looked at Stella. Stella hadn't been able to unleash her full power until Gravis had already put her into checkmate. Basically. She knew a ton of level 3 laws from different categories and even knew the major law of the elements, one of the most powerful level 4 laws in existence. To be quite frank, if Stella had been able to unleash this law from the very beginning, Gravis would have had no chance. She countered basically everything he had and could unleash an incredible offense. On top of that, Gravis noticed another thing. Stella had unleashed the Burning Sky Slash. However, this attack was the technique of the Seething Inferno sect. Stella and her brother were obviously part of another sect, which was far more powerful. This meant that she probably also knew techniques from that sect. Stella hadn't fought with her full power from the very start. Quite interesting, Gravis thought with a smirk as he rubbed his chin. The criteria for breakthroughs in this world are stringent since this world creates some of the most powerful ascenders that exist. Needing a level 4 law to become an immortal king is a rule that probably not every higher world has. Yet, even with this stringent requirement, there are a lot of cultivators that meet it before even attempting to become immortal kings. I'm fine with someone that knows level 4 laws, but I don't want to fight someone with the earth element or someone that knows the hard pure material law, Gravis said. Liam snorted. What? Because they counter you? He asked. Gravis smirked. Actually, quite the contrary, he said. They are too weak since I know an attack that decimates cultivators that focus on defense. Liam just looked to the side. That leaves one person since the other one knows the hard pure law, the teacher said. Gravis nodded. Which sect? He asked. Crackling Frost sect, the teacher said. Oh, Gravis uttered with a raised brow. Someone with the water element? She nodded. Gravis checked the map to see what relationship the unrestrained sect had with this sect. Neutral. Not enemies, not allies. Gravis scratched the side of his head. Should I or should I not? He asked himself. Gravis looked in the direction of the unrestrained sect with furrowed brows. Killing the greatest genius of a neutral sect will create severe animosity, he thought. However, it also serves as deterrence. Though, more importantly, Gravis thought with a smirk, I want to fight them. The unrestrained sect wants freedom, and everyone can do what they desire. Let's put that mentality to the test. If Liran spoke the truth, nobody would have a problem with that. The question is, how will the sect react when someone that isn't the sect leader acts according to their desires? Gravis looked at the teacher. All right, thanks. Where do I need to go? The teacher gave Gravis the location of his next opponent, and Gravis thanked her again. After that, he talked with Stella for a little bit and gave her a spot where they would meet again. It was just a bit outside the unrestrained sect. Gravis would probably be busy for an entire day or so since he had to conquer multiple resource points. When everything was done, Gravis left the three of them alone. He wasn't close to any of them, so he didn't really care about the teacher's death. After teleporting once, Gravis arrived at a new formation array. This was probably the formation array that the teacher set up. Gravis simply flew through it, and, sure enough, the formation array didn't stop him. Halt! Of course, Gravis thought as he heard the voice of a middle-aged man. Xing! 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 3 immortal kings appeared before Gravis. Report. What has happened in there? one of them ordered. Obviously, all three of them were sect masters from neutral sects. They had probably overseen the fight and became concerned when their formation array broke down. An immortal emperor intervened in the fight, and the fight ended undecided. Neither of us won, Gravis said. An immortal emperor? One of them said with shock and reverence. Do you speak the truth? These are bold claims. Yes, I am, Gravis said, activating his law of honesty. The three of them looked at Gravis with furrowed brows. Apparently, they were not sure if they should believe him or not. Gravis was a bit surprised by their reaction until he realized something. His will aura had become more powerful and was now equal to the power of a mid-minor circulation immortal king. This meant that sect masters were no longer able to see if he was using the law of honesty, deceit, or lies. Who else would be able to stop you from entering? Gravis said calmly. Gravis' words made sense, and the three of them looked at each other in uncertainty. Who is this immortal emperor? They asked. The teacher of my previous opponent, Gravis said. Go ask the seething Inferno sect. Apparently she is a guest there. They should know who that person is. The three sect masters looked at each other and nodded. We will verify if that's true. Cool. So can I go now? Gravis asked. If I lied, I wouldn't be able to escape from you anyway. Might as well continue. The central one of the three furrowed his brows at Gravis. Are you saying that you will attack another resource point? He asked. Yes, Gravis answered. The three of them looked intensely at Gravis but nodded after a while. That's a formidable mindset you have there, young man, the right one said. Please be careful about which opponent you choose. You are very talented, and we don't want to see someone like you dying because you overestimated your abilities. I already know my opponent, Gravis said. So, can I go now? You may pass, the left one said as they stepped to the side. Gravis nodded and teleported away. I'll verify his claims, the right one said as he teleported away. The other two just waited. Half an hour later, the third sect master returned again with a complex expression. The other two looked at him with raised brows. Did he speak the truth? One of them asked. Yes, he did, the third one said with a shaky voice. But before he actually reported his findings, he wanted to confirm something. He said that his fight ended undecided, right? Are you already getting old? One of them asked. Yes, he said so. The third sect master released a shaky breath, surprising the other two. What was up with him? The person that he had fought was the personal disciple of the ancestor of the Nine Elements sect, he said directly. Silence. The atmosphere seemingly froze as the two of them felt that time stopped. The Nine Elements sect? The ancestor? The personal disciple? This, in their minds, a mighty castle on top of an unclimbable mountain appeared. Below the mountain were rivers of blood that flowed around the mountain. One of the most powerful sects in the entire world, the Nine Elements sect. And above this castle floated a beautiful woman, radiating supreme power. The ancestor. In their minds, they could see Gravis' earlier opponent, Stella, standing right behind this godly existence, overlooking the entire sect as the entire world bowed before them. And this seemingly weak and unimportant late minor circulation immortal managed to fight to a draw with such a person? For several seconds, no one spoke a word. Hey guys, you have to see this. A laughing voice appeared as another sect master teleported in front of them. Quick, you have to return, or you're going to miss it. One of the three shook his head and turned to the new arrival. What? We're talking about something important here. Trust me, your talk can wait, he said with a laugh. You know that one guy that just fought with that one girl over there? He said as he pointed to the formation array beside them. He just challenged his next opponent and man, did he choose a good one? He chose his next opponent? One of them asked with some nervousness. Yeah, you'll never guess who, the fourth sect master said with a laugh. Then, he looked at one of them in particular. This one wore a whitish-blue robe. Seems like your sect's about to kill this so-called supreme ascender. The sect master in blue became nervous. Whom did he choose? he asked with a frantic voice. The fourth sect master became a bit confused about the frantic tone of the other sect master. However, his jolly demeanor returned quickly. He chose your personal disciple, Samantha. Saw Samantha? He asked in shock and terror. The other two sect masters looked at him and then at each other with narrowed eyes. Crack. The sect master wanted to teleport, but the other two broke the space to stop him from going. Then, they took out their weapons and looked at the sect master with narrowed eyes. You are not allowed to intervene in the fight, they ordered. Let me go, he shouted with hysterical fury as he pulled out his own weapon. I won't let him kill my daughter. Gravis floated above an icy landscape. Rivers made of frost flowed around this area, and tornadoes of ice ravaged the surroundings. Gravis floated in the center of all of this, on a heightened platform of ice and frost. This was the resource point, the icy wasteland. There were no expensive resources here. No or to be found. No beasts to be found. No plants. There was nothing. However, this area showcased over 6 different laws of water, including the higher element, frost. This was an incredibly valuable resource point, about as valuable as it could get in regards to major circulation resource points. Peak resource points that counted as law comprehension areas showcased more than one level 3 law, while the Immortal King resource points showcased level 4 laws. This one showcased only one level 3 law but several level 2 laws too. This area was probably in the top 3 of all major circulation resource points across the entire alliance. However, Gravis didn't look at this resource point but at a person sitting on a mountain in front of him. An icy beauty. Her hair was white. Her skin was white. Her clothes were white. She perfectly represented the iciness and coldness of such a desolate and isolated wasteland of icy death. Her eyes looked at Gravis like he was unworthy. He was beneath her. He was simply some common farmer boy while she was the holy maiden of the goddess of ice and snow. Her distant and rejecting aura eliminated every feeling of warmth that closed in on her. Meanwhile, Gravis stood there with crossed arms. Yep, I can kill that, he thought. Gravis despised this holier-than-thou feeling that some cultivators radiated. If she were one of the most powerful beings in the world, it wouldn't really be an issue. After all, nearly no one would be able to contend against her. However, here, in the unimportant alliance of the sex, as an immortal, in the grand scheme of things, she was just a bit above average. Yet, she showed herself as the absolute paragon of power. Her attitude was clearly far more arrogant than it should be for her power. As soon as Gravis had arrived, she hadn't even deigned to look at him. It was like he didn't exist. That was until Gravis said his first words. What did he say? I bet you don't know the law of pride. As soon as Gravis had seen her, he immediately felt apathy towards her. He had always hated these beings that acted all-powerful when they were obviously not. Blinded by their weak surroundings, they had lost track of the wider world, forgetting that there were far more powerful people out there. In their little hole, away from everyone else, they were the most powerful, and they sure as hell would tell everyone about that. As soon as Gravis spoke these words, a powerful icy storm raged around Gravis as she looked coldly at him. Gravis had very accurately hit a nerve with his words. Samantha had always immersed herself in the feeling of pride, feeling like she had a destiny with the law of pride. She was the most powerful. Everyone on her level was beneath her. She was above everyone, and she knew that. Her pride was untouchable by anyone. However, she had never comprehended the law of pride, no matter how hard she tried. Gravis waited for a bit as the storm raged around him. You done? He asked. Silence. All right, he said. Then let's get down to business. I'm here to challenge this resource point as a representative of the unrestrained sect. The formation array activated immediately. This meant that Samantha had accepted the challenge. Samantha slowly took out her thin and long white rapier. She only coldly looked at Gravis. Shing! She swung her rapier and created a white wave of frost that shot at Gravis. An attack easily powerful enough to annihilate this worthless ant that couldn't tell the difference between a mountain and an anthill. Shing! Gravis vanished as he teleported away, dodging the attack. Samantha hadn't locked down space yet, since she thought that such a weak opponent wouldn't be worthy of more than a single, casual slash from her. Shing! Crack! Another casual swing of her rapier came down on the spot beside her, where Gravis would appear shortly. As soon as Gravis appeared, his body was bisected vertically as his body froze over and exploded into particles of ice. Shing! However, just an instant later, a second Gravis appeared on the other side of her. The first teleportation had only been a very weak clone created with the lightning fork. No one watching would be able to notice that this had been a real body and not just an illusion. Samantha stood just 1 meter in front of Gravis, her right side turned to him. If Gravis unleashed a lightning crescent right now, Samantha would be dead. How many enemies had Gravis slain because they had underestimated him? When one didn't unleash their full power might as well not exist. Samantha was obviously very powerful, but her arrogance had allowed Gravis to kill her. However, Gravis didn't come here to kill her. At least, that was not the main goal. No, he was interested in tempering, and this definitely wasn't tempering. Samantha's head quickly shot to Gravis' new location as her rapier followed. Slap! However, Gravis was faster and was in a better position. Before Samantha could do anything, Gravis gave her a powerful, backhanded slap to the face. Bang! Samantha shot away, and her body was buried into the ground as an explosion of ice appeared on her landing spot. Gravis rubbed the back of his hand as he grinned at Samantha's new location. Man, your face is so thick that my hand hurts, he said. Boom! Another explosion of ice appeared as the element of frost raged around Samantha in a storm. Cold, deadly, furious, hateful eyes glared at Gravis from the storm. You taking me seriously now? Gravis asked with a smirk. Can we actually start for real then? Die! A cold and furious shout came from the storm as all the cold elements entered Samantha's rapier. Gravis only smirked. The cold tornado of frost surrounding Samantha raged in the surroundings as her cold eyes shone inside the storm. She was enraged. How dare this mere ant strike her face? Finally, she's getting serious, Gravis thought. Gravis' new law of danger told him that the enemy was extremely dangerous and that one mistake could end his life. Had Gravis gambled with his life when he decided not to kill Samantha when he had the chance? Of course, if Gravis didn't gamble with his life, he wouldn't be able to receive tempering. When one's goal was to kill an enemy, doing something like this would be stupid beyond reason. However, when it came to tempering, it was necessary to be that stupid. Many cultivators only tempered themselves against enemies that wanted to kill them. They traveled the world, comprehended laws, and searched for resources, simply waiting for greedy or malicious people to appear. However, this put the choice of opponent into the enemy's hands. Cultivators often chose an opponent that they felt would pose a bit of danger, but not too much. Therefore, the enemies of the passive cultivators were always incredibly formidable since those enemies judged the passive cultivator to not pose a significant danger. In Gravis' mind, the people who didn't search for powerful opponents were actually the ones playing with their lives. They put themselves out there, being forced to accept nearly every opponent that came their way. Not having control over which opponent one fought was relying on luck. This was also one of the essential reasons why it was necessary to have a powerful battle strength. Someone one level above someone else might decide to kill the other person for their wealth. However, these were not the main opponents one encountered. After all, it was possible that the cultivator could fight a level above them. Cultivators one level more powerful than oneself were the rarest enemies that initiated the fight. More common were cultivators at the same level since they wanted to temper themselves too. And just as common were cultivators one level above oneself that could also jump a level since they wouldn't even see the other cultivator as a danger. So, in short, cultivators mainly initiated combat against opponents that were either definitely weaker than them or just as powerful as them. Opponents that were one level more powerful rarely initiated combat. After all, the opponent was neither weak nor powerful. It was not easy to kill them, but it also wouldn't count as tempering. It was neither one nor the other. In Gravis' case, if he were to be the passive one piece of cannon fodder after the other would come. No late major circulation immortal would initiate a fight since Gravis appeared so much weaker than them. Such a weak cultivator wouldn't even have any kind of significant wealth. It wasn't worth the risk to offend any kind of power because of this little wealth. Gravis' battle strength meant that he was allowed to choose his dangerous opponents every time. This was why his battle strength was so important. And this was also why Gravis had such a huge variety of enemies to choose from. Let's get this show on the road, Gravis thought with a smirk. However, after he thought that, his smirk transformed into narrowed eyes. It was time to take this situation seriously now. Die! Samantha shouted as the storm was absorbed into her rapier. SSSSSHHHH. She struck once, and a white slash shot at Gravis with incredible speed. At the same time, Gravis felt the space crack, making it impossible for him to teleport. Bang! Gravis' feet exploded with lightning as he shot to the side, barely evading the attack. As Samantha saw this, her rage only intensified. What a humiliation! A mere minor circulation immortal had evaded her attack not once, not twice, but thrice. Gravis shot at Samantha, but before he could make any significant headway, the situation changed again. Arrrrrrr. The ice surrounding Samantha changed color. From a cold whitish blue, it transformed into pure red. The ice and snow began to crackle violently like it was rubbing against itself and grinding itself down. Samantha's surroundings shook like there was a volcano that was about to erupt. The color of Samantha's white rapier also changed to red. Then she slashed again. RH! She shouted aggressively. Bang! A red wave of ice and snow shot at Gravis. But this one was even faster and more powerful than the last one. Gravis' eyes widened since he had not expected that Samantha could increase her attacking power even more. She had already slashed with all her power previously. How could the same attack be even faster? Bang! Lightning exploded beneath Gravis' feet again. But the speed wasn't enough to evade. Gravis also activated the law of time to accelerate his personal time, giving him enough speed to evade this attack. SSSSHHHH. The slash passed Gravis, and it violently shook. The attack was destroying itself as icy dust was left behind by the slash. After some 100 kilometers or so, the slash ground itself into nothingness and vanished. What a violent attack, Gravis thought. This attack was seemingly created by pure power without any finesse. Usually, a higher amount of control was necessary to boost the power of an attack. But her control had decreased instead. Yet, the attack is still more powerful than before. Honestly, I hadn't seen that before, Gravis thought. The lacking finesse and control make it basically impossible for the attack to be a technique. It's more like an attack that was performed with around 150% of her power. However, that makes no sense. If she knew some kind of body law that increased her power, her control wouldn't suffer. Red color, less control over an attack, having no affinity for the law of pride but feeling constantly prideful. All of these things paint a clear picture. Everything is unworthy in her eyes, but she can't comprehend pride. This creates frustration, and as far as I see, she is probably not a person that swallows frustration. She probably releases her frustration upon others as soon as they cross her path. Her frustration transforms into rage. Now everything makes sense. Due to her predicament and experiences, she has no affinity with the law of pride, but she has plenty of affinity for the law of rage. Interesting. So, the law of rage allows one to exchange control for pure power. It's like the polar opposite of the law of control. All of these thoughts shot through Gravis' mind in the blink of an eye. Samantha had shown one of her more powerful laws, and now Gravis was prepared for that law. Rhea! Samantha shouted with absolute fury. This ant had evaded again. Bang! She unleashed another attack. She had never been so humiliated. She even needed to use her will aura against such an unworthy being. Gravis looked at Samantha as the attack shot towards him. She's stupid, Gravis thought. She only slowly increases the power of her attacks instead of unleashing all her power at once. Where's her level 4 law? Where are her level 3 laws? If I weren't here for tempering, I would use my avatar to break free of her will aura, come close to her, stun her with my own will aura, and kill her. It's actually idiotic that I have to play this game of slowly allowing her to increase her own attack if I want to have an actual fight. Her mindset regarding battle makes her even weaker than an average cultivator at her level. Has she never been under a chaotic threat to her life? Has she always only battled chosen opponents that had just the right power? Yes, you have a great talent for frustration and rage, Gravis thought. You are so talented that you even frustrate me. Gravis activated his own will aura, as well as his law of apathy, law of major suppression, and law of minor death. All of these laws hit Samantha's will aura, breaking it for a second. For a second, her mind stopped working. She had simply unleashed her will aura but hadn't braced herself against a significant impact from the opponent's will aura. As a comparison, if Samantha were a mortal adult, she acted like she was expecting a punch from a small child instead of an actual punch from another adult. If she did her best, she could have defended against an adult's punch, but she didn't even properly defend herself. That was why Gravis' will aura destroyed her will aura for a second. She had been taken off guard. This was the second time in which Gravis could have already killed her. Bang! Gravis evaded the attack the same way he evaded the last attack. Gravis narrowed his eyes further as he gnashed his teeth. It's ridiculous that I actually have to help you to increase your own power. You are an enemy. You are my opponent. You are supposed to be a danger to me. Instead, I have to support you and fix your fucking mindset so that you can actually become an opponent. What a disappointment, Gravis thought with frustration. How come that the most powerful late major circulation immortal is actually the weakest late major circulation immortal? Meanwhile, the onlookers, a great distance away, frowned at this spectacle. Most of the immortal kings had climbed to their current position with their own power. Was it humiliating when being slapped by an opponent? Inherently, no. After all, the opponent should be powerful. However, Samantha's power should be so much greater than that. The really humiliating part was how Gravis managed to slap Samantha. He had teleported to her and simply slapped her with supremely average speed. There was nothing fast about this. He just arrived and slapped. Being hit by such an obvious, slow, and telegraphed attack was the truly humiliating part. The Immortal Kings had rarely seen Samantha fight. She had only fought once in the resource point conflict, and that was when she took over this resource point. She had unleashed her level 4 law and immediately decimated her opponent. Due to that dominating performance, the following 5 resource points she claimed had immediately conceded. Ever since then, no late major circulation immortal had dared to challenge her. They had expected a similarly dominating performance, but instead, they were subjected to such an abysmal, pitiful, and humiliating performance. Her opponent could have killed her at least once already, and he hadn't even demonstrated anything impressive except for his will aura. He had teleported once and simply evaded some attacks. He hadn't even unleashed an actual attack. To an outsider, it seemed like Gravis was playing with his opponent. It was like an expert was humiliating some helpless girl. Some, but not many, immortal kings even felt pity for Samantha. Even though Gravis was an entire circulation below Samantha, they still felt like this fight was unfair for Samantha, the previously publicly acknowledged strongest major circulation immortal of the Sect Alliance. I'm glad Ryan isn't here to see his daughter like this, one of them said. Gravis felt incredibly frustrated with his opponent. As soon as Samantha saw Gravis evading another attack, her rage exploded even more as she nearly lost all rationality. Yet, before she could attack, Gravis' surroundings suddenly changed. The air around Gravis vibrated as punishment lightning crossed the air. Gravis had summoned a humongous lightning bomb. Then Gravis unleashed his entire will aura, all the suppressive situational laws, and unleashed the law of heat. After that, he summoned the oppressive force of his law of the dead world. His law of control was activated in such a way that Samantha felt like control over the situation was slipping out of her grasp. Lastly, Gravis made his saber vibrate with the major hard pure law. Samantha stopped the attack she had just wanted to unleash as she felt like the situation had changed. Her rage subsided as she felt like she was thrown into an ice bucket. Gravis glared deeply into her eyes. "If you still refuse to show me your real power, I will kill you right now," Gravis shouted with a voice transmission as he also activated his law of honesty. A feeling of danger washed over Samantha. For the first time, she felt like she could lose her life. For the first time, it felt like an actually dangerous opponent stood before her. "Don't fuck with me," Gravis transmitted with the utmost severity. Then, Gravis retrieved all his powers again as he readied himself for battle. Samantha took a deep breath as her rage subsided. She couldn't take this opponent lightly anymore. However, instead of realizing her idiotic conduct, she thought of Gravis as an idiot. Gravis had demonstrated his power instead of using it. What an idiot. Many times, arrogance made one blind to introspection. Unhealthy arrogance made it impossible for one to see the error in their own ways. Instead of learning something new and improving her mindset, Samantha only felt like her opponent was an idiot. However, Gravis' display of power had woken Samantha up. Finally, she realized that she couldn't take this fight lightly anymore. "It's ridiculous that I had to intimidate her into taking this seriously," Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. "This is truly pathetic." Instead of slashing, Samantha moved her rapier in a beautiful manner. It was like she was painting something with a graceful brush. Her movements were finished in less than a second, and as soon as she was done, a cold light shone out of her rapier. The surrounding air froze over as her rapier moved through a frozen wall of air. Shing! Then, Samantha shot forward with an astonishing amount of speed as her figure blurred. Gravis felt his law of danger scream at him as he suppressed Samantha's movement as much as possible. Surprisingly, Samantha's will aura was even more powerful than Stella's, which was probably also the reason why Stella didn't question her teacher's orders when she had been ordered to temper herself. After all, she truly needed to increase her will aura. So, in the end, Gravis only managed to slow Samantha's movement by about 5%, something that was barely noticeable. Law of supreme speed, Gravis thought in a flash. This was a level 3 body law, a law that Meadow also knew. Samantha seemingly teleported in front of Gravis as she unleashed a graceful slash. Her speed was superior to Gravis' speed, which meant that Gravis needed to block this attack. Bang! The saber and the rapier hit each other. The rapier had been stopped for an instant, but Gravis' saber froze over immediately. Crack! And broke apart. Samantha's slash continued as Gravis moved his hand in front of the slash. Shing! Gravis' arm was bisected at the elbow as he barely managed to evade to the side with the rest of his body. At the same time, Gravis also cut off his own arm at the shoulder by quietly transforming his shoulder into lightning and recreating this body without any connection to his severed arm. Crack! In an instant, Gravis' arm froze and exploded into icicles. If he hadn't cut off his arm immediately, this would have been his body. After Gravis had fixed Samantha's mindset, she had become a truly terrifying opponent. With one attack, she destroyed one of Gravis' 3 sabers and cut off an arm. She wasn't like Stella, who had wanted to intimidate Gravis into conceding. Samantha wanted to kill Gravis. Gravis felt the power of the attack and immediately realized what law this was. The major law of cold, he thought. This is her level 4 law and also her avatar. With just her avatar alone, this law of hers can exhibit the power of a level 5 law. On top of that, she used some kind of weapon technique to combine her other powers with this one. Instead of unleashing one attack, she increased the passive power of her rapier. Every normal slash of hers exhibits the power of a level 5 law while only needing to keep the major law of cold running. It has sustainability, flexibility, and incredible attacking power. Her attacks have become unblockable, unparryable, and her law of supreme speed makes them nearly unavoidable. A truly dangerous opponent. Perfect, Gravis thought as he felt the feeling of standing on the brink of death. Gravis' arm quickly regrew, but it wouldn't finish growing until Samantha unleashed her next attack. So Gravis summoned another saber in his free hand and slashed forward. Samantha used her rapier in only one hand, and as soon as Gravis started his attack, Samantha's free hand pointed at Gravis' arm. SSSSHHH. A concentrated beam of coldness shot at Gravis' arm, freezing it over in nearly an instant as it slowed down. Crack! Gravis broke off his other arm with the same technique as before, and it started falling. Bang! Another arm came out of Gravis' body with incredible speed as it punched the frozen arm into pieces, which shot directly into Samantha's face. Samantha's eyes were damaged by the icicles, her vision now being severely impaired. Bzzzzzzzzz. At the same time, lightning exploded in the surroundings, throwing space and Samantha's spirit sense into chaos. This would make it impossible for her to see the attack coming. Gravis' arm grabbed the falling saber and stabbed forward. Urgh! Samantha's surroundings froze over as she unleashed her major law of cold all around her. She couldn't judge where Gravis was coming from, which forced her to unleash it into her surroundings. Terror. Gravis' body started to freeze over, but since the law hadn't been concentrated, it didn't have the same power as before. However, Gravis' body still froze over with rapid speed, but it wasn't instantaneous anymore. Crack! Gravis cut off this arm, too, as it shot forward due to the slash's power. Then, Gravis shot back with his full speed. He couldn't stay here until the attack finished, or he wouldn't survive. The arm froze over but still flew at Samantha. Crack! 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 The saber shot through the frozen air, and Samantha felt the saber approaching. Her eyes and spirit sense didn't work right now, but her major law of cold could keep track of approaching attacks to some degree, which was an additional reason why she had activated it. Shing! Samantha stepped back as her rapier shot at the saber with incredible speed. Crack! The saber froze and cracked apart. Boom! And the loaded lightning crescent in the saber exploded. The surroundings were destroyed, but the explosion of lightning was quickly frozen over by the superior major law of cold, creating a humongous ball of frozen lightning. Gravis knew that this attack hadn't killed Samantha, but he couldn't directly attack again. Samantha would feel him coming as soon as he entered the frozen sphere of lightning. He didn't know how injured Samantha was inside the ice since his connection to his lightning had been broken as soon as it froze over, but he was sure that her injuries weren't light. SSSSS. A quiet sound of cutting could be heard. SSSSHHH. Then, the entire sphere exploded as it turned to snowflakes, which circulated around Samantha. Gravis could see blood flowing out from all over Samantha's body. Her limbs were severely burned, even showing bone. She had barely protected her head and parts of her torso with her limbs. Samantha glared at Gravis with her damaged eyes, which were only slowly healing. Boom! Then, everything turned red as Samantha unleashed her major law of cold into her surroundings, supported by the law of rage. The air, elements, and laws froze over around her as the violent rage of the cold ice froze and destroyed everything. Bang! Then, Samantha shot forward as everything in a kilometer radius turned red, froze over, and was ground into nothingness. A gigantic red sphere of icy death shot at Gravis with Samantha at its center. Samantha charged at Gravis with all her speed as the world around her crumbled into icy dust. Gravis narrowed his eyes and pointed one hand at her. Gravis used the major law of control to disrupt Samantha's control over her attacks. The law of rage exchanged control for more attacking power, but both power and control were important to sustain an attack. Gravis' major law of control wasn't powerful enough to reduce the control over an attack to such a degree that it would become harmless, but when the opponent already had a shaky control at best. SSSHHH. The surroundings were only frozen a little bit as the major law of cold couldn't unleash its full power anymore. The entire aura broke down before it even unleashed its true power. Samantha noticed this and gritted her teeth in rage. There were only two ways to counter this. First, to stop using the law of rage. Second, to brute force her way through the law of control by using several times the amount of energy. Samantha was so frustrated with her situation that she couldn't possibly back down now. This ant had already humiliated her. She wouldn't accept any more humiliation by taking a step back. She was the most powerful. Samantha infused her major law of cold with more energy as it regained its earlier destructive power. Samantha quickly arrived near Gravis' location as her major law of cold hit Gravis. Brrrr. Gravis activated his law of heat to counter the cold, but his body still started freezing. However, when Gravis also strengthened his body with his own law of cold, he managed to resist the cold barely. Parts of his body still froze over and died, but the destruction was slow enough that Gravis could counteract the destruction with his law of energy healing. Samantha had the law of major cold as her avatar, giving it the power of a level 5 law. Usually, Gravis would find it very difficult to resist such an insane power. Sadly, Samantha kept up her stubborn and arrogant personality and decided to use the law of rage. Usually, due to the level difference, Gravis' law of control would only counter the law of rage, but since the law of rage specifically played into the strengths of the law of control, it resulted in the attack becoming even weaker. In fact, the attack was even weaker now than it would have been if Samantha simply didn't use her law of rage. Samantha wasn't unleashing the attack with her weapon, and she also didn't concentrate it, making its strength fall even further. By the end of it, the law only exhibited the power of a level 4 law. With Gravis' law of heat and cold, he managed to reduce the power to the level of a level 3 law. Gravis' scales took care of the majority of the damage, only making them slowly die instead of killing Gravis. How much energy did that cost Gravis? Quite a bit, but not as much. The law of heat and cold didn't require any energy usage due to the law of temperatures. The law of control worked based on the will aura, and the will aura didn't require any energy. Gravis only needed to use energy to heal his body. How much energy did all of this cost Samantha? An insane amount. She basically attacked like a meteor that was burning itself in a blaze of glory. Additionally, the law of temperatures only marginally helped with the energy requirement for the major law of cold. After all, the major law of cold was of a higher tier than the law of temperatures. In order to use the major law of cold without any energy requirement, one would need to know the major law of temperatures, a level 5 law. Samantha reached Gravis, and her cold rapier stabbed forward. Bzzz. Gravis' body was briefly surrounded by lightning, and when his body reappeared, he had barely moved to the side. Sadly, he didn't manage to fully evade the attack as a piece of flesh had been cut out of his left side. Gravis' saber disappeared as he retrieved it into his spirit space. Terror. 2 additional arms came out of Gravis, making him have 4 of them at the same time. Bzzz. For concentrated balls of lightning appeared in Gravis' hands as he moved them around in a mystical manner. He did this to confuse the onlookers. Gravis was partially using his lightning transformation and his beast body, and if he didn't make it seem like some mystical technique, the onlookers might suspect something. Samantha's rapier immediately slashed towards Gravis' body after he evaded. Gravis leaned back like he wanted to jump over the rapier. Bzzz. Lightning appeared at Gravis' feet as it was infused with the law of magnetism. Samantha's rapier moved down a little bit. Bang! One of Gravis' hands touched the rapier's side that faced upwards with the lightning in his hand, repelling the rapier. His entire arm froze in an instant. Swish! The rapier only cut off Gravis' leg as he disconnected this leg too. Then, Gravis moved another hand towards Samantha's body. SSSSHHHH. Samantha's free hand shot a concentrated beam of cold at that arm, immediately freezing it. However, the frozen arm suddenly turned into energy as Gravis used the composition law of frost to transform his frozen arm into energy. Bzzz. Then, he transformed the energy into lightning as it shot at Samantha from the front. Meanwhile, another 2 of Gravis' arms shot at Samantha. SSSH. Another one was frozen by Samantha, and this one was also transformed into energy and then lightning. Bang! One of Gravis' arms hit Samantha's outstretched arm as it was also frozen. Gravis smirked. Bzzz. This one also transformed into lightning and shot at Samantha. Bang! 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 The first lightning bolt hit, nearly destroying her outstretched arm. The second one hit the side of her torso, taking a chunk out of her body. The last one hit Samantha's other hand as she tried to stab Gravis with her rapier again. nearly destroying the hand and halting the attack. BZZ. BZZ. Gravis disconnected his remaining leg and his hidden fifth arm, summoned them into his spirit space, and re-summoned them in front of him. Gravis' sixth arm came out of his body as it grabbed the end of the cut-off arm. Brrrr. That arm started burning with white fire, and Gravis used that arm as an extension to grab his severed leg. As soon as the arm touched the leg, the white fire disappeared from the arm and reappeared at the front of the leg. Gravis had built a physical connection with separated parts of his body. The leg was too close. Samantha couldn't evade. Bang! The leg kicked her in the face with white fire, and the fire suddenly got absorbed into Samantha's head. Element of wood and the law of soul dispersal. Gravis unleashed his will aura in a powerful punch that hit Samantha's will aura. The minor law of death quickly consumed her will aura as Samantha lost consciousness for a brief instant due to the element of wood and the law of soul dispersal. Bang! Gravis let go of his makeshift extension, summoned one of his spears since it had a greater range than a saber, and stabbed forward. Stop! A powerful shout went throughout the world, shaking the formation array and the surroundings. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he changed the trajectory of his spear. Instead of directly aiming for Samantha's head, he angled it down at her neck. Poochie! The spear punched through Samantha's throat, but it didn't decapitate her. As long as a physical connection to the body still existed, an immortal wouldn't die. Bzzzzzzz. The spear sparkled with punishment lightning as it stuck in Samantha's neck. However, the lightning didn't attack Samantha's body as it only singed the wound surrounding it. Shing! Someone appeared inside the formation array as he looked with shock, rage, fear, and nervousness at Gravis and Samantha. Bang! Bang! From the outside, one could hear attacks hitting the formation array. As soon as Gravis saw the new arrival, he came to several conclusions. This was a mid-minor circulation immortal king, which meant that he was a sect master. He looked very similar to Samantha. His emotions showed great concern and a deep connection with Samantha. So, her father is a sect master, Gravis thought. No wonder she managed to get through her life with such a subpar mindset. Gravis also noticed even more things. People were attacking the formation array, which meant that this person took control of the formation array to keep the others out. This meant that this person was not just an average sect master. He was probably one of the more powerful ones. However, the most important thing that Gravis noticed didn't involve the new arrival but the outside people attacking the formation array. What a disgusting joke, Gravis thought with disdain. This formation array obviously isn't powerful enough to resist the assault of multiple immortal kings. They would never waste that much money. This means that they are only putting on a show for righteousness, acting like they want to stop him even though they don't. Sure enough, I'm amongst humans again. As Gravis looked at the new arrival, Samantha recovered her consciousness. She wanted to move out of panic, but a bolt of lightning shot through her body, originating from the spear. Don't move, or you will die, Gravis transmitted to her coldly. Samantha's eyes widened in shock and terror. Had she lost? Ryan, Samantha's father, noticed how his daughter had moved, shook for a second, and stopped moving. His heart was on the brink of breaking. Bastard! Ryan shouted. Release my daughter at once. Why? Gravis asked. Or I will make you live a life worse than death. Ryan shouted in rage. Error. His surroundings shook with incredible power as they turned red. Like father, like daughter, Bzzz. Samantha's body seized again with lightning, shocking Ryan's heart. Stop trying to intimidate me, Gravis said coldly and calmly. As soon as I see you trying anything, I will kill your daughter. Ryan's body shook as he didn't know what he should do. Gravis! A voice transmission suddenly came to Gravis. It was Liran. Sect masters are forbidden from breaking the formation arrays, which is why I can't destroy it. If you can exit the formation array, we will be able to protect you. Gravis sneered. How truly pathetic, he thought with disgust. So, this is your answer, Liran? I followed the sect's philosophy and did what I wanted. But when confronted with a breach of etiquette, you feel like you can't save me. I know that you don't have any kind of ulterior motive, Liran, and that's why I'm pitying and despising you. Your own mind is so restrained by resources, etiquette, politics, and public conduct that you feel like you can't even do something. You preach about freedom, but you actually have no idea what you are talking about. You grandly think of yourself and your sect as free, but you are just as suppressed as anyone else in your mind. The unrestrained sect shouldn't be called the unrestrained sect, but the restrained sect. Wasn't one of the reasons why Gravis decided to fight Samantha that he wanted to see how the unrestrained sect would act if a disciple actually exhibited the values the sect preached? Well, Gravis got his answer. Liran had the power to immediately decimate the formation array and stand in front of Gravis, someone he considered an ally. Liran had been the one that asked Gravis to claim resource points. Yet, Liran wasn't able to step forward and protect his disciple, even though he had the power. If you were the sect master of any other sect, I wouldn't have a problem with you, Liran, Gravis thought. Humans take things like politics very seriously, and they often look out for the greater collective. It's just human nature to want to protect one's organization. Gravis' eyes narrowed in rage and disgust. However, you present yourself as a paragon of freedom, and even worse is the fact that you actually believe your own bullshit. In an instant, Gravis' feelings for the unrestrained sect had changed drastically. At the very beginning, the unrestrained sect looked too good to be true. It had seemed perfect. Then, some cracks showed themselves when Liran showed that he wasn't willing to do what he wanted to do. And now, Liran showed that he would be willing to sacrifice one of his own disciples that he sent out on a mission just to not break etiquette. Was Liran a shrewd and selfish sect master? No, he was worse. Liran truly believed what he was saying, not realizing how very different he was from the ideals of the sect. Liran wasn't shrewd. He was weak. A shrewd and selfish sect master might be a horrible person, but they would still want to increase the power of their sect, even if it were only for their own ego. The individual disciples in the sect might suffer under such leadership, but at least the sect master was powerful enough to contend with other sects. Meanwhile, a mentally weak sect master could do nothing. A strong and kind sect master would gain the support of his sect and bring them to power. A strong and selfish sect master wouldn't gain much support from their sect, but the sect would still be considered powerful against outside forces. A weak and selfish sect master wouldn't gain the support of their sect, and they would quickly be overthrown. The sect would weaken, but it had a chance of survival and recovery. A weak and kind sect master had the sect's support, and they wouldn't be overthrown. This will result in the sect becoming weaker and weaker with time, being stagnated into non-existence. A weak and kind sect master was the worst sect master imaginable because their weakness would pull everyone down with them. It was a very subtle, deadly poison. Liran was a weak and kind sect master, and the consequences of his weakness could be seen. When Gravis had first seen Liran, he had admired him since Liran had been willing to throw his life away to fight Arthur because of his son. Gravis had thought that this was because Liran was confident in his power or that he desired and knew freedom. However, now everything appeared different. Gravis had interpreted too much into Liran's actions back then. Liran had only lost control over his emotions, not being able to resist them in a moment of crisis. The actions were the same, but the intent and reasoning behind the action were vastly different. As Gravis went through all these revelations, Ryan looked at Gravis with fear and panic as Samantha also looked with terror at her father. Meanwhile, Gravis was still thinking about the unrestrained sect. I think the punishment cleaver sect would have been better than the unrestrained sect, Gravis thought. At least their sect master is powerful, even if he is a dick. This entire sect is worthless. Ryan glared at Gravis with nervousness, rage, and fear. You ask why? He asked through gritted teeth. Because I will make you live a life worse than death if you don't release my daughter. Gravis remained calm as he kept Samantha hanging with his spear. Didn't the rules say that both combatants had to agree to drop the fight before the fight would end? Ryan tried to stay calm, but it was incredibly difficult to stay calm in this situation. He might lose his daughter. Yes, Ryan said. Her life and your life are in your hands. Don't make a foolish choice because of your pride and indignation. Be rational right now and realize that killing my daughter will also result in your death. This formation array is under my control, Ryan said. The other sect masters can't enter if I don't allow them to. If you kill my daughter, you won't be able to escape. Gravis looked at the formation array, which was still being attacked on occasion by some sect masters that wanted to put on a show of wanting to help Gravis. You know, Gravis said calmly, I'm a stickler for fairness and justice. As you have seen, I'm a lightning cultivator, and that's how lightning generally acts. My lightning wouldn't be happy if I just let such an opponent live, Gravis said. Ryan gritted his teeth. Can't you look at yourself? He shouted. You are currently holding a helpless girl with your spear and are threatening her father with her life. Only a black-hearted devil would do something this evil. Helpless girl? Gravis shouted in shock as he broke out into laughter. You mean the woman that looked down upon me from the very beginning? The woman that didn't even deign to look at me or talk to me? The woman that used the major law of cold and law of rage to attack me? And even more importantly, the woman that accepted our challenge without hesitation, knowing that she could very well die? Gravis asked. Ryan remained silent as his mind went wild. That might be, he conceded after some seconds. But you have already won. The resource point is already yours, and you have demonstrated your superiority. Killing her now has no meaning. You won't get anything else, and you won't even get tempering out of this. Killing her now would only be a black-hearted act of cruelty, Ryan said. Gravis sneered. What, so normal tempering is now an act of cruelty? Do you even believe your own shit? Ryan clenched his fists in absolute fury. I don't expect someone like you to understand my sentiments, he said through gritted teeth. Your actions have already shown your personality. So, this once, let me give you some valuable advice from your elders. Don't step onto this path of slaughter. Learn to forgive. Your life will be much brighter as a result. Aha, Gravis uttered, not being impressed in the slightest. Also, Ryan said slowly, you might be rewarded if you are a kind person. And there we go, Gravis commented. There's the bribe. You know, all these flowery and holy-sounding words would have had more impact if you didn't put a bribe right after them. Ryan nearly exploded. Why was this person so difficult? Couldn't he just accept the bribe and leave? Anyway, Gravis said, the main reason why I talked to you was to see how you would attempt to rationalize your blatant breaking of the rules. You know, honestly, Gravis said, if you just said that you wanted to save your daughter because you loved her and that you didn't give a shit about any rules, I would actually have admired you a little bit. Throwing away the respect others have for you to save a loved one is something admirable. But you didn't even manage to do that, Gravis said. I have the life of your daughter in my grasp, and instead of pleading, begging, or directly threatening me, you only gave me soft-spoken threats, a bribe, and some sermon about being a nice person. Right now, I even doubt if you even care about your daughter. Any good father would try everything to save his child, even if the chances were minuscule, Gravis said evenly. Ryan became even angrier, if that was even possible, while the onlookers from outside became annoyed by Gravis. How shameless was Gravis. He was already threatening the father with his daughter's life, but instead of simply accepting the reality, he seemed to enjoy seeing the father squirm. In reality, Gravis wasn't really that annoyed or disgusted by Ryan. Gravis was also a father, and he could sympathize with Ryan's situation. However, Gravis became more and more annoyed with all this hypocrisy of the humans he had met. All present humans except for Gravis and Samantha had the ability to break the formation array and involve themselves. Ryan had blatantly broken the rules of the sect alliance, but everyone else was only looking on while preaching to everyone that the rules were absolute. Gravis saw this as a betrayal. The sect alliance said that no one was allowed to interfere, and Gravis had believed them to some extent. Yet, when an actually powerful person broke the rules, everyone was only silently whispering and no, don't do that, which they obviously didn't even mean. What do you want? Ryan asked angrily. You obviously won't throw your life away, so what do you want? If this barbarian wasn't able to act and talk properly, Ryan had to talk to him in a way that this barbarian understood. This barbarian was not showing any sophistication or diplomacy. Ryan felt like he was talking to some unreasonable beast. "You're asking me what I want?" Gravis asked. Ryan nodded with narrowed eyes. "I want to kill my opponent," Gravis said. Bang! And Samantha's head exploded. Let Samantha go? What, so that she could seek out to rectify her humiliation and kill Gravis in the future? Additionally, Gravis wasn't so stupid to believe that Ryan would be all buddy-buddy as soon as Gravis released Samantha. Ryan was the arrogant, unreasonable kind. Gravis would probably get some assassination squads sent after him. So, in short, fuck both of them. They were both his enemies, and there was no reason to keep up a superficial show of peace. Ryan wanted to kill him? Sure. Let's go right now. Shock. The onlookers were shocked. Ryan was shocked. Everyone had believed that Gravis was only putting on an empty show to get some more advantages from Ryan. After all, if Gravis could paint a picture of being entirely in the right, Ryan would have to pay so much more to save his daughter. This was how leaders often dealt with these situations. The more righteous their cause appeared, the more the enemy would have to give them. Instead, Gravis had just killed Samantha. Was he tired of living? Xing. Ryan was so shocked and distracted that he didn't stop Gravis from teleporting. In an instant, Gravis had already arrived at the formation array and touched it. This has been created with a level 4 law, which means I only need my normal law of freedom. I don't even need to use the power of my avatar, Gravis thought with a smirk. Thwomp. With that, Gravis simply stepped through the formation array like it didn't even exist. The eyes of the onlookers nearly fell out of their heads as they saw Gravis leaving. This was possible? How was this possible? Even more, the onlookers' minds started to race with the new dynamic that now existed. Nothing stood between them and Gravis now, which meant that they couldn't find a reason to not intervene anymore. They could bend the rules, but they couldn't directly break them. The rules stated that every battle in the formation arrays was final, but when someone offered others enough resources, they could look away for a bit. This was also what had happened when Ryan had heard about Gravis' new opponent. The two other sect masters beside him stopped him. Why? So that Ryan was required to bribe them. If he didn't pay them enough resources, they would have stopped him. The same was true for the 10 other sect masters looking on. Ryan promised them some resources so that they might look away this time. However, everything changed now. Gravis was outside the formation array, and Liran immediately appeared beside Gravis. Now, a sect master was protecting Gravis, and if Ryan wanted to kill Gravis, he would need to fight Liran first. "Well done, Gravis," Liran transmitted to Gravis with an excited smile. "I knew you could do it. Don't worry about anything else. I'm here now, and no one will touch you this day." Gravis was unimpressed by Liran's words. Instead of directly protecting his disciple, the same one he had sent on this mission, he relied on the power of this soldier to escape from someone much more powerful than them. It was like Liran's actions were dictated by the actions of weaker beings. However, as a sect master, he should be the one that dictated all the actions. He was the most powerful one. Gravis stood behind Liran, but he already despised Liran. Liran was a kind person, but his indecisiveness and mental weakness were unfit for his position. If he were only a normal cultivator or a disciple of the sect, Gravis wouldn't care about him. But since Liran was officially Gravis' superior, Gravis despised Liran's weakness. Liran's weakness was endangering Gravis and the remainder of the sect. A pig-like teammate was more fearsome than a godlike enemy. Gravis hadn't been afraid of Ryan for even a second. The entire situation was in his control. "Rayara!" Ryan shouted in absolute rage as he shot out of the formation array, directly at Gravis, who only looked at him unamused. The other sect masters looked at each other covertly, narrowed their eyes, and nodded. Xing! 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 Nearly all 10 sect masters arrived between Ryan and Gravis. The facade had broken down, forcing them to either directly break the rules or keep them up, and they couldn't possibly break the rules this openly. However, it wouldn't stay like this. After all of this was over, The sect masters would sit together with Ryan and create a plan that would result in Gravis' death without anyone knowing that all of this originated from Ryan. The sect masters had been paid by Ryan, and they would feel bad if they didn't help Ryan now. But now was not the time. They still had to keep up the facade of the rules being unbreakable. Ryan had to wait now. Ryan stopped as he realized that over 10 sect masters stood between him and his target. Ryan was powerful, but he couldn't fight so many sect masters at once. He might be able to fight 2 at once, but not 10. Right now, the sect masters showed that they were Gravis allies and that they would protect Gravis with their lives, but in reality they were Ryan's allies. Gravis knew all of this and scoffed silently. All this hypocrisy is so disgusting. Move! He killed my daughter. Ryan shouted aggressively. You have broken the rules. Sect master of the Frost Rapier sect, Liran shouted as he stepped forward. Right now, you have not committed an unforgivable mistake since my disciple is still alive, so step back. If you release another attack, you will be going openly against the sect alliance. Liran might be weak mentally, but he still knew how humans acted and what to say in the right situation. His words pitted the entire sect alliance against Ryan, and his words and cause were righteous in the eyes of every rational onlooker. Liran is right, another sect master shouted. We can understand your emotional turmoil, but the rules must be upheld. Pay a fine for intervening in a fight, and the matter will be resolved. However, if you continue attacking, the wrath of the entire sect alliance will rain down upon you and your sect. Several other sect masters echoed this sentiment, and by the end of it, all of them stood in front of Gravis with their weapons drawn. Even though I despise such conduct, I have to admit that they are pretty good actors, Gravis thought. Without all the context clues from the earlier situation, I might have even believed them. Gravis sighed as he looked to the side. Are all immortal human sects like this? Gravis thought. Durian and Lazar hadn't been like this. Those two have never relied on my power to save the sect's face. Lazar had been incredibly powerful and dealt with everything himself, which was also a major reason why the Lightning sect had been so powerful in the lower world. Gravis looked at Liran. But Liran, as the sect master, relies on the power of his disciples while he is the most powerful. It's not the disciples' job to protect the sect master's face. The sect master is supposed to protect the disciple from unjust actions. Otherwise, if my superiors don't even protect me from something more powerful than me, what would even be the point of joining a sect? Ryan saw the opposition in his way and gritted his teeth and fists. He wanted to kill Gravis so badly, but he couldn't. If he attacked now, all of his hidden allies would turn on him. The sect alliance might be morally flexible in secret, but only in secret. However, Ryan wanted to kill Gravis so very bad. The murderer of his daughter stood right in front of him. Several seconds passed as the sect masters threw one righteous sermon after the other at Ryan, dissuading him from attacking. After a while, Ryan seemed to calm down a bit. Gravis noticed this, and his mind quickly started planning. All of these sect masters have been bought by him. Several assassination squads will probably come for me soon, while every other sect master will just happen to look away. They will probably even be able to keep Liran busy or something. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Is there a way for me to deal with Ryan right now? After some seconds, Gravis got an idea, but he had no idea if this would work. However, even if it didn't work, it wouldn't backfire on him. Might as well try. You know, Gravis transmitted to Ryan. I killed my opponent while someone nearly an entire realm above me threatened me. Yet, here you are, not even being courageous enough to do the same thing against people on your realm. I did what I wanted, Gravis transmitted. So, why can't you do what you want? This is the difference between you and me. Gravis had to make it sound like a provocation to make his plan work. Would a mere provocation be able to convince someone as experienced as Ryan to jump into danger? No. Ryan looked with hate-filled eyes at Gravis. He didn't want to admit it, but the contrast that Gravis had just established made Ryan feel pathetic and enraged. Gravis was right. Gravis had killed his daughter right in front of him, someone an entire realm higher than him. Yet, here he was not daring to attack some cultivators on his level. However, he couldn't just attack. His life would end, and his sect would be torn apart. He had too many responsibilities. If he broke these responsibilities, he would lose everything he held dear. And then, his daughter's face went through his mind. Lose everything dear to him? Hadn't he already lost everything dear to him? I do what I want, but you can't do what you want, Gravis transmitted after a second. Ryan clenched his fists. The person that took away his most important person stood in front of him, but he didn't dare to attack him because of some sect masters and some rules? How pathetic was he? Today I will be unreasonable. Forget responsibility. If I can't even protect my daughter's honor, I might as well not live. Boom! A provocation might not convince someone as experienced as Ryan to seek death, but the law of freedom could. Meanwhile, Gravis smirked. None of the present sect masters realized what had just happened, but Gravis felt it. The slight change in the atmosphere as the feeling of freedom reverberated throughout the surroundings. This was the law of freedom. This situation had been perfect for comprehending the law of freedom. The murderer of Ryan's daughter stood right in front of him, and only some cultivators on his level stood between him and his revenge. Ryan had been weighted down by a ton of responsibilities as a sect master, which suppressed his actions to a strong degree. Ryan had been at a crossroads in his cultivation and his mindset. If the Middle Heaven had killed Gravis' 3 children right in front of him, Gravis would probably also have decided to throw his life away because he wanted to kill Heaven so badly. He would have known that he would die, but he would have done so regardless. If Gravis had been in Ryan's situation, he would have also comprehended the law of freedom. However, Ryan couldn't have. Ryan was so close, but he just couldn't take the last step. Sadly, close was not done. No matter what would have happened, Ryan would have never comprehended the law of freedom. If it weren't for Gravis, that is, when Orthar had returned to Gravis in the middle world after the clash of the ultimates, he had told Gravis about his powers. Orthar had said that the last step was the most difficult and that Gravis had the ability to help someone with that last step. Ferris had comprehended so many things over his long life, but without Gravis opening Ferris' mind, Ferris would have died a level 1 emperor. Steer had nearly learned the law of punishment lightning, but without Gravis' demonstration of lightning and how it worked, Steer might also have never comprehended the law. Sari had been close to understanding the law of energy healing, but without Gravis motivating her to risk her life, she would have died soon. As soon as someone stood at the last step of comprehension, Gravis could help them take that last step with his insight. This was Gravis' power, and he made full use of it this time. None of the sect masters realized what had happened or what would happen now. Gravis looked at Liran, furrowed his brows in distrust, and took out a ring. Then, Gravis threw that ring into the distance. Ryan took a deep breath as he made his decision. Finally, he knew freedom. He finally knew how Gravis could have been so courageous and why all of Ryan's words had failed to dissuade Gravis from killing his daughter. It was because Gravis wanted to kill his daughter. That was all. Ryan opened his eyes as he glared at Gravis. And now, Ryan wanted to kill Gravis. Xing. A rapier appeared as Ryan quickly infused it with the major law of cold and slashed at Gravis. The sect masters were shocked. Liran was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Xing. Bang. The slash of the rapier hit Gravis with absolutely unreal speed. Gravis hadn't even seen the attack before it killed him. The speed difference was simply insurmountable. Gravis turned into ice and exploded into tiny pieces. Gravis was dead. Liran looked with shock at the ice pieces that had been Gravis. His disciple had been killed right in front of his eyes? Rayura! Liran exploded with rage. He hadn't been able to protect his disciple even though he had been right there. Why hadn't he been careful? How useless was he? Liran was mentally weak, but he was a good person. The fact that one of his disciples had been killed right in front of him enraged him to no end. Liran even felt a terrifying amount of guilt, and this mistake might haunt him forever. I declare the sect master of the icy rapier sect the enemy of the sect alliance. Liran shouted as he took out his bow and started shooting at Ryan. The sect alliance always elected 21 overseeing elders for the sect alliance, who would make the big decisions for all the sects in the alliance. 12 of these elders were present. The sect masters looked at each other, and their eyes turned from shock to greed. Someone had openly gone against the sect alliance. "Initiate vote," one of them shouted. A prominent display of light appeared in front of that sect master with 21 holes in it. Ding! 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 In 2 seconds, 12 of the holes turned green, showing that the majority had voted positively. Surprisingly, this even included Ryan. After seeing the source of suppression and finally being free of it, one often became irrationally angry with that source. The sect alliance had often hindered Ryan from doing what he wanted, and he had enough. The sect alliance was his enemy now. "Vote concluded," a sect master said with a smirk. "The sect alliance will uphold righteousness on this day." Shing! 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 Then all the sect masters readied their weapons and shot at Ryan. Ryan needed to die. Were they doing this out of righteousness? As if the wealth of a mid-minor circulation immortal king, new recruits from a destroyed sect, and the wealth of a destroyed sect were what motivated them. The icy rapier sect would be torn apart, and its remains would be shared among the warring parties. Bang! 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 Several explosions appeared in the sky as an apocalyptic fight broke out. This was not tempering. This was an execution. Could Ryan win against 12 other sect masters on his level? If he managed to comprehend several new laws, maybe. However, comprehension took time, and Ryan didn't have any time right now. All the sect masters jumped on him like vultures that saw a fresh carcass. Bang! One of the sect masters exploded as an attack from Ryan caught him unprepared. The poor sect master was sure that Ryan wouldn't go through with this attack since he would be hit by several others as a result. Sadly for him, Ryan knew that he would die today, and he wanted to kill the ones that he disliked the most. This one sect master had gone against Ryan at several intervals, frustrating him to no end. After the sect master died, Ryan smiled peacefully. "I've avenged you, Samantha. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you." Boom! Then all the gathered attacks of the other sect masters hit Ryan, turning him into dust. Ryan was dead. He died a free man, one of the very few that managed to comprehend the law of freedom. The sect masters grinned viciously. So many new resources were waiting for them. Even more, the sect masters glanced at the icy corpse of the other dead sect master. Surprisingly, a second sect had appeared that would be redistributed amongst the current sects. The poor sect of the dead sect master couldn't possibly defend themselves against the outside world. Could it? No, the sect alliance had to fulfill its sacred duty and honor the dead sect master's sect. What was the best way to honor the sect? To protect the disciples, of course. The sect's disciples would find home and solace in other sects as they took all their belongings with them. The other sects would graciously accept the refugees of that sect. Silence returned again. "One of our brothers has died," one of the sect masters said with a tragic tone. "I will honor his death by taking care of his disciples. He has always been a close friend of mine, so I implore you that you will let me take care of this burden. It's the least I can do." "I understand you, brother," another sect master said. "He has also been one of my closest friends. I will share this burden with you." The first sect master sighed. "Thank you, brother," he said. Then the two of them left, leaving the others behind. "Ryan has gone against my sect and killed my disciple," Liran said with rage. "I will take the majority of his sect." "No, he didn't." A new voice suddenly appeared as everyone looked to the ground. The eyes of the sect masters opened with shock as they saw Gravis. He was still alive? "I'm still alive," Gravis said. How had Gravis survived? His life ring. Gravis weakened his body and created a new body with the majority of his power and put it into his life ring. Gravis knew that he couldn't possibly react to an attack from someone so much more powerful. So he preemptively threw his life ring with his other body away. Why? Because Gravis didn't have any confidence left in Liran. Gravis was not about to trust Liran with his life. Any competent sect master would have been incredibly cautious if it involved a life of their disciple. Was Liran a competent sect master? That question didn't need an answer. Gravis' corpse was the best answer. Your disciple is still alive, friend. One of the sect masters shouted happily with a smile. The Icy Rapier sect has not done any damage to your sect. I'm sure you're happy about the survival of your disciple. Come, let's take care of the Icy Rapier sect as equals. We are all in this together. We are an alliance. We are a family. Yes, let's have a celebration when we return, Liran. Let's celebrate your disciple's survival. Another one shouted with a laugh. Seeing that Gravis had survived, the other sect masters echoed this sentiment. Liran wouldn't gain a bigger share than the other sect masters now. After all, Gravis was still alive, was he not? Liran looked with a complex expression at Gravis. Gravis could have stayed hidden, but he didn't. Why? Fuck Liran, that's why. Liran was happy that Gravis survived. He had just felt so much guilt because he couldn't protect his disciple, but that was unnecessary. Liran should have trusted in his disciple's power. Gravis could take care of himself, and Liran didn't need to protect him. As soon as Liran's guilt vanished, he became a bit annoyed with Gravis. Didn't Gravis know that by reappearing now, he was damaging the unrestrained sect? Liran would need to have a talk with Gravis when he returned. Gravis couldn't just act this carelessly and endanger the sect. Right now, Gravis acted like a bad disciple, and Liran would fix that mentality soon. Gravis noticed the subtle changes in Liran's expression and saw through his thoughts. He's dodging all responsibilities. As soon as someone else manages to bail him out of his mistakes, it stops being his mistake. I wonder, did Liran assume leadership of the unrestrained sect because then he wouldn't need to be responsible for his disciples' actions? After all, if they could all do what they wanted, the consequences would lay on their shoulders, not his. Gravis shook his head in disappointment and teleported away. Liran saw Gravis' actions and sighed in relief. Apparently, Gravis was ashamed of his actions and saw the error of his ways. This meant that Gravis already knew that he had committed a mistake. This was how the mind of someone mentally weak worked. If something was undeniably their fault and went wrong, they would beat themselves up over it. But if it went right, they hadn't committed a mistake. The fear of committing a mistake was so overwhelming that they often wouldn't even realize their mistakes. The sect masters talked to each other and went to the Icy Rapier sect together. On the surface, they mourned for this tragic outcome, but deep inside, they were elated. So many resources and new, talented disciples were waiting for them. Today was a good day. Meanwhile, Gravis traveled back to the unrestrained sect. His will aura had reached the peak for his realm again after his fight with Samantha, which meant that he didn't need to temper himself anymore for a while. I was mistaken, Gravis thought. I thought that the unrestrained sect, since it knew suppression, would be the closest sect to freedom. Oh, how wrong I have been. A sect master from a completely different sect comprehended the law of freedom, and I only needed to speak some words to him. Meanwhile, I have tried to push Liran into the direction of freedom more than once, but he never even came close to comprehending it. The sect's disciples have their heads so deeply stuck in suppression that they can't see freedom. Oftentimes, when reaching the extreme of one side, one would be able to comprehend the other side. However, sometimes, comprehending the extreme of one side would make one even blinder to the other side. The unrestrained sect is not a home, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. They know suppression, but instead of having something in common with my mindset, they are the complete opposite. They probably even believe that suppression of others means freedom for them. Gravis sighed with disappointment. I don't see myself as a part of the sect anymore, and Liran's unwillingness to protect me already counts as a betrayal in my mind. I am in my full right to leave this sect. However, the unrestrained sect still has the punishment cleaver sect as an enemy. The resource points and convincing other sects to attack the unrestrained sect's resources fell flat. I still have 11 opportunities to attack other resource points, and they know that. So, I will remain for potential future tempering. I don't plan to take any more resource points, but the other sects don't know that. This will halt the attacks of the other sects, leaving only the punishment cleaver sect remaining. Arthur will realize that this doesn't work and will convert his attacks from soft to hard. It will probably take some time, but Arthur will probably find some independent cultivators and pay them to destroy the unrestrained sect. In the meantime, Arthur will probably pay other sect masters to hold some kind of assembly or something to lure Liran away from his sect. Then, the bandits will attack the unrestrained sect, killing everyone in it. As soon as the unrestrained sect is annihilated, Liran won't have any backing anymore. At that point, Arthur can probably convince the other sect masters to throw him out of the sect alliance. And at that point, Liran's life will end. Arthur doesn't even have to pay others. He simply needs to get a second sect master and promise all of Liran's wealth to them. Arthur wants Liran's life, not his wealth. It was so obvious to Gravis what would happen in the future. It was so simple. First, get the most dangerous enemy away and kill everything without getting involved. Then, use the greed and hypocrisy of other humans to one's advantage. Was it truly so obvious? Not at all. These plans counted as schemes, and a lot of humans wouldn't be able to see through them. When one told someone else about what would happen, the other person would think that it was obvious. Yet, when the other person was in that situation, they wouldn't see it coming. Gravis was able to see these things due to his extensive knowledge about different mindsets, honesty, and suppression. When one realized what suppressed others, one could take advantage of that. Gravis had just done so. The rules of the sect alliance were a kind of suppression on the members. Everyone skirted around them, but as soon as they were confronted by them, they had to yield. The hypocrisy of the sect alliance had attacked Gravis, but he used the greed of the sect alliance to protect himself. Gravis used the degenerate mindset of the sect alliance to counter another degenerate mindset. The sect masters had been Ryan's allies. What could Gravis possibly have done against such a force? Why had they been allies? Greed. So, Gravis simply gave them something even more valuable than Ryan had given them. Gravis had given them an entire sect by making Ryan comprehend the law of freedom. Previously, righteousness and greed had been opponents. They had been paid by Ryan to skirt the rules, which made them nervous. There had been an inner conflict between them, even if it had only been weak. But when Ryan had openly provoked the sect alliance, a larger amount of resources came into the picture, and with it, a justified cause. Their perceived righteousness and greed aligned, motivating them to immediately kill Ryan. Gravis had played the sect masters to an insane degree, and worst of all, they didn't even realize that they had done precisely what Gravis wanted. Such an ability to manipulate others was terrifying, and if unveiled to them, would make them fearful of Gravis. Gravis didn't enjoy manipulating others, but only when they were not his enemies. The others had shown that they were his enemies by only watching when Ryan threatened Gravis' life. Due to that, Gravis had no guilty conscience. When one didn't say that one would protect Gravis, Gravis wouldn't care if they didn't protect him. After all, they were never his allies to begin with. However, when someone said they would protect Gravis and then wouldn't do it, Gravis would see it as a betrayal. The rules had said that no one was allowed to intervene in the fight, but someone had. Because of that, all the present people of the sect alliance had betrayed Gravis and became his enemies. His lightning agreed. They were his enemies, and Gravis had gone against them. However, his lightning would have wished to kill all of the present sect masters, including Liran. Gravis wouldn't kill them since he saw no reason to. Such suppressed, hypocritical, and greedy people were not people in his eyes. They had the mindsets of tools, and Gravis didn't even get angry at them. After all, they couldn't do better. That was how lowly Gravis saw them. Even basic human conduct was beyond their ability. Sure, if they went against him again, this would change, but until then, Gravis didn't really care. The only person he was furious at was Liran, and that was also only because Liran's weakness had endangered Gravis' life. So, in a way, Gravis wasn't really angry at Liran but angry at himself. How could he have been so stupid as to think that Liran was a normal human being? Gravis should have seen this coming a mile away. After some hours, Gravis appeared near the edge of the unrestrained sect and waited. He didn't enter the sect since he waited for someone. Several hours passed in which Gravis only thought about the disgusting conduct and mindsets he had seen among nearly all the humans in this world. Did humans really become more disgusting as they became more powerful? Xing. Someone appeared near Gravis. "I'm here," a sad voice said. Gravis turned to Stella and remembered her teacher, who should be dead by now. Well, I guess there are some good people, he thought. Gravis looked at Stella and noticed that she had a melancholic expression on her face. Her teacher had already died, obviously. Losing someone dear was always difficult. Gravis knew this very well. However, they were all immortals by now, and no one would sink into an inescapable whirlpool of despair. The death of a loved one was normal for every immortal. "For what it's worth," Gravis said. "The short moment I have talked with your teacher gave me the impression that she was a good person. Far better than most humans." Stella took a deep breath. Her emotions still hadn't calmed down, and they wanted to lash out at anything that came close to her. A mortal human might lose their control and shout at Gravis that he had no idea what he was talking about, but she had enough control over herself to realize Gravis' sentiment. "Yes, she was," Stella said slowly with a distant look. "She was like a mother to my brother and me." Gravis nodded. "You know, before you appeared, I was already losing faith in humanity. Seeing you reminded me of your teacher, which reminded me of the fact that not all powerful humans are hypocritical assholes." Stella wanted to distract herself for now, which is why she looked at Gravis with furrowed brows. "That's a harsh judgment," she said. "It is? But does that mean that it isn't true?" Gravis asked. Stella remained silent for some seconds. "Tell me what happened," Stella said. Gravis nodded and told her about his last fight with Samantha, the unrestrained sect, and how the other sect masters acted. After Gravis was finished recounting his tale, Stella snorted in disgust. "Yeah, I agree that their conduct is false and disgusting, but just because you see this conduct running rampant here doesn't mean that other places are the same." Gravis waited for Stella to explain. "The sects here count as high-tier sects, but only barely," Stella explained. "They have their immortal kings, which gives them a grand illusion of being very powerful when they can't even enter the core territories of the world. They believe they are powerful enough to be part of the world's leadership, but feel unjustly treated by not being allowed to enter the core territories. This gives them a need to prove themselves to anything and anyone." Gravis nodded. "Makes sense. They seek short-term power with everything they have to prove to others and themselves that they are powerful. However, all this hypocrisy makes it difficult for disciples to like the leadership. When a talented disciple leaves the area, they will be less likely to help their previous home due to their bad feelings towards it." Stella was a bit surprised by Gravis' words. "Are you sure you're only 4 millennia old?" she asked. "You talk like an ancient, experienced expert." Instead of answering Stella's question, Gravis gave her a question of his own. "Have you been born into this world? Or do you come from a lower world?" "I'm very certain that you have been born into this world." Stella furrowed her brows. "That isn't hard to guess," she said. "I have obviously been trained for a long time with methods that don't exist in lower worlds. I was talking about your mindset and your surprise at my knowledge of human conduct," Gravis said. "Explain," Stella said, a bit indignant. "I started my journey in a lower world, which means that I went from weak to the most powerful in 2 different worlds already. On this journey, you get to see all facets of human and beast conduct. Any ascender can see the sect masters for what they are, which silently builds disgust in the ascenders towards the sect masters. Additionally, I'm very certain that nearly no sect master from this sect alliance is an ascender. There might be 1 or 2 odd ones, but everyone else must have been born in this world." Stella furrowed her brows as she thought about Gravis' words. "What makes you think so?" she asked. "Because being a sect master in this sect alliance is a dead end," Gravis said. "People who have never been in this position might not realize that they are in a dead end, but the ascenders have been in that position before. After all, every ascender has once been the most powerful person in their world. If the ascenders were susceptible to taking up such a position, they wouldn't be ascenders. They would have already taken up such a position in the middle or lower worlds. Therefore, most ascenders know these kinds of positions and know to avoid them. Stella combed her hair with her fingers as she fell into thought. Gravis' words actually made a lot of sense. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Stella quickly found an answer to that question. Because she didn't have enough knowledge in different positions of power. She had joined the 9 Elements sect, and her talent had been quickly noticed by the upper echelon. While being a core disciple, she had to fight against a lot of soft and hard schemes, but she hadn't been in a different position before. The life of a core disciple definitely wasn't easy. The peak sects knew that they couldn't create a powerful expert with safety, which is why the competition amongst core disciples was fierce and fatal. If the core disciples were protected against hidden schemes and assassinations, they wouldn't have any experience in these matters. Pumping resources without end into a core disciple just for them to die to a preventable assassination attempt was a waste of money and time. Because of that, only some superficial rules were in place to spur the creativity of the subtle and plotting kind of cultivators. Then, it was all on the backs of the core disciples to deal with these schemes. If they died, they died. However, the answer to the question of why Stella hadn't been able to see these things that Gravis had seen was because she had only been in the core disciple position. She hadn't been a sect master. She hadn't been an elder. She hadn't been an unaffiliated cultivator. She hadn't been inside a less than savory sect. The fact that Stella managed to realize these things was beyond impressive. Being able to analyze oneself this objectively and finding reasons and origins of why one lacked in a certain department was very difficult. Only with such a mindset could one grow indefinitely. This was probably also one of the essential reasons why Stella had climbed to her current position. Gravis looked at Stella's expression and wondered what she was thinking about. Gravis needed to know Stella's mindset better so that he could help her in understanding the law of freedom, which was imperative to restoring her Willora's growth. "What are you thinking about?" Gravis asked. "Just about people in general," she answered absent-mindedly. "Could you elaborate on what you are thinking about?" Gravis asked. "Knowing you better makes it easier for me to help you with your Willora issue. That's what you're here for, right?" Stella looked at Gravis with a complex expression. She didn't know why, but she somehow didn't like it that Gravis said that she was only here because of her Willora, even though that was the truth. Nevertheless, Stella narrated her thoughts to Gravis for the next half hour. Gravis simply stood there, listening to her thought process, and to be quite frank, he was rather impressed. Her thoughts weren't the same as his, but they were similar. After a while, Gravis wanted to add his input to her thoughts. Stella seemingly accepted that input without injecting any wrong meanings when Gravis accidentally generalized a statement. She knew what he meant and didn't get hung up on technicalities. As the hours passed, they talked about one topic after the other. The conversation flowed in a free form, seemingly having no specific goal as they simply exchanged their opinions. Before they knew it, the sun had set and risen again. They had been talking for over half a day. When one of the sun's rays hit Gravis' eyes, he noticed that over half a day had passed. "All right, stop," Gravis said, holding up his hand. Stella frowned. "Why?" "We've been at it for quite a long time," Gravis said. "Don't get me wrong. I really enjoy our conversation, but there's something I have to do." "What?" Stella asked directly without any kind of distant politeness. "Whoop." Gravis took out an emblem and looked at it with narrowed eyes. "I need to talk to someone." Gravis told Stella that he would be back shortly and broke the emblem. Bang! When Gravis broke the emblem, his surroundings seemingly exploded as space was thrown into absolute carnage. The displacement of the teleportation left behind a small, smoking crater. Gravis hadn't noticed these changes since he had already been gone when he broke the emblem, but Stella noticed them, and her eyes nearly fell out of her sockets. Stella knew a lot about teleportation, and she had also used such emblems several times. However, none of the emblems she had ever seen had demonstrated such an insane power. To create such destruction with a mere teleportation was basically unheard of. Could her dead teacher create something like this? Maybe. However, it would definitely be beyond expensive, even for her. Yet, Gravis had broken the emblem just to talk to someone? Whom was he talking to? Who were they? Was Gravis truly just an ascender? How could he come into contact with someone with such great power that they could hand out such teleportation emblems in just a couple of days? Gravis was already the most bizarre and abnormal human Stella had ever met, but he just continued to become more and more mysterious. After talking with him for a while, Stella had assumed that she knew Gravis better. And then he pulled that stunt. Meanwhile, Gravis appeared at Ark's clearing. Instead of arriving at the same position he had arrived last time, Gravis directly appeared close to Ark. Gravis immediately noticed Ark. Ark sat on a tree stump as he drew some confusing lines into the ground with a smile. Ark turned to Gravis with a smile, who watched Ark with narrowed eyes. "Funnily enough," Ark said with a slight laugh, "this has nothing to do with me." Gravis' brows furrowed further. "How can it not have something to do with you?" he asked. "You are responsible for assigning tribulations, are you not?" "Yes, I am," Ark said. "But I'm not as involved as you think I am." Gravis crossed his arms. "So, you're telling me that you didn't assign me as Stella's tribulation?" he asked, skeptical. Ark lifted his right index finger. "That's something else," he said. "Yes, I have assigned you as her tribulation. But that doesn't mean that I manipulated you or her into fighting." "Isn't that what heavens do?" Gravis asked, unamused. "You put being at the right locations at the right time so that a conflict will appear naturally." "Correct," Ark said with a smile and a nod. "But that's not what I did. If you didn't do that, how can I be Stella's tribulation?" Gravis asked. This whole thing seemed shady to him. "I think you got something wrong, Gravis," Ark said as he drew another line in the dirt. "You believe that we first assign a tribulation and then manipulate the circumstance, but that is inaccurate. About 50% of tribulations go like this, yes, but the other 50% are different," Ark said. "And you just so happen to be part of the other 50%. "And what are these other 50%? Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. "That's when a fitting opponent appears near the one having the tribulation," Ark explained. "If we held ourselves to a strict timetable, someone might be in a dangerous fight and get their tribulation at the same time. That wouldn't be fair, obviously. So, we leave the cultivators and beasts a window of about 200 years before their time is up. If someone that fits the tribulation criteria comes into conflict with the tribulation taker, we can simply count that as the tribulation. We don't have to manipulate everything, Gravis." Gravis thought about this for a bit. Ark's words actually made sense. If the heavens held themselves to a strict set of rules, in this case, they would have to work several times harder and would need to get involved more. The highest heaven wasn't a big fan of heavens involving themselves in the normal world. The other rules already proved that. Heavens were not supposed to appear in front of beings, contact them, help them, or destroy them without a very good reason. The highest heaven's rules were very hands-off. Needing to send different opponents to different places all the time would require the heavens to change the flow of the world. Sure, if it was necessary, they would do so, but if it wasn't necessary, everyone would have it easier. "So, you're saying that I just so happened to choose the most powerful opponent possible that just so happened to have an incoming tribulation?" Gravis asked. Ark laughed a bit. "Sounds unbelievable when you phrase it like that, doesn't it?" Ark asked. Gravis nodded. "How about I rephrase it for you?" Gravis only raised an eyebrow. "You basically knew nothing of your potential targets when you chose the resource point you want to attack," Ark said with a smile. "And when you choose something while having nearly no information on said choice, did you make an informed, deliberate choice?" Then Ark smirked. "Or did you choose at random and bet on luck?" Gravis' face transformed into a grimace. He didn't like what he heard one bit. "Think about it," Ark said as he raised on hand. "On one side, we have a late minor circulation immortal with the worst possible luck imaginable. However, this person is searching for an opponent an entire circulation above them." Ark raised his other hand. "On the other side, we have someone with above-average karmic luck, who is also an entire circulation above the first one, and even worse, they have a tribulation coming up. The bad luck of the first individual draws them to a very powerful enemy. The good luck of the second individual draws weaker opponents to them. Two magnets that attract each other. Doesn't this sound like a match made in heaven?" Ark asked with a smirk. Gravis groaned when he heard Ark's pun, and Ark laughed loudly when he saw Gravis' reaction. Luck was something very illusory. Gravis knew about his bad luck, but evading something like luck was very difficult. Gravis thought that he had enough information to make an informed decision, but he had failed to notice that his information had been flawed. His information came from Liran, and the information had been public knowledge. Usually, something like that was rather reliable, but it wasn't perfect. One inaccuracy in thousands of resource points was not bad at all. This meant that thousands of other resource points still had accurate information on their power. What were the chances of hitting that single inaccuracy among thousands of good choices? Nearly nothing. Anyone that hit this single inaccuracy would only blame one thing: bad luck. Fuck! Gravis shouted as he kicked a ton of earth to the side out of anger. I keep trying to circumvent my lack of karmic luck, but I just continually step into it. Ark only chuckled a bit. Don't beat yourself up over it, he said. Not even us heavens know how actual luck works. We know what effect our bestowal of karmic luck has on luck, but we also don't know why and how luck exists. Is it a law? No, it isn't. Ark lifted his right index finger with a smirk. So, if it isn't a law but we can still see its effects, that only leaves two possibilities. Either luck doesn't exist, and it's something we create in our own minds, or it is something that exists that not even my creator knows how it works. Ark chuckled a bit again. And when not even my creator knows how it works, how can you even attempt to understand it with your current power? And if it doesn't exist, how can you attempt to understand something that doesn't exist? Gravis was still frustrated but sighed. I know, Gravis admitted. But it's just so frustrating and annoying. That's a luxury, Gravis, Ark said. Huh, Gravis uttered, not sure what Ark meant. If anyone else were in your situation, they wouldn't find this annoying or frustrating, but terrifying, Ark explained. They would constantly fear for their life and shut themselves off from the world, thinking that everything could kill them if they left their home. A lack of karmic luck would be absolutely horrifying to everyone else. Ark chuckled a bit. Yet, here you are, just being minorly annoyed by it. Gravis grunted. All right, fine. You win, Ark, Gravis said with a groan. Ark only smiled. Also, bad luck can sometimes turn into tremendously good luck. Gravis nodded. I know. Like in this case, Ark said with a smirk. Gravis looked with a questioning look at Ark. Honestly, your luck could be called transcendental right now, Ark said. What do you mean? Gravis asked with furrowed brows, his frustration forgotten. You and Stella are connected, Ark said with a smirk. In actuality, you have been connected before you even arrived in this world. In fact, you have been connected for nearly 4,000 years, your time, of course. Gravis' eyes widened. Gravis' mind started racing as it went through a ton of eventualities. They were connected? How would that even be possible? The first person that appeared in Gravis' mind was his childhood friend Stella, since they had the same name. This would also coincide with the time Ark had mentioned. However, even if Gravis gave this Stella the maximum amount of time possible, it wouldn't fit. Assuming that Stella was an ascender, which she wasn't, it would only add 10,000 years to her potential life. Together with the time Gravis had stayed in the highest world, barely 30,000 years could have passed for this Stella. Yet, Stella was 100,000 years old. That still left 70,000 years unaccounted for. So, when his childhood friend Stella had been created, this Stella had to have been at least 70,000 years old. Even if this Stella had been under accelerated time, it wouldn't work. Stella's teacher hadn't known a level 6 law, which meant that she couldn't have known the major law of time. So, even if Stella constantly had her time accelerated by 2 times, it would still leave nearly 50,000 years unaccounted for. By all intents and purposes, it was impossible for this Stella to be connected to his childhood friend. So what did Ark mean? Ark, what do you mean? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. How could there be a connection between us? I'm referring to your childhood friend, who was also named Stella, Ark said with a smile. I thought so, but the times simply don't fit together, Gravis said. Even if I am very generous with the time, only 30,000 years would have passed for this Stella when my childhood friend had been created. She couldn't have been created after my childhood friend's creation. Additionally, the highest heaven had no idea how powerful I would become in the future. I doubt that it would have immediately created the Stella after that, Gravis explained. Ark only continued smiling as he drew another line in the dirt. You're right. It's impossible for this Stella to have been created after your childhood friend. However, these two people are still connected, Ark said. Gravis was going through all possible ways to fit the two together, but it just didn't fit. Ark saw that Gravis still didn't get it. If the times don't match up, it means that this Stella has existed before your childhood friend. So, how do they fit together? Ark asked, giving Gravis a hint. Gravis fell into thought again, but he still couldn't create a connection between them. Stella had been in this world for her entire life and had never left. This meant that they couldn't have met. They also couldn't be related since his childhood friend had never left the highest world. Additionally, she had only been a young girl. Ark chuckled a bit. It's actually funny and ironic that you can't find the solution. After all, you went through something very similar in your past. Very similar? Gravis thought as he thought back to his entire life. Two people that were connected while having different ages and coming from different worlds. Ark waited for Gravis to think, but even after some minutes, Gravis didn't find the answer. So Ark decided to give Gravis another hint. How many times have you switched bodies, Gravis? He asked. Gravis was a bit surprised by the seemingly irrelevant action. One, no. And then Gravis found the answer. How many times had Gravis switched bodies? If one didn't think about this question a lot, one would say one time, which was when he had entered the middle world. When Gravis had adapted his spirit to lightning, he didn't really switch bodies. His body had only been changed by it. Yet, when one thought very carefully about the question, one would find that Gravis had switched bodies twice. Once was when he entered the middle world, and once was in the heavens trial. The highest heaven had created a perfect copy of Gravis, and they had fused with each other. Their spirits and lightning had fused while the new spirit simply chose one of the two bodies. His father had told Gravis that he was inside the body of his copy. Therefore, Gravis had switched bodies twice, not once. A copy. The copied Gravis had a different age from the real Gravis since he had just been created. The copied Gravis was created in the lower world while the original one came from the highest world. Fit together. Gravis took a shaky breath. My childhood friend was a copy of Stella, Gravis said. Correct, Ark said with a smile. Why? Gravis asked. Because your mindsets fit perfectly together, Gravis, Ark said. I know, Gravis said with furrowed brows. After all, that was the goal of the highest heaven back then. However, my question is why there was an original to begin with. Ark lightly shook his head. How many people exist in all the worlds, Gravis? No idea, Gravis immediately answered. The number is so astronomically big that it could as well be seen as infinite. Ark nodded. And among a nearly infinite number of people, there are bound to be at least two that fit perfectly together, right? Gravis furrowed his brows again. I guess so, he said. Why create something completely new out of nothing when you already have every possible mindset and personality to choose from? Ark asked. My creator simply searched for a fitting and talented person. If the person wasn't talented enough, they wouldn't be able to absorb my creator's energy quickly enough. A shooting star, as your father calls it, is someone whose life energy starts burning out incredibly fast. If they can't absorb energy with ridiculous speeds, their consumption of longevity can't keep up with the added longevity by reaching a new realm. If that person weren't talented enough, they would burn out before even reaching 4 years of age. Then what would be the point of introducing them to you? You wouldn't even remember them. So, my creator searched for every person that perfectly fits you and took the most talented one out of the bunch, Ark said and then smirked. And where do you find the most talented cultivators? In the most powerful higher world, of course. The highest world may have stronger peak geniuses, but the average talent of my world is far higher than the average talent of the highest world. Gravis absorbed all of Ark's words like a sponge. However, his mind was somewhere else. So, my childhood friend had always been a copy of someone else, Gravis thought. However, that doesn't invalidate her existence. After all, she was still a human with feelings and a spirit. Calling her a copy would be demeaning her existence. It would be better to call her an identical twin since she was as much a human as the original. Gravis sighed. What are the chances of meeting this person amongst so many worlds and so many people? Gravis asked himself more than Ark. That's why I said your luck was transcendental, Ark said with a smile. That luck would be so good that no one would believe it. Honestly, even I doubt that it was only luck. It's just too coincidental. Gravis' eyes narrowed. The highest heaven? He asked Ark. Ark nodded. Possible, he said. I might be the strongest amongst all heavens except for my creator. But I'm not the only one that knows the law of the true world. Why I'm the most powerful also doesn't have anything to do with my fighting style or anything. So, when we inevitably fight, I wouldn't be any more powerful than any other heaven that knows the law of the true world since our laws and realms would be equalized. Yet, you still ended up in my world. Additionally, I'm by far the most unruly of my creator's creations. If he wanted to kill you, he could have sent you to any other world. There are enough heavens that fanatically worship my creator like the one you had met in your middle world. Your chances of dying would be far higher in such a world than this one. So, I think that my creator sent you here specifically to meet Stella. If it is out of an altruistic motive or because of a scheme, I don't know. I only know that this is probably the reason why you came to this world. The highest heaven, Gravis thought. I have buried my enmity with the highest heaven, but I still don't like it. It has helped me innumerable times, but it also keeps involving itself in my shit. It really is never simple when it involves the highest heaven. However, Ark said something else that interested Gravis. How did you actually become the strongest heaven? Gravis asked. Ark smiled. Guessing, he said as he drew another line in the dirt. Guessing? Gravis asked. Ark nodded. I'm stuck in this world and have been for over 45 billion years. That's a lot of time, you know, Ark said with a chuckle. So, when I'm bored, I'm simply guessing. Guessing what? Gravis asked. The laws of the highest world, Ark said. Gravis was taken aback when he heard that. But you can't see the laws of the highest world. Piffed. Ark sputtered with a slight laugh. That's why it's called guessing. Gravis almost couldn't comprehend what Ark was saying. One law had so many different interactions and functions that it was basically infinite. Without seeing the law, it was impossible to comprehend it. Ark was guessing the laws of the highest world. He was just randomly going through functions and connections? Did you have any success? Gravis asked. I've learned some laws, Ark said with a smile. Some, not one. This was why Ark was the most powerful higher heaven. He wasn't the most powerful because of his battle style, but because he knew laws that weren't part of the higher worlds. Gravis found that thought frightening. Gravis talked with Ark for another hour, but Gravis was keen to get back. Right now, Gravis had some time until Arthur's next attack, and that was a perfect opportunity to finally create his own focus. Additionally, Stella was waiting for him. Gravis took out the emblem. Whenever Gravis crushed the emblem, a new one would simply appear right in front of him. So, even though Gravis always crushed it, it basically wasn't destroyed. Crack! Gravis teleported away as he crushed the emblem, leaving Ark to do whatever he was doing. The lines Ark had been drawing all the time probably had something to do with his guessing of the highest world's laws. Xing! Gravis appeared back in the clearing and saw Stella sitting on the ground with closed eyes. You're back, Stella said as she opened her eyes. Her tone seemed superficially neutral, but Gravis heard a bit of excitement hidden in her voice. Gravis sighed when he heard Stella. Even though he had only talked with Ark, Gravis' entire perception of Stella had changed. The two of them were supposed to be perfect matches for each other. When Gravis had talked to her the previous day, he had felt great. Stella's personality and thoughts were similar enough to Gravis that they created a feeling of mutual understanding but different enough for the conversation to not get boring. It was like two identical people that had gone through vastly different experiences. Stella raised an eyebrow as Gravis only looked at her with a blank stare. Gravis saw the raised eyebrow, and he somehow liked that expression on Stella. Gravis looked away as he touched the side of his head with his hand and began thinking again. This is so bizarre, Gravis thought. We have only met, and we've only had one real talk. The conversation was delightful, but all the good feelings have been clouded by a layer of complexity now. I don't want to admit that my personality is so easily categorized that someone else can find a perfect match for me. However, I can't deny that we seem to perfectly fit together. What am I supposed to think now? Should I just continue talking like I don't know anything and allow whatever happens to happen? However, the highest heaven has placed her right in front of me. I don't want to just do whatever the highest heaven wants me to do. It feels like manipulation, and I hate being manipulated. It's like I've just talked to another person for the first time and then got told that this person would be my fiancé in the future. Strictly going against the highest heaven because this is what it wants is something I do on the regular. However, I don't want to just cut off Stella from my life. We have just met, and we couldn't even be considered friends. But my short time with her has been very enjoyable. If we fit this perfectly together, love is bound to happen between us. I haven't noticed it previously, but after listening to Arc, I realize now that I actually wouldn't be against spending the rest of my life with her. It's weird, whenever we simply talked, I haven't realized my attraction to her. But after knowing the truth, the attraction seems obvious in my mind. She doesn't know of our connection, making it nearly impossible for her to notice her own subtle signs of attraction. Normally, I'm not a person that injects perceived feelings of attraction towards me into someone I like, but if we are perfectly compatible, there is no doubt that they are there. Gravis' emotions were mixing together into a confusing mess of different colors. His mind and being had no idea what they should make of the current situation. Gravis desired freedom, and the highest heaven had involved itself. Logically, he should lash out at the highest heaven since it continued to involve itself in his shit. However, he wanted to spend more time with Stella. Wasn't freedom doing whatever one wanted to do? Gravis wanted to be angry at the highest heaven for interfering again, but meeting one's soulmate only had positive things. Should he be angry? Meeting the one destined person in one's life would be an event of happiness and excitement, but when one desired freedom and was basically forced to meet this person, would it still be a happy event? Gravis' emotions had never been this messed up before. They weren't messed up in the sense that he became emotional, but in the literal sense. They were a confusing, undefinable mess. Logically, I should pursue a relationship with her, but it also feels like I would be manipulating her. I know that we perfectly fit together, but she doesn't. It feels like I'm at an advantage in a trade. However, this isn't a trade. Aren't partners supposed to give themselves to each other? This would feel more like me taking it than receiving it since the conclusion is basically already foregone. Bzzz. Deep inside Gravis, his lightning was rebelling again. And then there's something else, Gravis thought with a sigh. Joyce. I have promised Joyce that I would wait for her until we met again. If she were already dead, it wouldn't be an issue. Hell, it would even be enough if she forgot me or didn't care. However, Father said that Joyce is still hellbent on fulfilling our promise and meeting again. In her mind, I am the perfect cultivator, uninfluenced by emotions and only striving for power. After all, that's how she had met me back then. Yet, I've changed so much since then. I would be unrecognizable to her. It wouldn't be that far of a stretch to say that Joyce and I have switched places. She has become a cold, direct, and unfeeling cultivator that only strives for power, while I'm the one that takes emotions into account. Everything's a mess. Joyce loves a person that doesn't exist, but that person is still me. Stella and I would be a perfect fit, but everything regarding this situation is just messed up and feels impure. I have given a promise to a person that loves a different me and doesn't know me. I know that it definitely won't work out between us, but I would still be breaking my promise that I have given with all my heart back then. I mean, I wouldn't receive any kind of meaningful consequence by breaking that promise, but that doesn't mean that I want to. I would feel like a lying piece of shit if I broke that promise. So then, what about Stella? She has to, at least, wait until we reach the highest world. However, that will take hundreds of thousands of years, and I'm only 4,000 years old. The closest comparison would be a 16-year-old that heard that they would only find their partner when they became 80 years old. But even that wouldn't make justice to the sheer difference of time. I can't even tell Stella since that would open too many questions and would require me to explain sensitive details about my past. I wouldn't have a problem with her knowing, but she trusts her brother and maybe even other people. Since she trusts them, she might let something slip. However, I don't trust the people she trusts, at least not with my life. Also, she probably wouldn't even believe me. Sure, the law of honesty would help, but using it also feels a bit like intruding on someone else's mind. I have no problem using it against enemies or neutral people, but I wouldn't want to use it against someone I have a friendly relationship with. On top of that, there is still this issue with my lightning. Depending on how this issue gets resolved, my personality might change drastically again. At that point, we wouldn't be compatible anymore, and it would be akin to me dying for her. Everything's uncertain. Everything's a complex and indecipherable mess. Stella looked at Gravis with a confused expression. Gravis had been standing there for several seconds as he only looked to the side with a complex expression. To her, it felt like Gravis had heard something that shattered his entire worldview. Gravis had the expression of someone that didn't know what they should believe anymore. However, that didn't conform to Stella's image of Gravis in her mind. Gravis had seemed like a person that logically categorized all the concepts he came into contact with. So, what was going on? Gravis sighed and looked to the moon. I have no fucking idea what I should do. Everything's a mess. Gravis, why are you looking like this? Stella asked. Gravis' troubled expression made her a bit worried. She thought she had a pretty accurate read on Gravis' personality, but this didn't seem to fit him. Gravis sighed. Difficult, he said. There are things that have been revealed to me in the conversation I just had. It's simply difficult for me to find a way to proceed. Stella combed her hair with her fingers as she looked down. Well, when I see myself in such a situation, I just go one step at a time. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. He had also thought about proceeding like this, but he wasn't sure if this was the best course of action. After some seconds, Gravis sighed. Fuck it. There are too many things to keep track of. Too many different situations are intermingled. Maybe I should really go through it one step at a time. So, first of all, I can't make any decisions as long as I don't know how my issue with my lightning will be resolved. Tackling any of the other issues before that makes no sense. Gravis nodded. I shouldn't tell Stella about our dynamic and simply continue on like nothing has happened. If she takes the initiative to get closer to me, I can still stop her when it happens and give further explanation. Right now, until the issue with my lightning has been resolved, I will simply talk to her like nothing has changed. Thanks, Gravis said as he turned to Stella. I wasn't sure how I should proceed, but your input helped me in making my choice. Stella still had no idea what Gravis' issue even was, which made her feel a bit uncertain. However, if Gravis wanted to tell her, he would do so. Right now, Gravis obviously didn't want to share his worries. Okay, Stella acknowledged. Now, Gravis shouted to banish the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Let's forget about my issues and get working on your issues. If someone didn't know Gravis very well, they would take that as an insult. My issues? You say I have issues? Luckily, Stella was very similar to Gravis and knew what he meant. Gravis was obviously referring to her will aura problem. Stella nodded. Yes, please and thank you, Gravis, she said with conviction. Gravis nodded too. Okay, there are two things you need to make interferences in fights become irrelevant to your will aura, Gravis said. Both of them are very hard to grasp, which is why it is so very rare for someone to be immune to something like this. After all, not even your teacher knew the answer. Stella got reminded of her teacher but nodded. This means that it's challenging to grasp both of these things. Understanding only one thing is already incredibly difficult, but understanding both of them is nearly impossible, Gravis said. Yet, you need both of them, and both of them rely on you, Gravis said with severity. I can only marginally help you with them. Everything else completely relies on you. Stella nodded, her red hair moving with her head. Gravis found her nod cute, but he quickly distracted himself. After knowing that they were perfectly compatible, Gravis couldn't ignore Stella's subtle movements anymore. Now he was under their full assault. One thing is an essential change of mindset while the other is the comprehension of a very rare and elusive law, Gravis explained. By the way, the law I am referring to is the law that your teacher said she heard about but has never seen before. A law even her teacher had never seen? Stella released a sigh. Such a law had to be incomparably hard to understand. Let me first tell you about the law, Gravis said. You won't be able to watch, see, or perceive the law yourself, which is why you can't search for it. Even knowing its name might make it harder, since you might try to seek out the circumstance and philosophy of this law, which would make it even harder to understand it. For the first time, Stella was confused. The things Gravis had just said went against the basic philosophy of cultivation. A law that can't be observed? That exists? Also, knowing about the law would make it even harder to understand it? How was that even possible? One had to observe and look at the law to understand it. How was it possible that not looking at the law would make it easier to understand it? Everything Gravis had just said made no sense. If her teacher had not confirmed Gravis' abilities and if Stella didn't know Gravis very well due to their conversation, Stella would not even entertain that such claims were factual. It simply went against everything she knew. However, Stella also became a bit excited. Comprehending laws was like doing calculations. The more laws Stella learned, the more sterile and gray they became, but the description Gravis had just given sounded mystical. When Stella had been young and weak, she still remembered the mysteries of the laws. Comprehending these unfathomable and seemingly illogical things felt magical and mystical to her. Now, a part of this mystical feeling came back. This was something completely new. Stella's eyes now radiated a subtle sparkle of interest and wonder. She didn't even know what this law was, but she wanted to know it. Gravis had to avoid looking into Stella's eyes since they distracted him from his teachings. Fuck! Why did you tell me about our connection? Ark? You're making this far harder than it should be. Meanwhile, Ark was laughing at Gravis' discomfort. I can't tell you what law it is, but I can show you the category and explain to you why it is so hard to comprehend, Gravis said. Stella nodded with motivation. Do you know about the laws of perceived reality or situational laws? Gravis asked. Stella scrunched her nose as she thought about these words. I think I've heard about situational laws before, but only a little bit. I think I also didn't hear it from anyone that I deemed as important, or I would have a clearer recollection of their words. Gravis nodded. There are 4 primary and several secondary categories of laws, Gravis explained. Primary and secondary? Stella asked with furrowed brows. How could some categories be primary and others secondary? Laws were laws, and they all had about the same strength as long as they were at the same level. I can't tell you why some categories are primary and some are secondary, Gravis directly said. If he explained these things, he would need to explain to her why these 4 categories were necessary for becoming a powerful god. That would open questions about how Gravis could know about gods while being in a higher world. So, let's just go through the 4 primary categories of laws, Gravis said. Gravis' unwillingness to elaborate on several topics wasn't to Stella's liking. Did he truly know these things? Or did he just put up an empty show of mystery? I'll be going from easy to perceive to hard to perceive, Gravis said. Easy to hard? Stella knew that Gravis was referring to categories, but the difficulty of understanding a law didn't depend on the category but on its tier. Gravis simply continued to make statements that didn't seem to fit basic understanding of cultivation. Wait a second, Stella said as she interrupted Gravis. Yes. Stella released a sigh. You are saying a lot of things that don't seem to fit the basics of cultivation. You should know that I can believe some of them without evidence due to my teacher's words. But it's becoming harder and harder for me to believe you. So, Stella said with some discomfort. She didn't want to question Gravis, but she also couldn't just accept such claims. Could you please elaborate on how you know these things? Gravis blinked a couple of times. Please, understand where I'm coming from, Stella said with more nervousness. The basics of cultivation come from generations upon generations of immortal emperors, and we are just normal immortals. You are basically saying that you know cultivation better than immortal emperors. This is very hard for me to believe. Gravis blinked a couple of times more. I do know cultivation better than them, he said. Stella took a deep breath through her teeth. That was a humongous and arrogant claim. However, she wanted to give Gravis a chance to explain himself instead of just dismissing his words as arrogance. And what makes you think so? Stella asked. How powerful is the battle strength of immortal emperors? Gravis asked. How powerful was their battle strength when they have been immortals? Stella furrowed her brows. About as strong as mine, she said. And how powerful is my battle strength? Gravis asked. Stella was a bit confused when Gravis said that. They had the same battle strength. After all, their fight had been a draw. Wait! Stella suddenly realized as her eyes opened wide. She completely forgot that Gravis was a late minor circulation immortal. As soon as Gravis had unveiled his true power, she had seen Gravis as an equal. She had seen Gravis as a rival and as a peak genius of the world, someone who could fight her on the same level. But Gravis was an entire circulation below her. Stella took a deep breath as she remembered that the person that had nearly killed her was an entire circulation below her. She had already said that the immortal emperors had been about as powerful as her when they had been immortals. However, there were worlds between them and Gravis. Gravis was an absolutely abnormal freak that didn't conform to basic cultivation. Gravis saw that Stella realized what he was getting at. That's my proof. This proof was too powerful to go up against. Gravis' entire existence didn't conform to the basics of cultivation. From this moment on, Stella no longer doubted Gravis' words. Gravis had shown powers that went far beyond what cultivators saw as possible, which meant that he probably also knew a lot of things that others didn't know. And that was true. Gravis had gained incredible knowledge due to the dynamic between him and heaven. He went through so many abnormal paths in his cultivation that he had a horizon that could be called unequaled in a higher world. Except for Ark. Now, with that out of the way, Gravis said, "Let's continue." Stella nodded. "The first primary category is the matter laws," Gravis said. "That includes all forms of dead matter you can see and the elements." Whoop! Gravis created a cube of metal with his metal element. The reason why they are the easiest to understand is that we can feel them with all of our senses, and that they don't move or interact without something external affecting them. "We can see them," Gravis said as he gestured to the metal cube. "We can feel them," he said as he put his hand on the cube. "Clink, clink. We can hear them," Gravis said as he lightly knocked on the cube. "And we can smell and taste them. The elements are the same. We can perceive fire, water, wind, lightning, and so on with all of our senses and can simply look at them." Stella nodded, even though she already knew that. She simply didn't know the overarching category. "The next category is the life laws," Gravis said. "We can still perceive them with all of our senses, but they don't stand still. They move, constantly interact with each other, and change. This makes them basically a more complex form of matter, especially since the law of life also includes spirits." Stella nodded. She knew some level 2 soul laws. Therefore, she knew that understanding souls was more difficult than simply understanding metal or earth. "The next category of laws is the emotional laws," Gravis said. "You know, the law of empathy, which is part of that category. You probably have also heard of the laws of pride and rage." Stella nodded again. The emotional laws were definitely not easy to understand. Understanding all the elements wasn't nearly as hard as understanding all the emotional laws. That's when realization struck. He's right, Stella thought. From an individual standpoint, understanding an emotional law might not be harder than understanding matter as long as I come into contact with the emotion, but trying to understand all of them would be many times harder. Additionally, it's difficult to understand emotions since I can't just manipulate myself into feeling them. This realization affirmed Stella's decision to believe Gravis. She had known all of these things, but she hadn't made the connection. The last set of primary laws are the situational laws, Gravis said. You know one of them, the law of danger. Stella's brows furrowed. Nearly everyone knew the law of danger since cultivators had a very intimate relationship with danger. Understanding this law wasn't hard. However, Gravis said that this category was the hardest to perceive. The law of danger is very common, Gravis said. But the other laws are far rarer. The reason why situational laws are called situational laws is that you can only understand them when being in a certain situation for an extended period of time, understanding the hows and whys of the situation. You can't see, hear, taste, smell, or feel the situational laws with your body. You can only feel them with your spirit and mind. However, they are still real, even if you can't perceive them like any other kind of law. Stella fell into thought as she combed her hair with her fingers. All of this sounded very logical, but she only had the law of danger as an example. Let me give you some examples and show you how the situational laws affect reality, Gravis said. Stella looked with surprise at Gravis. You know them? She asked. Gravis smirked. The situational laws are probably the most important reason for my battle strength. You could even say I specialize in them. They are so powerful? Stella asked in shock. Also, why haven't you used these laws against me in our fight? I did, Gravis said, confusing Stella. He had? But Gravis hadn't unleashed any kind of powerful attack or powerful defense. As far as she knew, Gravis had only used the life laws, gravity, time, and the elements. She had not seen any other kind of law at play. Let me demonstrate, Gravis said. Stella waited, but nothing happened. After some seconds, Stella became confused again. What was he talking about? Gravis was doing nothing. How do you feel? Gravis asked. Stella was a bit surprised by the seemingly irrelevant question. Normal, she answered. Gravis nodded. Look behind you. Stella used her spirit to look behind her in confusion. Bzzzzzzz. A powerful spear of lightning was just a meter behind her, pointing directly at her. Bang! Out of reflex, Stella shot up and destroyed the spear with a fireball. When did that spear arrive? You might be confused right now, so let me explain, Gravis said as he looked at the agitated girl. Think about it. Would you normally overlook such an attack? You are not currently fighting, but I know that such an attack wouldn't catch you by surprise, even when you are relaxed. Am I right? Stella's mind was going wild. Gravis was right. Even when Stella was relaxed, she would have never overlooked such an attack. That was also why she had been so surprised. She was always careful, no matter where she was or how she felt. A core disciple didn't have the luxury of letting down their guard. Otherwise, an assassin might find an excellent opportunity to attack them. How did you do this? Stella asked with shock. Gravis couldn't have used the darkness element to hide the attack. Stella knew the shadow element, which was the higher form. She would have felt it. He also couldn't have used space since she knew a lot about space. Even more, Gravis had used lightning, one of the least subtle elements. So, how did Gravis hide his attack? You probably think I hid my attack, right? Gravis asked with a smirk. Stella nodded. Does this mean that you didn't? Gravis nodded. I didn't hide it. I used the antithesis of the law of danger on you. When you are in a state of combat, this law wouldn't be able to hide an attack. But when you are in a relaxed state, the law is enough to reduce your perception of danger to nearly zero. The reason why you didn't notice the attack is because you didn't perceive it as dangerous and ignored it, just like our surroundings. We don't constantly keep watch over every single tree and pebble on the ground. So, since the lightning spear didn't exhibit any form of danger, you didn't deem it more important than a pebble in your relaxed state of mind. Stella was shocked beyond belief. This was a law? But this law didn't work on reality. It was like Gravis' law directly influenced Stella's perception. But how was that possible? One couldn't intrude on the spirit of another one unless they were far more powerful. Suddenly, Stella glanced at a stone beside her. See that? Gravis asked. That's the high-tier law of danger, something I managed to understand in the middle of our fight. The normal law of danger only works on yourself, but the better version can be used on someone else. That stone is just a stone, nothing more, but you perceived a kind of threat from it. For some reason, Stella started to breathe heavily. It was like the world was changing around her. Things that were safe were no longer safe, and things that were dangerous seemed no longer dangerous. It felt like she couldn't trust her senses anymore. Stella's nervousness brought her into a battle state. This is another law, Gravis said. Think about it logically. Would something unimportant like this influence your mindset so much? You are nervous and in a battle state, even though you have only seen a stone and a weak attack. Don't you think you're overreacting? Stella's eyes widened again. Yes, why was she so nervous? Her power was no longer sealed, and Gravis wouldn't be a danger to her right now. Additionally, she didn't believe that Gravis wanted to hurt her. So, why was she so agitated right now? These were the effects of 3 situational laws, Gravis explained. I won't explain to you what they do or what they are called. If you know a lot of situational laws, you can extrapolate the names of the other situational laws. I didn't demonstrate the law you need to understand, but it is in the same category. Understanding 2 situational laws is already quite rare, but understanding 3 is already extremely rare. I haven't met any human in this world that knows 3. Not even your teacher knew 3. I'm sure of it. Do you understand now why these laws are one of my most powerful weapons? Gravis asked. Gravis had used the major law of control to make Stella feel like she was losing control over the situation. This was the reason why she became so nervous. By now, he had already deactivated it again, and Stella's mind returned to normal. It's frightening, Stella said slowly. And yes, I understand now, she said as she turned to Gravis. At the beginning of our fight, I felt like I was safe. I felt like I was in control and that you couldn't possibly win against me. Even when I unleashed the burning sky slash, I felt like you couldn't possibly be a danger to me. And then, everything changed. From a watcher's perspective, I appeared arrogant and careless. However, I am definitely not arrogant and careless. If I were, I would long be dead. Then, when you came close, I felt like I couldn't win. I made several stupid attacks. Stella looked to the side with melancholy. An outsider would think that I was a weak rookie, someone that didn't climb to their position with their own power. Why? Because I made several rookie mistakes. So that's your power, huh? Stella asked with a complex expression as she looked at Gravis. You change the finely tuned senses of your opponent regarding battle and distort them into such a state that they give you an advantage. When you are closing in, you make your opponent believe that they are superior, which will result in them unleashing weaker attacks. Stella took a deep breath as she remembered Gravis' burning skull right in front of her. And when you are going in for the kill, you make them believe like they have already lost and that there's nothing they can do, even though they might still have a chance. Gravis nodded with a smile. Yup. I basically weave and distort perceived reality to change physical reality. That's how I fight. Anyway, Gravis said, this concludes the demonstration of situational laws. As the name implies, you need to have knowledge regarding specific situations and understand them. Danger doesn't exist in physical reality but in your perception. That's also why they are so hard to understand. Stella was still shocked about Gravis' fighting style. Now that she thought about it, she should have won their fight easily. Gravis should have never been able to close in on her, and she should have been able to defend herself better. It was like physical reality told her that Gravis had had no chance against her. But since both of them believed that Gravis was close to killing her, their combined perception changed physical reality. It was like Gravis was destroying the combat experience of his opponent with his laws. Stella nodded after a while. So what about that other thing? She asked. The other thing that you need is a change in mindset, Gravis said. I'm talking about the illusion of a pure path to power. Stella's brows furrowed. Could you elaborate? Not allowing anyone else to interfere has a lot to do with the illusion of wanting to reach supreme power with one's own strength alone, Gravis said. We want to say that we have gained the power we currently have all on our own. We want to say that it was solely our own hard work that allowed us to become so powerful. But that's not true, Stella interrupted Gravis. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. That didn't sound like a question but a statement. Stella sounded like she had had similar thoughts in the past. Gravis gestured for her to continue. Stella combed her hair with furrowed brows. I've had these thoughts before, she said slowly. I am obviously very talented. Otherwise, my teacher wouldn't have chosen Liam and me. However, teacher and a lot of elders showed me the correct way. It's true that I had to build my strength myself, but they have shown me the direction. If I didn't know the direction, I would have long died. Additionally, inside the sect, I've never had to fight someone that was straight up impossible to beat. There had always been a chance of victory, even if my opponent was far more powerful than I. Of course, when I went outside, that didn't hold true anymore. I had to flee for my life more than once. I've also had to find shelter and hide before. Gravis didn't interrupt as he let her continue explaining. Stella looked to the sky with a forlorn expression. How can I call this power my own when all my close ones have shown me the way forward? Without their help, I would have already long been dead. However, Stella said as she looked at the ground again, whenever I voiced my doubts, people told me that I was talking nonsense. They told me that without my own hard work and talent, I would have long since died. They said that no one else would have been able to survive in the situations I have been in. Even teacher said that my words were nonsense and that I shouldn't demean my own accomplishments, Stella said and looked at Gravis. But I'm not. Yes, I am very talented, but that doesn't mean that I haven't received a lot of aid in my past. How can I call my path pure when I have been granted access to several law comprehension areas, resources, safety, and techniques? Plenty of people don't have access to these things. Wouldn't they think that my path wasn't pure? Gravis looked with surprise at Stella. Understanding this concept had been incredibly difficult for Gravis. First, the middle heaven had to beat Gravis down into absolute submission to the point that he even felt like a little kid. However, not even that was enough. After that, the black magnate had told Gravis about the truth that power was absolute. It didn't matter where this power came from. Power was power. Yet, Stella had been able to find that out on her own? For the first time in a long while, Gravis felt like someone else was superior to him in something. Usually, Gravis was always the best in his cultivation realm. He always had the most powerful battle strength, knew the most laws, had the most expansive horizon, had the greatest strategies, but not this time. Stella had managed to realize something that Gravis hadn't been able to see on his own. Gravis had needed others to show him the way regarding this mindset, but Stella had found the solution on her own. This required a tremendous ability of introspection and humility. Denying the pureness of one's path was like saying that everything one stood and worked for had been given by others. Throwing away one's life's work like this was beyond difficult. Also, since one of the important aspects to realizing this truth was humility, did Stella know the law of humility, the antithesis to the law of pride? If that were the case, she would know two emotional laws which would be incredible. As Gravis came into contact with these revelations, he felt some of the magic of the world return. Did Gravis always think that he was the best? No. Orthar was a good example. Gravis saw Orthar as someone that had been on the same level as him. Orthar was incredibly smart, calculating, and Gravis could talk as much as he wanted with him about nearly everything. It was like Orthar and Gravis had been on the same wavelength. This was also the biggest reason why Gravis saw Orthar as his closest friend. Gravis could talk however he wanted with Orthar and share his thoughts with him. Orthar would nearly always give good advice and logical input that helped Gravis. Such an attraction was very powerful. After all, personality-wise, Orthar and Gravis were like fire and water. Orthar suppressed and manipulated everyone for his own personal gain, while Gravis only used suppression and manipulation on his enemies. Orthar's personality was like an evil overlord that wanted power and resources above anything else, no matter the cost, while Gravis did whatever he wanted. As long as no one bothered Gravis, he wouldn't bother them. Yet, despite all this, Orthar and Gravis were good friends. However, the dynamic between Gravis and Stella was different. While Gravis thought that Orthar was equal to him in basically everything with Stella, Gravis felt inferior in one department. However, Gravis was also superior in other departments. So, instead of two equals meeting, it was like two extreme opposites meeting. They were both good in basically everything, but they had different attributes in which they were excellent. Gravis knew about laws and cultivation. Stella had a superior ability to reflect on herself. They both knew a ton about matter and life laws. Gravis knew more about the laws of perceived reality, but Stella knew more about the emotional laws. For the first time, Gravis found wonder in someone else's personality. When someone was superior in something, their way of thinking was different. This meant that part of Stella's mind was superior to Gravis' mind, and Gravis found that intriguing. Someone that knew something better than himself. Someone that was able to make connections that he wasn't able to make. For some reason, Gravis found Stella's mind and words intriguing. He had believed that he had to teach Stella all about the illusion of pureness, but Stella had already known that. Gravis had thought that he would have to talk a lot with Stella and convince her that her beliefs were incorrect. He thought that he needed to beat the illusion out of her like the middle heaven had beaten the illusion out of Gravis. However, none of that was necessary. Stella already had the perfect mindset. "Gravis," Stella said with some nervousness. "Could you stop looking at me like this?" she asked, becoming a bit embarrassed. Gravis quickly shook his head and looked to the side. "Sorry, I was just so surprised by your words. I became lost in my thoughts." Stella released a sigh for some reason. "Oh, okay," she said. Gravis remained silent for a bit as he continued cursing Ark. Why had Ark told him about Stella? Now that Gravis knew all about their connection, talking to her became difficult. Gravis hated awkwardness. Usually, Gravis directly confronted his problems. He felt attraction for someone? Sure, he would just straight up tell them. If it worked, it worked. If it didn't, it didn't. That was that. However, Gravis couldn't solve this issue right now. His attraction for Stella was real, but he couldn't act on these feelings until the issue with his lightning was solved. Gravis sighed. "I hate this." Stella looked with concern at Gravis while Gravis glared to the side. As several seconds passed in silence, awkwardness reigned. Nearly half a minute of silence passed as Gravis was stuck cursing Ark while Stella was uncertain on how to proceed. "So, my mindset is okay?" she asked carefully. Gravis' head jerked to her as her voice interrupted his frustrating thoughts. "Oh sure. It's more than okay," he said quickly. "This mindset is one of the integral parts of making you immune to external interference. To be honest, it has taken a lot for me to understand it myself." Gravis sighed. "Meanwhile, you understood all of this on your own." Stella remained silent for some seconds. "Can you tell me about it?" she asked. Gravis looked with a complex expression at Stella, and Stella quickly gestured that she didn't want to intrude with her hands. "You don't have to if you don't want to," she said. Then her fingers intersected, and she twiddled her thumbs as she looked to the side. "But I want to know more about you." Gravis' heart beat faster as his breathing quickened. "How is she so cute?" Gravis quickly shook his head to regain his bearings. "I can tell you some about it, but I have to keep a lot of details secret," he said as he looked at her. "Don't take it the wrong way, but some of my secrets may elicit greed in others." "I'm not saying that I don't trust you," Gravis said, "but I am saying that I don't trust the people you trust. I can't bet my life on something like this." Stella completely understood where Gravis was coming from and nodded. "That's okay." Gravis nodded too. Then, he told her an abridged version of his meeting with the Middle Heaven. Gravis simply replaced the Middle Heaven with someone much more powerful than him that was interested in maliciously playing with Gravis. That was kinda true. After relaying the Middle Heaven's words in an abridged form, Gravis told Stella about his encounter with someone incredibly powerful. Of course, this being was the Black Magnate. "So, in short," Gravis said, "it has required two different, extremely powerful beings to literally punch that truth into me. Without either of them, I wouldn't be able to have this mindset." Stella combed her hair as she fell into thought. "These two people sound powerful. Can you tell me their names?" they should now also be in this world. By the sound of it, they should have already made a name for themselves. Gravis had a complex expression on his face again. That was why he didn't want to tell Stella much about his past. The reason was questions like these. These were not beings that would reside in a higher world, but since Stella believed that Gravis came from a middle world, it was only logical to assume that these two were now in the higher world. "Sorry, I can't tell you," Gravis said as he looked to the side. He was not a fan of keeping all of these things secret. He much rather preferred directly telling someone. However, this world was full of humans, and the humans have already shown their hypocrisy and greed. If Gravis had been as open with his secrets in this world as he had been in the last world, several immortal kings would have already kidnapped him. Gravis was already treading on thin ice with his incredible battle strength. Anything further might motivate someone to become active. On top of that, Gravis didn't forget the lesson he had learned in the lower world. Back then, Gravis had told Wendy all his secrets without knowing that someone from the Darkness sect had secretly listened in. What if immortal kings or immortal emperors were watching him? What if they had some kind of method to intercept voice transmissions? "Oh, that's okay. Sorry for asking," Stella said quickly. "It's okay," Gravis said. "Anyway, that's everything you need to know. I will try to create a situation that might give you insights into the law you need. You won't notice when these situations appear, which is the tricky part. In short, you can't prepare yourself," Gravis said with a sigh. "I can lead you into the situation, but I can't make you understand. Everything depends on you." Stella nodded. However, she was still in wonder about this mystical law. Gravis had demonstrated laws that she hadn't even known to exist. These laws also worked in such mystical ways. Manipulating the perception of the opponent? Something like that was possible? On top of that, understanding these laws worked utterly different from understanding other laws. She had to comprehend a situation and change her perception to understand these laws? It almost sounded too magical to be true. "So what now?" Stella asked. Gravis shrugged. "Nothing much," he said. "I can't just create these situations. We can only continue cultivating and wait for a good opportunity to present itself." "So, just continue as usual," Gravis said. Stella nodded. "Okay," she said. "So, do you want to talk about something else?" Gravis smiled a helpless smile. "Honestly, I would love to talk more with you, but I need to get on cultivating. I want to create my saber intent." Stella's eyes widened. "You don't have a saber intent?" she shouted in shock. Gravis smiled bitterly and nodded. "I haven't really come into contact with weapon cultivation until I arrived in this world. Until recently, I didn't even know what weapon cultivation was and how it worked." "Wait, so you managed to fight with me without even having your focus?" Stella asked in shock. Gravis noticed that Stella used the word focus. This probably meant that the more powerful sects in the world also used this word. "Yes, I don't have a focus yet." Stella stared in wonder at Gravis, making him feel uncomfortable. "Then, how powerful will you be when you create your focus?" Gravis shrugged. "Dunno. Probably more powerful than now. My battle strength is already lower than before due to my 2 breakthroughs." "It has been lowered?" Stella nearly shouted. Gravis nodded. "When I arrived in this world, the chances of me killing someone 5 levels above me was about 10%. Right now, it's 0%. I hope with a focus and the major law of the elements, I can boost it to 50%. Stella still almost couldn't believe what Gravis was saying. That was insane. Fighting 3 levels above oneself was already the stuff of legends. However, Gravis could fight 4 levels above himself, and he wanted to go even further beyond? However, something else piqued her interest. "Do you actually know how hard it is to understand the major law of the elements? You need to learn so many other I know them," Gravis said as he interrupted her. Stella was taken aback again. "All of them? All 9, yes," Gravis said. "Our fight has given me a lot of insights into this law. In actuality, I was banking on understanding exactly this law when I attacked you. I wanted you to force me into mortal danger so that I would comprehend a law that would increase my defense against the elements by so much that you would die, and I would survive. That law would have been the major law of the elements. Gravis frowned. Sadly, I didn't manage to learn it. So that's why, Stella said quietly to herself. That was why Gravis had been so willing to enter a situation of assured mutual destruction. He specifically created a situation where he would definitely die unless he became more powerful. Stella found that mindset a bit too extreme. However, Stella also couldn't deny the fact that Gravis' battle strength was insane. She might think that this mindset was too extreme, but maybe that's exactly the reason why her battle strength wasn't as extreme as Gravis? In her mind, it was like Gravis was continually going all in on a coin toss, one time after the other. This was incredibly risky, and he would lose everything at some point. However, Gravis was still alive. Stella sighed and looked to the side. I wish I had his luck. I'm going to comprehend my focus now, Gravis said. You can do whatever you want, but try to remain somewhere I can contact you. A fitting situation for you might turn up. Stella nodded. Okay. I will be reflecting on what you have told me. Call me if you need anything. After all, I'm still in your debt since you are helping me. No problem, Gravis said. Stella turned around to leave but stopped after a step. Then her head lowered as she scratched her chin. Gravis, wait a second, she said. Yes, Gravis asked as he turned to her again. You demonstrated something incredible to me. So, in return, I want to demonstrate something incredible to you. Gravis asked. Stella turned to Gravis again with a smile. Look closely, she said. Then one of her fingers went to her chest. As she pulled her finger away again, some kind of light wheel appeared. An about 30-centimeter wide wheel made of light floated in front of Stella. The wheel had 9 shiny jewels embedded near its edges in a circle. All of the jewels had different colors. Gravis felt the aura of the wheel and noticed all of the level 3 law elements were present. These 9 jewels represented the 9 base level 3 law elements. Gravis knew all of these laws already, but he wasn't able to unleash them since he was missing the law. Stella obviously already knew the major law of the elements, which was why she could unleash them. The Burning Sky Slash is a technique from the Seething Inferno sect, Stella said. However, as you already know, I come from a different sect. My sect is called the 9 Elements sect, and we only accept disciples that know the minor law of the elements. We are not many, but all of us are very powerful. This is our core weapon technique, the 9 Elements wheel, Stella said. I thought you might be interested in seeing it. Gravis nodded and looked at it closely. Let me show you, she said. Clink, clink, clink. Stella moved her right middle finger to the red jewel, then to the purple jewel, and lastly to the light green jewel. These 3 jewels vibrated, and something appeared on Stella's middle finger. It was a concentrated ball of punishment, lightning, and inferno. The storm element was used as support and added speed and power to the other 2 elements. Judging by the reverberations of energy Gravis was feeling, he was sure that Stella had just used around 50% of her entire energy storage. That was a bit much for a demonstration. Suddenly, Stella's smile transformed into a severe expression. Her eyes became narrowed as her will aura activated. Gravis was taken aback by Stella's sudden shift, but his law of safety and danger didn't get triggered. Then, Stella turned around and pointed at a location. Boom, boom, boom. Insane destruction wreaked havoc as a mushroom cloud of fire and lightning seemingly consumed the world. Over 100 kilometers of land were destroyed as the forest around them stopped existing. Stella had just unleashed the combined power of 3 elements that had had their powers elevated to the power of level 5 laws. In addition, she had used them with a weapon technique. This meant that this attack had power even stronger than an average level 5 law. Lastly, she had also used around 50% of her energy. The destruction Stella had shown was absolutely insane. If this were the middle world, the entire world would have been destroyed by such an attack. Gravis' eyes widened in shock. Plunk. Half a head fell to the ground in the distance. Gravis felt the remaining aura of the dead cultivator and concluded with shock that they had been a peak immortal, someone 2 levels above Stella. Someone has been listening in on us for quite a while now, Stella said. I wasn't sure if you knew them or not, since it could be that you simply wanted to protect yourself against me by having someone more powerful stay near us. However, I'm pretty sure now that he wasn't someone that you knew. After all, his spirit shook quite a bit when he heard that you didn't have a focus. Someone you knew would have known that about you. Meanwhile, Gravis looked at the remains of the head. Stella is far too powerful, he thought with a sigh. Gravis looked at the head with furrowed brows. He hadn't noticed this person at all, but Stella had been able to feel him. How did you notice him? He asked. Stella noticed that Gravis wasn't angry at all, which meant that he truly wasn't connected to this uninvited guest. He used the law of shadow to hide. I know that you already know this law, but he probably also had the law of shadow as his avatar. This meant that his law of shadow exhibited the power of a level 4 law. Gravis nodded. Additionally, the level difference between us is too much, Gravis said. If I were an early major circulation immortal, I might have noticed him. Stella nodded. Do you recognize his aura? Gravis asked. Someone had become so interested in Gravis that they had commissioned a peak immortal to keep watch over him. This meant that at least one sect master was already very interested in Gravis' secrets. I don't need to recognize the aura to know who that is, Stella said. This style of espionage is trademarked by one of the organizations. Organizations? Gravis asked. So, it's not a sect? Not entirely, Stella said as she crossed her arms. They are similar to sects but not identical. Usually, sects take territories for themselves and work under one banner. This organization is different in the sense that they are all over the world without any real headquarter. Gravis scratched his chin. Based on what Stella said, Gravis could already imagine the organization. Let me guess. You said that they weren't really sects and that they are basically all over the world without a headquarter. Do they teach their own members? Stella's eyes shone a bit in surprise, and she shook her head. Gravis looked closely at the head. If they don't teach their disciples, it probably means that they recruit them from outside. However, nearly any immortal is a cultivator that all the sects want. This means that membership for this organization is either non-exclusive or that no one wants to go against them. Is it a kind of mercenary organization? Gravis asked. Stella was surprised that Gravis managed to combine the clues this quickly. Yes, she answered. The organization is called Underworld, and they have a monopoly over anything unsavory. For example? Gravis asked. Assassinations, espionage, intelligence gathering, manipulation, forbidden techniques, burglary, debt collection, and any other kind of task that the world sees as unsavory, Stella said. Gravis' brows furrowed. Something like that can truly only exist in human society, he said. What do you mean? Stella asked. Such an organization would never exist among beasts, Gravis said. How are you so sure? Stella asked with interest. She wanted to know where Gravis was coming from. Hypocrisy, Gravis said. You only order an assassination on someone when you don't want others to know that you were the one that wanted the target killed. If beasts want to kill someone, they just kill them. They don't need to pay someone else to do it. The other actions you named are similar. Only if some kind of hypocrisy is involved would someone employ another power for such things. Well, maybe not everything. Intelligence gathering and trade might not need hypocrisy, but the remainder does. Stella thought about Gravis' words. On some level, Gravis was right, but it didn't sit right with Stella that he was talking about humans like that. He was a human too, wasn't he? Additionally, she was also a human. By talking about humans like this, Gravis was indirectly also talking about Stella like this. You really dislike hypocrisy, right? Stella asked. Gravis nodded. One of the things I hate the most. I know that not every human is like this. Probably not even half of the humans are this hypocritical. People that employ these kinds of tactics are mostly people that are insecure about their own power and confidence. By not being associated with these actions, they create an image of elevated righteousness. However, that is only a mask and a lie. Why try to appear better than you actually are? Just do what you want and let people think what they want. Stella had a complex expression on her face. It's not that easy, she said. In the past, I have also been like this. Gravis nodded. Understandable, he said. We went through different experiences and had different role models. I had the luck to have someone as a role model that didn't care about the opinions of the entire world. He simply did whatever he wanted. And even if these actions were horrible, he didn't care what others thought about him. Gravis thought about the time his father had killed all the star gods in the highest world when he said these words. The opposer didn't care that the entire world had seen him as an evil overlord when doing it. Their opinions changed nothing. That was probably also one of the reasons why Gravis had disliked hypocrisy even when he had been a kid. Was this your father? Stella asked. He must have been powerful, she said, believing that Gravis' father, who must have come from a lower world, was already dead. He is, Gravis said. Is? Stella thought. He's still alive? She asked. Is he in this world? No, Gravis said. But he is still alive. Stella grimaced a bit. How are you so sure? Because I still exist, Gravis said, confusing Stella even more. What kind of reasoning was that? What are you talking about? Stella asked. Sorry, can't elaborate, Gravis said as he sighed. Stella frowned but also sighed. All right, she said. Call me if you need anything, she said, quickly ending the conversation. Gravis nodded, and Stella teleported away. Gravis looked at the head again and scratched his chin. Someone's already that interested in me. Huh? He thought. The future attack against the unrestrained sect will probably also include me now. There's even a high chance that I will be one of the primary targets. Arthur isn't interested in me. He simply wants the unrestrained sect to be destroyed alongside Liran. Meanwhile, someone else is probably interested in me specifically, and they might be more than one party. However, they can't act openly. There are surely ways to inform the entire sect alliance of an attack, and if the sect alliance gets informed, these parties would be openly pulled to justice, which probably means paying a lot of money. Liran might be mentally weak, but he isn't stupid. He will probably also see this attack coming and will inform me when he inevitably gets summoned away. The attack must be prepared first, which will take some time. The enemies won't create an army out of their own forces but will probably employ this underworld organization to stage a bandit attack. That probably will also cost a lot of money and time. I should have some years remaining to comprehend my focus before I need to resist this attack. The enemy knows my power now, which means that they will send a peak immortal, at least. Maybe even an immortal king will attack me. First, let's see if I will manage to condense a focus and how powerful it is. Depending on its power, I will decide what cultivation level I will be at when they attack. Gravis thought as he looked at the mountain of immortal stones in his spirit space. If my focus is very powerful, I can risk a jump of 5 levels against an immortal king, which would put me at the mid-major circulation immortal realm. If it is underwhelming, I will push myself to the late major circulation immortal realm. Gravis teleported away and stopped beside a lake. Let me first push myself to the mid-major circulation immortal realm. After that, let's try understanding my own focus. Then, Gravis consumed a ton of immortal stones as he created a copy inside his life ring. Gravis created a copy inside his life ring and quickly shoved immortal stones into it until it reached the mid-major circulation immortal realm. With this, his will aura was no longer at the peak, and he could go temper himself again. However, now wasn't the time. His will aura was one thing, but his laws were a different thing. His will aura wasn't the only thing that allowed him to jump so many levels. Ever since coming to this world, Gravis had only learned the major law of danger and the law of safety. However, he was now 4 cultivation levels higher than before. His comprehension of laws was weaker now than in comparison to when he had been an early minor circulation immortal. Gravis sat down and closed his eyes while his other body inside the life ring took out his world weapon. These world weapons were supposed to help someone in comprehending a focus. The Gravis in the life ring also sat down cross-legged as he put his world weapon on his legs. Then Gravis started thinking, I need to find a way to pull my ethereal laws to a material plane. Doing it the other way around would weaken my attacking power severely since the attack would no longer get the power of my body. How do I do it? Gravis thought as his mind was racing. Gravis thought for over 2 days on this issue and found some solutions, but he wasn't sure if they would work and how effective they were. Let's try one, Gravis thought. In his mind, Gravis started imagining all his laws of perceived reality to combine with the law of punishment lightning. Gravis was lightning, which meant that bringing lightning and the laws of perceived reality onto the same plane would be the most effective way. Gravis used his entire will and mind to fuse the two planes together. In the beginning, nothing happened, but after some hours, Gravis felt a reaction. I can feel my ethereal laws coming into contact with lightning, Gravis thought. This means that this isn't a dead end, at least. My lightning is rejecting the laws, but that means that they are on the same plane, at least. If they weren't, they simply wouldn't interact. Several weeks passed as Gravis tried different things. However, after 1 month, progress completely halted. I can feel that my ethereal laws have condensed into a physical form. However, as soon as they touch my lightning, they get rejected. As soon as I try to add them to my lightning just pushes them away again and even attacks them. Whenever I try this, I lose some energy and spirit. It's like they are fighting against each other whenever they see each other. Fusing them is also a no-go since my lightning pushes them away again. My laws of perceived reality don't attack my lightning and try to fuse with it, but my lightning doesn't want to. It's like my laws carefully approach my lightning, asking it for help, but then just get kicked away with aggression. It's like they are water and oil. They just don't have a common basis for combining. However, they should have a common basis. After all, both laws belong to me, and both laws can interact with the physical world now. I should be the common basis between them. My lightning interacts with me without any issue, and my laws interact with me without any issue. But as soon as I try to combine them inside of me, my lightning just kicks them away. It's like it's saying that the laws should get away from it and me. Gravis opened his eyes and looked at his world weapon. My world weapon also doesn't help. Using my world weapon as another me doesn't work either. I thought that it would be possible to infuse my ethereal laws into my world weapon and then use my lightning-infused self to interact. Putting my ethereal laws into my world weapon works, but as soon as my true self and my world weapon touch each other, it's like they are no longer the same. It's like two strangers meeting. I mean, it's not like I gained nothing, Gravis thought with a bitter smile. The first step is already complete. After all, my ethereal laws can now be manifested in physical reality. Gravis stood up and concentrated on his saber. His saber became dark gray and warped the surroundings. This image was very similar to when Liran had created an arrow made out of the law of suppression. In just a couple of weeks, Gravis had been able to do what Liran had been able to do. He was able to infuse his weapon with his laws of perceived reality. Would such an attack be powerful? Very. Could it be used in battle? No. Why not? As soon as I pull my laws of perceived reality to physical reality, they are no longer in perceived reality. They can only be at one spot at a time. They can only be in perceived reality or in physical reality. A physical attack with my laws of perceived reality would be even more powerful than a lightning crescent. But as soon as I ready the attack, my will aura loses all support from these laws. My law of suppression no longer increases the power of my will aura, and my law of control can't manipulate my opponent anymore. As soon as I condense my attack, my enemy's will aura will suppress me. Sure, with my major law of freedom, I won't actually be suppressed, but that's not the issue. The enemy's mind will return to normal, and they will be able to take full control over the situation. Their minds would no longer be clouded by my laws of perceived reality. In such a case, evading my attack wouldn't be hard. So, in short, hitting my enemy with this attack is even harder than hitting my enemy with mortality. However, mortality is still slightly stronger in destructive effect. In short, as long as I can unleash mortality, I would have no reason to unleash this new attack since it is just objectively worse. That's why I need to fuse it with my lightning. As soon as my ethereal laws are inside my lightning, I can increase their speed manifold with my different speed-related lightning laws. A short moment without suppression wouldn't be an issue as long as the attack was fast enough. But no matter what I do, my lightning just won't interact with my laws of perceived reality. It just doesn't want to. This was how Gravis' mind went about solving issues. He was looking at everything and trying to find connections between them. 2 entire years passed. Boom! A huge explosion of lightning and gray, warping space appeared inside the life ring. Gravis had managed to combine his lightning with his laws of perceived reality. However, Gravis clenched his fists and teeth in frustration. So that's it, huh? He thought in frustration. How had Gravis accomplished this? Gravis had always done one conversion, which was to convert his laws of perceived reality to physical reality. However, they just wouldn't mix with his lightning. So one day, Gravis thought about how others were able to accomplish this, and he quickly found his answer. Energy. Energy was the basis of all cultivation, and energy could interact with absolutely everything. This meant that energy could be used as a common denominator for both laws. By being converted to the physical reality, the laws of perceived reality could already be made into energy. Then, Gravis transformed his lightning into energy. After that, he added both of them together and recreated a fusion of lightning and his laws of perceived reality. Gravis was now certain how other cultivators did the conversion. They simply summoned their ethereal laws and combined their spirits with them. After that, they would create their attack. However, Gravis couldn't do that. Why? Because his spirit was not attuned to energy. His spirit was attuned to lightning. Others could simply absorb their laws into themselves, but since Gravis was lightning and not energy, he automatically rejected his own laws. Because of that, Gravis had to do 3 conversions instead of only 1. Every time one converted something into something else, power would be lost. One conversion wouldn't be bad since the added power of the laws, and the added power of the body would be far more than the loss of energy, resulting in an extremely powerful attack. However, Gravis had to do 3 conversions instead of 1. And even worse, Gravis had to manipulate energy. In Gravis' entire cultivation life after reaching the spirit-forming realm, he had only needed to manipulate lightning. Gravis had an absolutely unequaled control over lightning, even in the highest world. Why? Because everyone else was attuned to energy, not lightning. However, Gravis had basically no experience when it came to manipulating energy. Yet, the fact that he had no experience wasn't the entire reason. The bigger reason why Gravis was so horrible at manipulating energy was the same one while others were horrible at manipulating lightning. Why? Because Gravis was attuned to lightning, not energy. Gravis began to laugh bitterly. "I've finished my focus," he said to himself. "I can pull my ethereal laws to the physical plane. Hey, I'm more powerful now, right?" Gravis sat down and put his head in his hands in frustration. What bullshit. Even if I train for tens of thousands of years to manipulate energy, I won't even reach the standard of a Unity Realm cultivator due to my adaptation to lightning. Lightning just can't interact with the ethereal laws. It's just straight up impossible. It needs energy to bind it together. Both things are laws, and the highest heaven had simply created them like this. They were simply not made to be fused together. Fuse them together regardless? As if this would require me to change the actual laws in reality. I'm not even sure if Father can do that. Probably not. After all, this is the highest heaven's cosmos. So, to combine my lightning directly with my ethereal laws, I need power on par with Father. Gravis had just tested his new attack. How powerful had it been? It had been weaker than his lightning crescent by quite a bit, and it was very clunky. It was weaker, used more energy, had less speed, less accuracy, and temporarily took away his Willora's support. This attack was absolutely useless. Weapon cultivation just doesn't work for me, Gravis thought. Every weapon cultivator ever had a mind attuned to energy, which makes the combination between the laws very easy. Even if I somehow found a way to fuse them together, the laws themselves would still be incompatible. That's simply physical reality, and as long as my laws of perceived reality are converted to act upon physical reality, they won't even change perceived reality anymore. Bringing them to physical reality is the very thing that takes away their power to change physical reality. Using one law at a time also doesn't work due to loss in power by the conversions. Gravis lay down and looked at the fake sky in his life ring. As long as I'm attuned to lightning, I can't use weapon cultivation techniques. Gravis sighed. That sucks. Gravis just lay inside his life ring, looking at the bright sky. The sky inside his life ring wasn't real, but it also wasn't really fake. After all, to make such a life ring, one had to know the law of the dead world. So, even though it was not the sky of an actual world, it was created out of the same things and with the same laws. Weapon cultivation doesn't work for me. Huh? Gravis thought. I don't have energy. I only have lightning, and lightning doesn't want to combine with anything else. Gravis snorted. Actually, the signs have been there since the very beginning, he thought. Back in the lower world, when Byron gave me the Rakshasa saber, I managed to combine it with my lightning. No one else managed to do that. Why? Because my will aura was part of me, and I am lightning. Therefore, combining my will aura with my lightning wasn't really hard. I wonder, Gravis thought. My laws of perceived reality work on my will aura and make it more powerful. Then, my will aura fuses with my lightning when I create a lightning crescent. So, I kind of already have integrated my laws of perceived reality into my lightning. Gravis snorted again. How ironic. One of the reasons why I came to this world was to learn weapon cultivation. However, I actually have already used weapon cultivation. Back in the lower world, I have already managed to combine my lightning with my laws of perceived reality by using my will aura as a common denominator. I actually don't need a focus. My will aura directly combines with my lightning, and I don't even have to transform anything. Gravis sighed. I thought that I could push my battle strength even further, but I have already used everything. The fusion between my will aura and my lightning already is a focus. Gravis did some math in his head as he watched the fake clouds. Let's see. If I don't use any of my laws of perceived reality to strengthen my will aura and fight against someone at my same level. Gravis envisioned the attack of a weapon cultivator on his level with the same element and the same will aura. Actually, my lightning crescent would be a bit more powerful than a weapon technique since it goes through no conversions whatsoever. Gravis had to sigh again. I think I should be proud that I managed to create such a powerful weapon technique while not even having come into contact with any laws. Sure, if I could transform all of my laws of perceived reality into physical reality and then fuse them with my lightning, my attack would be far more powerful, but it just doesn't work like that. All the laws I know already have their true meaning, and one of these true meanings is that lightning and the laws of perceived reality can't mix. They both have something in there that makes it impossible to combine. Well, my lightning does, at least. My laws of perceived reality would be fine with combining. So that leaves two options. One is to change the law of punishment lightning, which not even my father can do, and the other is to delete the law inside my punishment lightning. Gravis chuckled a bit. However, even if I could do that, which I can't, my punishment lightning would stop being punishment lightning. It just wouldn't exist anymore, basically. No laws means no power. Then, it would simply be my other laws in the form of lightning but without lightning's power. Even if I keep everything separate, I would just summon 2 attacks. However, my will aura would still lose its support, which would make it more efficient to just use 2 lightning crescents instead of 2 different attacks. Gravis sighed yet again. Something that he had been doing quite a lot since realizing that weapon cultivation just didn't work for him. No matter what I do, weapon cultivation remains useless for me. All my other weapons are just better. Gravis wasn't sure how he should feel right now. On the one hand, he felt defeated, but on the other hand, he had basically already mastered weapon cultivation. He had it mastered for thousands of years already. I mean, I can jump 4 levels, something that should be impossible. Even jumping 3 levels is already the stuff of legends. I guess without weapon cultivation, none of this would have been possible. To push my battle strength to such degrees requires everything, a supremely powerful spirit, a supremely powerful body, a supremely powerful well of energy, lots of laws, and an incredibly powerful will aura. However, that only allows someone to jump 3 levels. If someone else knew the same laws as me and had an equally powerful will aura, body, well of energy, and spirit, they would only be able to jump 3 levels. The one thing that allows me to jump 4 levels is my affinity with lightning. With my affinity, I don't need to convert my energy into lightning. It takes about 2 points of energy to create 1 point of punishment lightning, which effectively doubles my energy storage past the physically possible maximum. Back when I reached the Unity realm, I did so with a maxed out spirit and energy storage. This has given me a ton of advantages. However, I have already met people that had an equal amount of spirit and energy. Gravis thought as he remembered Samantha and Stella. Both of them had had far more energy and spirit than normal cultivators. It just hadn't been relevant in their fights. Wonder how that's possible, Gravis thought. Maybe recultivation? I don't think longevity gets subtracted if you fall down a realm. Father told me that it would have taken me hundreds of years to train my body to become powerful enough to equal my other centers of power. If someone could reach the law comprehension realm, they would have a longevity of 10,000 years. Then, they just needed to break their foundation apart and recultivate. They would probably have already amassed a ton of resources before doing so. They would probably go into seclusion, break their cultivation, rebuild everything from scratch, train their body for 1,000 years, and then consume all the immortal stones they prepared beforehand. Like this, it would be possible to create a perfect Unity foundation, similar to the one I have. Gravis sighed again. Is this also something that heaven has prepared? The better the foundation, the more powerful the battle strength of the cultivator, and the more powerful the battle strength, the higher the chance of reaching the peak. More power equals more energy. Is this heaven's way to even allow inexperienced people that never got any kind of cultivation education to redo their past mistakes? Someone that just achieved Unity might not realize the mistakes they have committed, but when they reach the law comprehension realm, they would certainly know. Additionally, if they reached such power with a weak foundation, it showed their battle strength and mindset, making them more valuable. Gravis wasn't even sure what he was thinking about anymore. He was simply thinking about random stuff as he watched the sky. The inability to create a focus had demotivated Gravis more than he wanted to admit. He had believed that he could finally find a way to jump 5 levels, but that dream had been crushed by reality. Even when he managed to learn the major law of the elements, he would still only have about a 10% chance of victory. The major law of the elements would push his punishment lightning from the power of a level 3 law to the power of a level 4 law. That was an insane increase of power, but the difference between 4 and 5 levels was even more insane. The biggest issue was the will aura of the opponent. Their will aura would be so much more powerful than Gravis due to the level suppression that even using the laws of perceived reality would only show minor success. Additionally, Gravis couldn't even attempt to break their will aura. Gravis would be weaker in literally everything. Additionally, all of his opponents would already be immortal kings, and one could only become an immortal king if they already knew a level 4 law. They would have a level 4 law as their avatar and would be able to unleash the power of a level 5 law like this. Gravis sighed another time. Well, time to become a late major circulation immortal. He thought with defeat as he looked at his mountain of immortal stones helplessly. After around half a day of just lying down and thinking, Gravis decided to leave his life ring. There was no sense in remaining here. He couldn't comprehend any laws in his life ring since the laws could not be felt inside it. Father told me that this idea to get a life ring was a good one and that it would work, but he should have known that I can't learn weapon techniques, Gravis thought. So, maybe there is a way for me to learn them in the future. Maybe there is a way to cultivate weapon techniques after dealing with the issue with my lightning. However, I can't be sure until the issue is resolved. For now, I should just wait for the inevitable attack. Gravis' body in the higher world opened its eyes as he stood up. This body was now in the early major circulation immortal realm. Gravis had simply pushed some of his power into this body, increasing his realm. He wanted to make any enemy believe that he might be a danger to a peak immortal so that they would commission an immortal king to attack. The future attackers wouldn't come here because of tempering. They would be on a mission, not tempering. This meant that they would attack with an overwhelming force that would make defense impossible. Sending a peak Immortal would be a bit too risky. Then, when the enemy attacked, Gravis would get out his other body and enter the fight. Weak cultivation could also be used as a lure. After standing up, Gravis searched for Stella and found her quickly. He teleported to her and told her that he was done for now. Stella asked him about his success, but Gravis only said that weapon cultivation didn't work for him. Stella was quite surprised when she heard that, but Gravis told her that he couldn't give her the reason for it. After a while, they fell into a conversation again and just talked without any goals. Gravis was not interested in comprehending any laws right now, which was why he went to Stella. The major law of the elements was an incredibly difficult level 4 law to comprehend since it was one of the most powerful ones. The high-tier hard-pure law was a joke compared to it. Gravis' fight with Stella had probably pushed his comprehension of the major law of the elements forward by several hundred years, but there were probably still several hundred years left. When one wanted revenge, even a day already felt like a lifetime. Arthur wouldn't wait for hundreds of years to take his revenge against Liran. At most, it would be 10 years, and 10 years was basically nothing in regards to law comprehension for Immortals. Gravis would just be able to get used to learning laws again before Liran would contact him that the enemy had arrived. There was no sense in trying to comprehend it for these few years. Other laws? Even less relevant. Gravis had no insight into any other level 4 laws, and he couldn't easily come into contact with level 1, 2, or 3 laws anymore. Gravis was still missing a chunk of low-tier life laws, but Gravis had an immortal body. Comprehending them now was basically impossible unless he started hunting weaker humans and beasts to experiment on them. Not only would this take up a lot of time, but Gravis also wasn't the biggest fan of doing something like this. The only remaining low-tier laws would be the emotional laws, but due to Gravis' issue with his lightning, this was also an impossibility. So, in short, Gravis was stuck with comprehending high-tier laws for the foreseeable future, and these laws needed a lot of time. After Gravis dealt with the next attack, he would probably wait for the inevitable follow-up. After that, he would have his peace. This would be the time when he would spend thousands of years on comprehending new laws. Gravis had already had several good fights since arriving in this world, and 2 more were around the corner. After those, there wouldn't be any relevant enemies remaining in this area, which created a perfect opportunity for him to concentrate on his laws. So, Gravis spent his time just talking to Stella and getting to know her. As soon as they started a conversation, it was like there was no stopping. They both had thousands of years of experiences that they shared with each other and a wide variety of knowledge. For days and weeks on end, they simply talked and talked, not doing anything else. There was no need for food, water, or air. There were no obligations for both of them. They had thousands of years of longevity remaining. There was no hurry and no deadlines they had to meet, just calm and peace. The days passed as they sat before each other, entranced in conversation. Flowers and trees lost their leaves as winter came, but the 2 of them only sat in front of each other, talking. Flowers and trees regained new life as spring came, but the 2 of them only talked. New flowers were born and old flowers died. New animals were born and old animals died. The 2 of them just continued talking. Sometimes the sun shone from one direction, and other times it shone from a different one. Gravis' mindset and personality influenced Stella, and Stella's personality and mindset influenced Gravis. Their actions and mannerisms became similar as their minds connected. After a while, Gravis no longer looked away from Stella when she chuckled or became embarrassed because of something Gravis had said. He only continued looking into her eyes with a smile as his heart fell into a strange sensation of calm. As time passed, Stella became the one that started to look away more and more. She also became more and more embarrassed by different things as her cheeks reddened. Gravis was entranced as he continued looking into her eyes with a peaceful smile. As the years passed, the distance between their positions decreased. They hadn't moved on their own accord, but subconsciously, their laws were transforming their surroundings in such a way that the gap of land seemingly closed on its own. After 7 years, they sat directly opposite of each other, their legs just inches apart. The several meters of distance had seemingly vanished into nothingness, leaving behind only closeness. Gravis had never been so entranced in a conversation. He was unsure how he felt right now since he had never felt anything like it. Back in the lower world, Gravis hadn't been in tune with his emotions, which created a violent storm inside of him. He had loved Joyce back then, but the constant conflict inside of him made it nearly impossible to fully let himself go. Now, Gravis was in tune with his emotions. The only issue was still with his lightning, but right now, his freedom was more powerful, banishing his lightning from his thoughts. Gravis was himself, and he enjoyed every moment he spent with Stella. Both of them wanted this moment to never end. Meanwhile, somewhere else. "When was the last time I felt love?" the black magnate said with melancholy in front of the opposer. They had been watching Gravis this entire time. "Does it matter?" the opposer asked. The black magnate sighed but smiled a little bit. "I guess not. I just need to change my outlook on life." "Just look to the future," Gravis' mother said from beside her husband. Currently, the opposer showed what was happening to his wife. He wasn't a big fan of showing his wife the times when Gravis was in mortal danger, but he wanted to share these moments. Right now, Gravis' mother laid her head on the opposer's shoulder in peace as she watched Gravis with a kind smile. The opposer didn't say it, but seeing Gravis like this made him yearn for his wife, and like something had summoned her, his wife had arrived and also joined in watching Gravis some days ago. The opposer put his hand around the shoulders of his wife and continued watching Gravis and Stella. After a while, the opposer looked at his wife. "I think I don't say often enough that I love you," he said. The smile of his wife brightened as he looked into the opposer's eyes. "It's been over 2 billion years," she said. The opposer sighed. "I know, sorry," he said weakly. The black magnate saw this, rolled his eyes, and left. Staying here was a bit too frustrating right now. The two didn't mind and simply continued watching their son find love. They were so incredibly happy for Gravis. "The sect master has left the sect for a meeting and will return in a couple of days." This sentence appeared in Gravis' mind suddenly as he was talking with Stella. It came from a peak immortal that contacted Gravis with his spirit. Crack! The atmosphere seemingly broke apart as Gravis got the message. The feeling of harmony and peace left the air as Gravis' spirit returned to normal. Stella noticed that everything had changed around her and appeared normal now. At the start, she didn't know what was going on, but then she realized it. Without noticing it, she had been captivated in a whirlpool of peace for the last couple of years. She hadn't really thought about how she had been feeling during this time, which was why she hadn't noticed it when peace occurred. Only when it stopped did she notice how great her time with Gravis had been. She wished she could go back to this time. "You were contacted?" Stella asked. Gravis sighed and nodded. "Has Liran informed the sect about the imminent attack?" Gravis asked the voice back. "What attack?" the voice asked in shock. Gravis' eyes narrowed in disdain. "So, he hasn't informed the sect," he answered. "What are you talking about?" the voice asked nervously. "Arthur is still out there, and my recent display has also caught the eye of several other sect masters," Gravis answered. "They share a goal and will strike at the sect. Liran is the biggest issue since he is a sect master and can inform the sect alliance, which is why he will be called away when the attack will happen." "Nonsense," the voice answered with indignance. "We are part of the sect alliance. No one will dare to attack us." "Liran knows that the attack will happen," Gravis said. "That's why you are here, informing me. Why don't you go ask Liran if you should also inform other people? His answer will tell you a lot about his personality." "I don't need to," the voice said with quiet anger. "I am only supposed to inform you, no one else. However, I will not doubt my sect master because of the words of someone that hasn't even truly been in the sect yet." Gravis remained silent as he shook his head in disappointment. Some people were simply blind to the truth. "When the sect master returns, I will inform him about your slander. Someone like you doesn't belong in the unrestrained sect," the voice said. Gravis didn't answer the person anymore. "What slander?" Additionally, the sect was already on the brink of destruction. Why did Liran inform Gravis? Because Liran knew that Gravis would see the attack coming. Gravis was someone that protected his friends, and Liran thought that it was essential to inform Gravis. Why? Because of Shuram, Liran's son. Gravis would surely protect Shuram from the attackers, and Liran was right. Shuram had nearly given his life for Gravis back then, and Gravis couldn't possibly let Shuram die because of the errors of his father. The sins of the father should not be the sins of the son. "It's time," Gravis said as he stood up. Stella also stood up and looked at Gravis with worry. "Will you be all right?" she asked. Gravis nodded. "I have increased my realm to an appropriate level for the incoming enemies," Gravis said. Stella furrowed her brows as she looked at Gravis. "But you're only an early major circulation immortal. Are you sure that's enough?" she asked. Gravis only smiled at Stella. "I know what I'm doing," he said. Stella was still unsure. No matter how she looked at Gravis, he was still an early major circulation immortal. However, the enemy force would include at least one immortal king. That would be a jump of 6 levels for Gravis, and that was impossible, even for him. However, after talking with Gravis for so long, she had learned to appreciate and value his insight. If she was able to see all these connections, Gravis should have also noticed them. This was definitely easily inside Gravis' ability to comprehend. "What should I do in the meantime?" Stella asked. "Go someplace else," Gravis said. "You can't contend with these enemies right now. If the enemy realizes how close we are, they might use you against me, and I don't want that to happen." Stella's cheeks flushed in embarrassment when Gravis said that they were close. Were they truly so close that the enemy could influence Gravis' actions because of her? Deep inside the depths of Stella's mind, she wanted to see how Gravis would react if she were taken hostage, but she would never make him go through something like this. If Gravis died because of her, she wouldn't know what to do with the guilt. Stella nodded. "Then I will go visit Liam. A round trip might take a couple of years, but I will return as soon as I can." Gravis smiled and also nodded. "Sounds good. I'm looking forward to your return." Then, Gravis looked in the direction of the unrestrained sect, and his smile was replaced with a severe expression. "Time for me to get ready," he quietly said. "Xing." And with that, Gravis teleported away. Stella felt like their farewell was a bit abrupt, and that Gravis left too quickly. She had wanted to talk a bit more with him and wish him good luck, but he had left before she could say anything. So, in the end, Stella sighed. Then, she looked around the clearing where they had been sitting for the past couple of years. All the magic was gone. The peaceful and magical atmosphere in the surroundings was replaced by calculations of laws that she already knew. She knew how nearly everything she saw worked, and that held no excitement for her. How had this area been so magical before? Stella sighed again. "Does he not realize my feelings for him?" she thought. "He probably does, but he doesn't act on them. As far as I can tell, he would be a person that confronts such things. If he also felt these feelings for me, he would have long voiced them. However, he didn't. Does that mean?" Stella shook her head. "No. If he didn't have them, he would have directly told me about it. So why did he neither confirm nor deny them? This doesn't seem like him." Stella sighed again. "Probably more of his secrets. The only reason I can come up with for his actions is that there is a high likelihood that something will happen to him in the near future. He probably wants to deal with that first before he confesses to me. I can't think of any other reason. Yet, why hesitate so much? The only dangerous things are fights and tempering, and these are constant. If you wait for those to end, you will wait forever. What worries you so much that you are willing to sacrifice happiness?" Stella was very conflicted, but she had managed to come to the correct conclusion. She knew that Gravis wanted to wait for something, but she didn't know what he was waiting for. "There's nothing I can do," Stella thought. "I hate that, but I need to accept it. The only thing I can do is wait. Till we meet again, Gravis," she thought as she looked into the direction Gravis had left towards. Xing. Then Stella also teleported away. Gravis arrived inside the sect. Liran had already left, leaving the sects in the hands of his 2 vice sect masters. Gravis didn't know if the vice sect masters had been informed or if they had already gleaned some details from the situation, but that wasn't important. The survival of the unrestrained sect was no longer of Gravis' concern. A couple of years ago, he would have given his all for the unrestrained sect. After all, he had joined them, and he had thought that they all wanted freedom more than anything. However, all of these illusions had been broken down by reality. Instead of chasing freedom, everyone was acting like they already knew freedom. Usually, knowing suppression made it easier to comprehend freedom, but in this case, it made it even harder. When someone thought they knew something, they often were blind to signs of something else being true. Liran had disappointed Gravis more than once, and he had not done anything when another sect master broke the rules and wanted to kill Gravis. Liran had all the power to break down the formation array and protect Gravis. What was stopping him? Indecisiveness. So what if he broke the formation array? In the worst case, Liran could have simply paid for a new one. Sure, such formation arrays weren't cheap, but creating one was definitely within the budget of a sect. As the most powerful person of the sect and its sect master, it had been Liran's responsibility to protect his disciples against enemies that were too powerful for them. No one would join a sect that couldn't or wasn't willing to protect them. Gravis looked one last time at the sect from above. When he had arrived, he believed this place to be his new home for a long time, but that was no longer the case. This was the house of a stranger, and Gravis didn't like this stranger one bit. If the sect master wasn't willing to protect Gravis, Gravis wasn't willing to protect the sect. Their death had absolutely nothing to do with him anymore. He wouldn't fight for the unrestrained sect's survival but for his own tempering. Fighting an immortal king as a late major circulation immortal was just perfect for Gravis. His will aura was not powerful enough to suppress the immortal king, making the fight risky but winnable. The incoming fight would probably be about as hard as his fight against Samantha. Gravis had already prepared some appropriate sabers and spears for his fight. Where did he get these resources from? From Samantha and that one spying peak immortal. Samantha had been the most powerful major circulation immortal of the sect alliance, and when Gravis killed her, he had gotten a lot of wealth from her. The peak immortal also had some wealth, but not as much as Samantha. Stella had no use for the wealth of the spy. She was one of the core disciples of the Nine Elements sect, and her wealth easily eclipsed the wealth of a sect master from the sect alliance. This little bit of wealth from the spy was nothing to her. On the outside, Gravis only appeared to be in the early major circulation immortal realm. He only showed this body so that the enemy might not suspect anything. If the enemy knew that Gravis could be a real danger to them, they might abort the attack or get reinforcements. After all, the attackers didn't come here for tempering but to complete a mission. Gravis looked around the sect and found Shuram sitting in the training ground, happily talking with others. His strength hadn't increased, but that wasn't anything unusual. After all, only around 7 years had passed since they had met. 7 years to an immortal was nothing. In actuality, it was insane that Gravis became a late major circulation immortal in just 7 years. With enough wealth, everyone could do that, but no one would. After all, completing 5 breakthroughs in just 7 years would massively impact one's battle strength. Even someone that was above average would become weak. It seems like the Middle Heavens tales of Father's cultivation journey have infected me, Gravis thought with a smirk. Father violently fought and then took humongous breaks for his laws. Seems like I am now cultivating similarly to him. Xing. Gravis teleported away and appeared in front of Shuram. Hey Gravis, Shuram said with a smile as he drank some wine. Haven't seen you in a while. Everything all right? The other members didn't recognize Gravis. They had heard about some supreme ascender, but they had never seen him. This was Gravis? They thought him to be bigger. Based on the tales of his power, they had imagined a humongous beast with 6 arms or something. Instead, he appeared like a normal guy. Sadly, they didn't know that they were right on the money. Gravis' true form actually was quite humongous, and he truly had 6 arms. Shuram, we need to talk, Gravis said with even eyes. Alone. The couple of people were surprised, but then their eyes narrowed. Who did that guy think he was? They were having a nice get-together, and this person they didn't even truly know talked to the son of the sect master like he was some servant. "What's going on?" Shuram asked. Instead of answering with words, Gravis transmitted something to Shuram. "Follow me or you might not see the next day. This is not a threat." Shuram's eyes widened in shock. What was Gravis talking about? The others noticed Shuram's reaction and glared at Gravis. Gravis had obviously said something disrespectful to Shuram. "I don't know who you think you are," a guy said as he stood up. He was in the late major circulation realm as he glared at Gravis. "But you act like Dashum," and the guy fell over unconscious. Gravis didn't even look at him. These were strangers and he didn't give a shit about them. The only reason why that guy didn't get a kick in the gut was that Gravis was still technically part of the unrestrained sect. That guy had unleashed his will aura threateningly, which was provocation enough for Gravis to, at least, kick the guy. The others jumped back in shock. Gravis had just made someone 2 levels above him unconscious. "It's okay," Shuram shouted as he released a sigh. "He's not here to do something to me, but it seems to be something important. Just wait here while I talk to him." The others only nodded meekly as Gravis and Shuram teleported away. They reappeared outside the sect. "So, what was that about me not seeing tomorrow?" Shuram asked. Gravis told Shuram about what would most likely happen soon. "What?" Shuram shouted in shock. "How is this possible? We are in the Sect Alliance. The Sect Alliance specifically exists to stop something like this from happening. No, it exists to create a seemingly fair battlefield to get resources from others," Gravis said. "It's simply a community of old people that vie for status and resources. As soon as you pay them enough resources, they are willing to band together against any other sect." Then, a discussion between Shuram and Gravis ensued, but Shuram found all his arguments countered. After some minutes, Shuram only gritted his teeth and fists. "So that's why you are here? To protect me from danger?" he asked with anger. "Exactly," Gravis said with crossed arms. "You have nearly sacrificed your life for me before. That's something I value deeply. This is not a fight you can fight in. This will be a swift assault with multiple immortal kings. One stray thought and you will die." Shuram's teeth gnashed with incredible force as his frustration reached a never-before-seen peak. He felt like he was abandoning his home. An enemy was about to attack, and he was just supposed to look away? "No, I won't flee," Shuram said with steely conviction in his eyes. "I can't look away as my home is under attack. If I die, so be it." Gravis noticed the difference between Shuram and Liran. In comparison to Liran, Shuram actually had conviction. However, conviction didn't magically grant one an instantaneous burst of strength. "Then don't do it for yourself but for your father," Gravis said. Shuram wasn't deterred. "Father will understand my will to protect the sect." "He understands it, yes," Gravis said. "But he informed me so that I may protect your life. Even if you want to die, your father will want to find someone to blame, and that blame falls on me. Your father will think that I have failed and will go against me. And when he does that, I will kill him," Gravis said. Shuram was taken aback as he heard Gravis' brutal words. "As long as your father doesn't go against me, he still has a chance to survive. But as soon as he does, his death is certain," Gravis said coldly. "So, even if you are fine with your own life ending, are you fine with your actions pulling your father down with you?" "Don't get me wrong," Gravis said. "If your father doesn't go against me, I don't care. We might as well be strangers, but if he does, his life will end. Think of your father's conduct and how he has acted. Then, ask yourself how your father will act." Shuram knew his father very well, and even if he didn't want to admit it, his father would probably really act this way. For the first time, Shuram became frustrated with his father. Why did his father leave? If his father simply stayed here and fought with them, none of this would happen. After some minutes, Shuram grunted. "Fine. I won't fight," he shouted. Gravis nodded while Shuram became frustrated at his father. His father's weakness was stopping Shuram from doing what he wanted. Shuram wanted to fight for his home. However, because of his father's mental weakness, Shuram couldn't even do that. Shuram was forced to betray his sect and flee so that his father might not die to his own indecisiveness. "I never want to become like you, father." Shuram was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do but accept his circumstance. However, he had friends inside the unrestrained sect, and he wouldn't let them die just like that. He wanted to give them a chance to choose between fighting and not fighting. Shuram quickly went to everyone he knew, but most of them only blew him off. Why would anyone attack their sect? They were part of the sect alliance. If someone could just attack them, the sect alliance obviously would have long since collapsed. After all, why would any sect want to be part of such a useless alliance? Additionally, they criticized Shuram for his words. This was his father and sect master he was talking about. They had believed that Shuram was a great cultivator. But apparently, he was a spoiled brat that immediately lost his head when daddy wasn't here for a day. The biggest reason why so few cultivators believed Shuram was that Shuram hadn't talked bad about his father before. He had always said that his father was powerful and that he strived to be like this father. And now, suddenly, his father left the sect to die. It sounded more likely that Shuram simply had some beef with his father and wanted to take revenge by slandering him in front of the sect. Shuram tried his best and told them with panic in his voice that they had to believe him, but this made others only angrier. In their minds, Shuram's image fell many levels until he was nothing but a child to them. Gravis looked on, and Shuram even begged him to help him. "If they don't even believe you, what makes you think they believe me?" Gravis answered simply. This increased Shuram's frustration even more, but there was simply nothing else he could do. With a broken heart and spirit, Shuram decided to give up. He had convinced about 3 of his friends to leave immediately, but that was all. There were so many more friends that Shuram couldn't convince. Gravis and Shuram waited alone near the edge of the unrestrained sect, inside a forest. Gravis leaned on a tree with closed eyes as he waited for the inevitable assault, while Shuram paced around in nervousness. Shuram continually mumbled questions about why no one believed him. So what if Shuram was wrong? It was better to err on the side of caution. "Human emotions are not that simple, Shuram," Gravis said. "You wanted to give your life in a hopeless fight while they are willing to risk their lives in a fight that seems winnable to them. In their minds, you would be the crazy one." Gravis' words heightened Shuram's nervousness. On one hand, Gravis was absolutely right, but on the other hand, didn't these people realize that they would die? In such a stressed situation, it was difficult to formulate rational thoughts. Emotions broke into confusing whirlwinds, making thinking very difficult. Gravis also wasn't immune to such situations. Sometimes one was simply overwhelmed by emotions, and one made mistakes. The hours dragged on and night arrived. The sect disciples had a great barbecue in the training grounds and laughed together. They were talking, dancing, making music, and just generally having fun. No panic, no fear, no nervousness. Shuram looked at the party with pain, rage, and frustration. "Burn this scene into your mind," Gravis said. "You will relive it many times in the future." Shuram only half listened to Gravis' words as he looked at the bright and happy get-together. Everything seemed so calm, like it was any other day. Nothing seemed different. Would everything truly break down soon? "This is why you need strong leadership," Gravis said as he arrived beside Shuram. "The disciples don't have the relevant information. They can't find out what will happen since they are missing even context clues to come to the correct decisions. None of them have seen Arthur and Liran's fight. No one has seen how Liran acts under stressful situations. No one has come into contact with any other sect master. They don't know any better since they never had the chance to see the sect alliance for what it actually is. They entrust their lives to the sect elders and sect masters. The upper echelon is more powerful than them and has been in these positions for thousands of years. Surely enough, they would know better what to do than them, right? That's a good mindset if you are in an actually powerful sect. With this mindset, you won't mistrust your leaders. When they are truly good leaders, there is no problem with that mindset. However, this mindset is also what allows sects to die. Every sect disciple entrusts the responsibility for their and their sect's lives to the sect master. However, If that sect master doesn't take up any responsibility, consequences will happen. If no one checks on the baby, sooner or later, it will crawl out of the house and get eaten by a stray dog. Was it the baby's fault? Gravis slowly said. Shuram didn't answer. Gravis looked to the gathering and narrowed his eyes. Did you notice it? Gravis asked. Shuram looked to the gathering with narrowed eyes, but he wasn't sure what Gravis was talking about. What do you mean? He asked. Over the last 2 minutes, for different major circulation immortals left the party. Additionally, not even a single peak immortal or vice sect master is here. Shuram took a deep breath. You mean they know? He asked. Gravis nodded. I'm pretty sure that they all know. However, I'm also sure that at least 2 of them not only know but have also helped the attacker. The attackers can't easily spy on the sect, which means that they need insider intelligence. Some people have given them this intelligence, and they have probably all retreated by now. Shuram gnashed his teeth. Traitors? In my sect? He asked with rage. Especially in this sect, Gravis said. The unrestrained sect is more prone to having traitors than any other sect. You tell every disciple that they are free to do what they want. Additionally, many disciples probably still harbor grudges about their time in the suppression part of your sect. Some people are willing to wait years upon years for revenge. Shuram didn't answer as his face became red with rage and frustration. Gravis took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I feel it, he said. Safety is slowly vanishing. The feeling of danger has not arrived yet, but the feeling of safety is slowly disappearing. The sect is slowly transforming from a safe haven with no danger to wilderness, where everything could happen. Shuram became more anxious as he heard Gravis' words, but he couldn't feel any danger approaching, no matter how hard he tried. Was Gravis misinterpreting his own feelings? Perceived reality has not changed for the sect, Gravis said. They all believe that they are safe, but physical reality is slowly changing. Sadly, to make perceived reality affect physical reality requires both sides of a conflict to perceive it as true. When both sides have different perceived realities, physical reality will be the deciding factor. Perceived reality that doesn't conform to physical reality is known with a different word, Gravis said as the feeling of safety had completely disappeared. Shuram waited with bated breath for the inevitable destruction of his sect. As soon as all the feeling of safety had vanished, Gravis felt the feeling of danger approaching with blinding speed. In just a second, a neutral environment had transformed into a valley of certain death. It's called an illusion, Gravis said with narrowed eyes. Gravis pulled Shuram into his life ring and jumped into the sky. Boom! 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 Apocalypse had arrived. 3 cultivators appeared on top of the unrestrained sect without notice. And when they arrived, they unleashed mighty attacks that created gigantic explosions. One of the explosions hit the central part of the unrestrained sect, destroying all the buildings. One of them hit the restrained lands. And the last one hit the training grounds, where everyone had been gathered for the barbecue. In just a single moment, the entire unrestrained sect had nearly been completely destroyed. One of the cultivators took out their spear and stabbed at the residential area of the unrestrained sect, which was also consumed in a gigantic explosion. In just a single moment, over 90% of all disciples had met their end. This was not tempering. This was not a fight. This was a one-sided slaughter. The enemy was not here to temper themselves but to complete a mission. Their target was not to fight equally powerful cultivators but to decimate the unrestrained sect. Gravis stood in the sky as he watched the attackers. All of them were immortal kings. 3 immortal kings, and Gravis was sure that there were more. These 3 were probably the vanguard that would draw out the 2 vice sect masters. As soon as the vice sect masters initiated combat, the 3 attackers would band together and kill the 2 vice sect masters. Some stray disciples immediately fled into the distance, but Gravis was sure that they wouldn't survive. 2 other immortal kings would probably keep the sides locked down and kill every straggler. This was not a fight for resources but to kill as many disciples as possible. Enjoying the view? A voice said to Gravis as another immortal king appeared before him. All the attackers were clad in dark robes that hid their features and auras. No one knew who the attackers were. "It's nothing new to me," Gravis said calmly as he looked down. "I have seen scenes like these more than once, most of them having been created by my own hands." The new arrival was surprised that Gravis didn't show any fear. Did he not know that he couldn't even attempt to resist? Gravis was only an early major circulation immortal, someone that was 6 entire levels lower than him. "So, you have seen this day arrive, have you?" the Immortal King asked. Gravis nodded. "I have." "Then why are you still here?" the Immortal King asked with a smirk. "Did you expect that we would send some peak immortals? I'm sorry to tell you, but we don't take chances." "You want to take me alive, is that right?" Gravis asked, not answering the attacker's question. "Quite a smart boy, are you?" the Immortal King said with a smirk. "Yes. Our client is very interested in your secrets." Gravis nodded as he continued watching the destruction. "Underworld, right?" "Ho?" the man exclaimed with a bit of surprise. "You even know about us? Were you the one that killed our scout?" "No," Gravis said. "But I have seen his corpse." Gravis was only engaging in this conversation because he was waiting for something. He had to wait for the right moment to start his fight. Fleeing disciples that just reached the edges of Gravis' spirit sense were snuffed out one after the other by some attacks. Sure enough, there were more Immortal Kings. By now, Gravis was sure how many attackers there were. There were 6 attackers, and all of them were Immortal Kings. The unrestrained sect had absolutely no chance of resisting without their sect master. It was 2 Immortal Kings against 6. Gravis looked at the center of the sect and furrowed his brows. Were even the vice sect masters this cowardly? Gravis was waiting for the vice sect masters to start their fight. If Gravis attacked right now, the 3 other Immortal Kings might realize that he was a danger and would attack him. Because of that, Gravis first needed the other 3 Immortal Kings to engage in a fight of their own. After some seconds, Gravis saw the 3 Immortal Kings in the sky look at each other. Bang! 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 Then all 3 of them shot forward to the center of the sect. Bang! A formation array appeared in front of them, but they only laughed. The 3 of them retrieved their weapons and laid them together. After that, they put some jewels onto the weapons and pointed them at the formation array. Shing! A black beam shot out of their weapons and hit the formation array. The formation array wasn't destroyed, but it vanished. It was like it had stopped working. After that, the 3 of them shot into the ground at the center of the sect. Bang! 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 And then, fighting broke out. The 2 vice sect masters were vulnerable now. The formation array that they had used to protect themselves had been deactivated, and now they were fighting the invaders. However, this could barely be called a fight. It was more like the 2 vice sect masters fleeing while barely defending themselves against attacks. The 3 attackers laughed loudly and flew after them, taking potshots at the fleeing prey. "Are you done watching?" the attacker asked. "Then follow me without any resistance, or I might inject you with some spirit poison." Gravis looked away from the chase and looked into the eyes of the Immortal King in front of him for the first time. Gravis activated all his laws that targeted the will aura, and his body vanished as it got absorbed by his more powerful body. There was no reason to keep the weaker body alive. The Immortal King felt a hit to his will aura that nearly took him out. The will aura of his prey was vastly more powerful than he had ever imagined. Then, he noticed that Gravis was now a late major circulation immortal, and he immediately retrieved his spear. He immediately readied himself for a bloody fight. He had heard how powerful Gravis' battle strength was, and he knew that this fight wouldn't be easy. So that was what his prey was waiting for. He didn't flee because he had underestimated them, but because they served as perfect tempering for him. "Have you recovered?" Gravis asked. "I could have killed you right now, but I want a good fight. You better not disappoint me." "Might as well," the attacker said with a smirk. "Seems like I won't only get paid but will also receive some nice tempering." Crack! The attacker summoned a jade token and broke it. A formation array appeared around them, and Gravis raised an eyebrow. "Tempering is forbidden in missions. the attacker said with a smile. But forbidden is a word with a meaning open for interpretation. However, just to be sure, I summoned this formation array to keep the others from looking on. Don't you want to thank me? Gravis looked at the formation array and nodded. It's better this way. You have actually really helped me. Thanks. No problem, the guy said with a smirk. Now, I hope you are ready to die, Gravis. I'm eager to see how powerful this Supreme Ascender truly is. Try not to die in a single attack. Okay? He said with a smirk. Funny, Gravis commented. Xing. Then he took out his saber. That's just what I wanted to say to you. And then they clashed. Gravis charged forward with a saber that has been loaded with a lightning crescent. The power of his saber seemingly broke the world around it. But that was only an illusion. A mere immortal couldn't hope to break the space of this world. The enemy also charged forward with his spear, and Gravis narrowed his eyes. Gravis had no idea what kind of laws his enemy knew. His opponent had to know at least one level 4 law, or he wouldn't have been able to become an immortal king. However, there were no reverberations of any elements present. Gravis activated and deactivated his will aura with different magnitudes of power. Even if he used his full power, he wouldn't be able to slow down his opponent at all. Because of that, it was more effective to change Gravis' resistance. With his law of freedom, he was not suppressed by the enemy's will aura, no matter how powerful it was. Bang! The opponent unleashed a spear strike, and Gravis blocked it with his saber. Crack! And the saber immediately broke apart, making Gravis panic. He had seen the materials his opponent's weapon was made of, and his saber should have been able to block the attack of such a weapon, even if they had a powerful avatar inside their weapon. Yet, his saber still broke? Xing. The spear of Gravis' opponent buried itself in Gravis' gut, its power destroying the lower half of his body. Boom! However, at the same time Gravis' saber was destroyed, the lightning crescent had activated. The explosion decimated the surroundings and engulfed both of them. Gravis absorbed back a part of his power and quickly regenerated his body. However, something suddenly entered Gravis' spirit. He hadn't noticed it, but something had entered Gravis' body from the earlier attack and had directly entered his spirit. A kind of dark green aura that gave off a similar feeling to a toxic swamp engulfed his spirit. Aha! Gravis shouted loudly, his voice shaking the air around him. Haven't I told you that I will infuse you with a spirit poison? Gravis' enemy said with a smirk as he came out of the explosion, unharmed. Do you think everyone only fights with laws? Wouldn't that be a waste of our potential as humans? By now, Gravis had stopped shouting, but he violently gritted his teeth as his eyes became bloodshot. What did you do? He grunted through gritted teeth. As I've said, spirit poison, Gravis' enemy said with a smile. I only needed to hit you once to unleash it, and your decision to test out my abilities was just the perfect opportunity. Whoop! A bottle appeared in the hands of Gravis' opponent. It was filled with dark green liquid and was half empty. It's quite expensive, actually, he said with a smirk. This is a poison made for people that have will auras in the Immortal King realm. I've heard that you have a powerful will aura, which is why I bought this one, just in case. The pain will severely inhibit your concentration and your will aura. Even better, it uses the will aura itself as a medium to cause pain, meaning that even if you manage to deal with it, your will aura won't increase even a little bit. The opponent laughed. Basically, the more powerful your will aura, the more pain you will receive. The opponent bowed a little. And as for why I am uninjured, Xing, the opponent summoned a jade token. One-time use defensive formation array. Works against any attack inside the minor circulation Immortal King realm. Gravis gritted his teeth violently, blood coming out of his mouth. His eyes glared with hate at his opponent as they became bloodshot. Now, will you come peacefully, or do you need me to increase the dosage? He said with a smile. Where's the antidote? Gravis asked with a raspy voice. Pfft. The enemy laughed with disdain. Do you honestly think I would take the antidote with me? Boy, we are here on a mission, not for tempering. You don't know the name of the poison, and I don't have any labels on the bottle. Even if you knew the name, you would need to travel to the core regions to find an antidote, and oh boy, the antidotes are so much more expensive than the poisons. By now, Gravis had an inkling of what his enemy had used to destroy his saber. The enemy didn't use any kind of elemental law. He also didn't use a temperature law. Emotional and situational laws also hadn't been used. His weapon had been created with the high-tier hard pure law, but basically all weapons have been created with that law. His opponent had used an attack-specific law. When their weapons had clashed, Gravis saw the image of a spear appear in front of him, but it didn't look like a human-made spear. It looked more like a natural spear. Gravis had fought a beast in the middle world that had used a similar law, the Inquisitor. He had unleashed powerful earth spires. However, there were more kinds of spires and spears. There were also lightning spears, fire spears, ice spears, wind spears, metal spears, and other spears. All of these spears represented a law each, which was about manipulating the shape and attacking power of something. Gravis' opponent obviously had studied spears thoroughly and had created a law that combined all the different kinds of spears into one. Just like the law of the dead world, this combined law of the spear was a level 4 law comprised of all spear laws in the middle world. This was basically a law from the middle world that managed to reach the power of laws from the higher world. As soon as this person managed to learn spear laws from the higher world, he would be able to incorporate them into his overarching spear law, making it even more powerful. This person was not following the main cultivation path but a secondary path. His avatar had incredible attacking power, but it wouldn't reach the peak. However, that was something for the future. Right now, this spear law was a danger to Gravis. I can't even block or parry a single attack from his, Gravis thought. This will be like fighting a beast again. I can't directly confront him. Are you done thinking? The opponent shouted, his smirk barely visible through his black cowl. So, will you come peacefully? Or do I first need to cut off all your limbs, drain your life energy, and increase the dosage of the poison? Gravis didn't answer and shot at his opponent again. The man laughed. The hard way it is, then, he shouted as he readied his spear again. Gravis summoned another saber and attacked the opponent again, who answered with a strike of his spear. Crack! This saber was also destroyed, and Gravis was penetrated again as the dosage of the poison increased. The man only smirked. Did this guy think that he would be able to trade attacks? By doubling the dosage of the poison, this guy wouldn't even be able to move anymore as his entire spirit and body would seize and cramp with pain. Sure enough, a spear had appeared in another one of Gravis' hands. For a moment, it shot forward, but it stopped as his entire body cramped. The man only laughed at Gravis. I've expected more of you. How disappointing, he said with a smirk. Yeah, same, Gravis said, his voice filled with disappointment. Suddenly, everything seemingly broke apart in the enemy's eyes. It was like reality had been replaced with a different reality. The violent convulsions and reverberations of Gravis' body, spirit, and will aura had vanished. Something like that couldn't be faked, which was why the enemy had been sure that the poison had invaded Gravis' spirit. No convulsions were there anymore. Gravis' pained expression and reddened eyes had also vanished like they had never existed. By all intents and purposes, Gravis appeared healthy and normal, except for the fact that his lower body was missing again. Gravis' spear, which had been halted previously, began moving quickly as some lightning exploded behind it. The time of the spear was also accelerated, making it strike forward with incredible speed. The enemy couldn't possibly block this attack. What had happened? A will aura resided in the spirit, which meant that it was attuned to energy. The poison changed the energy in the spirit to infect the will aura to create pain. This was how the poison worked. However, there was no energy inside Gravis' spirit. There was only lightning. So, as soon as the poison entered Gravis' spirit, it was smashed into pieces like it had been an annoying fly. Gravis hadn't even felt a little bit of pain. However, he had still noticed the poison and was able to guess its usage based on its composition. His enemy had thought that they had won, and Gravis played along. His enemy believed that Gravis was afflicted with the poison, so Gravis created a perceived reality that fit their beliefs. Gravis only had to play along a little bit and act like he was growing desperate. He summoned some weak, spare saber made out of unimportant materials and had let it get destroyed to fool the enemy. However, as soon as Gravis unleashed his spear strike, actual physical reality returned. It wasn't that Gravis was playing with his enemy by revealing the truth, but the truth couldn't be hidden anymore. Why? Well, Gravis' spear shot forward, and the enemy activated another formation array. Just like the last one, this would protect him against a powerful attack. However, Gravis' spear ignored the formation array like it didn't exist and punched a hole through the enemy. What? Bang! And the opponent exploded. Sure, the formation array would stop a powerful attack, but Gravis had a nice counter to that. His law of freedom. His law of freedom only worked on his body and his self, not on his weapons, however. Yet, hadn't Gravis learned a useless attack previously in the life ring? Well, turns out it wasn't that useless. It had some uses. One of these uses was to infuse his weapon with the laws of perceived reality at the cost of sacrificing their subtle effects. However, by infusing his weapons with these laws, his weapons would also be infused with the law of freedom, making them ignore any kind of suppression, including formation arrays. Because of that, his spear simply moved through the formation array of the enemy like it didn't even exist. This was why the perceived reality had been broken. It was because Gravis had pulled his laws of perceived reality to physical reality to counter any kind of formation array that would block his attack. Well, that's that, Gravis said as he gathered all the wealth that had exploded out of the enemy's corpse. What a disappointment. This battle had tempered Gravis' will aura only marginally. He had been in real danger when his opponent attacked first, which had increased his will aura by a little bit, but everything after that had been inside Gravis' control. Right now, Gravis' will aura was still at the level of a late minor circulation Immortal Kings, but it was about halfway to the next level. Not even an increase of one level. Truly disappointing, Gravis thought. Gravis would have wished to get more tempering out of his opponent by telling him that formation arrays and poisons didn't work on him, but he didn't have the luxury right now. He had been able to do that with Samantha only because it had been guaranteed that no third party would intervene. This was not true this time. There were 5 other Immortal Kings outside, and Gravis couldn't trust that the formation array that hid them from their eyes would work. His enemy had said so, but Gravis obviously didn't trust his enemy's words. When the enemy died, the formation array surrounding Gravis vanished, and he appeared back in the sky above the unrestrained sect. Destruction. The unrestrained sect had been replaced with several gigantic craters, and the only signs of life were the attackers flying in the sky. Due to the two of them talking a lot, Gravis' fight with his opponent had taken about 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, the entire unrestrained sect had been wiped out. Bang! 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 Well, nearly the entire sect. The 2 vice sect masters were still resisting the 3 attacking Immortal Kings, but they were incredibly injured. They wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Shing! 2 Immortal Kings appeared in front of Gravis and glared at him. These 2 Immortal Kings had been responsible for killing all the disciples that fled the battle. With their mission complete, they only waited for the other 4 to complete their missions. 3 of them were responsible for the 2 vice sect masters, while the last one was responsible for Gravis. Seems like Vergus failed, one of them said as she spat to the side with disdain. That idiot always acts recklessly. Seems like he got what was coming to him, she said as she looked at Gravis. I assume you killed him. Sure did, Gravis said with a smirk. The other one nodded. Playtime's over, Gravis, he said, obviously knowing Gravis' name. You might have been able to kill Vergus, but we are not as reckless as him. Come peacefully or go through hellish torture. Gravis had created a new saber out of Vergus' wealth and summoned it. Then he readied himself for battle. Don't joke around, the woman said. We are 2, and you are 1. You might be able to fight one of us, but not both. Additionally, it's only a matter of time until the other 3 arrive. You're wrong, Gravis said with a smirk. The man humphed. Are you saying that you can resist us just by yourself? He asked with disdain. No, I'm not saying that, Gravis said with a smirk. If I were alone, I truly would have no chance against you. However, who said I'm alone? Suddenly, the two immortal kings looked at the ball of lightning, which was still flying in the sky. This had been Virgus' corpse. The ball split in two, and the two halves transformed into bodies. In just an instant, 3 Gravises stood in front of the 2 attackers, all of them at the late major circulation immortal realm. Xing! Xing! The 2 of them also took out sabers and stepped beside the first Gravis. Then, all 3 of them gestured with their open hands to the 2 immortal kings and beckoned them to come closer with their index fingers. Try not to disappoint me like your colleague, okay? The Gravis force had returned. Gravis might not be willing to absorb a human's corpse, but he could create some temporary bodies. As long as he didn't absorb them into his true self, he wouldn't have eaten a human, right? These 2 bodies might also just be attacks. The 2 immortal kings couldn't comprehend what was happening. How could there be 3 Gravises? Was this a law? What kind of law was this? How overpowered would a law have to be to triple one's battle strength? This has to be a trick, the woman said to the man with narrowed eyes as she retrieved a bow. Just deal with them. Oh, time's up, the 3 Gravises said. Here we go. Bang, bang, bang. The immortal kings felt a will aura attack them, but they had been prepared. However, the fact that only one will aura had appeared meant that there was only one real Gravis, convincing them of the fact that this was some sort of trick. The woman flew away as she took out her bow to attack the Gravises. 2 of them charged after her while the last one charged at the man. Xing! Xing! The man took out 2 daggers that seemed to drip with darkness. This was the shadow element, the level 3 law equivalent to the darkness element. Gravis shot at him and slashed with his saber. Bang! One dagger blocked the saber, and Gravis noticed that the daggers didn't even crack his saber. This was all that he needed to know. Bang! The enemy attacked with his second dagger, and Gravis summoned a second saber to block the attack. The enemy narrowed his eyes as needles suddenly appeared between them. Gravis noticed the needles and saw them dripping with the shadow element. Xing! 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 A jade token was activated, and all needles shot forward with incredible speed, directly at Gravis' torso. Clank! 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 Gravis summoned a shield to block them. Virgus had had a lot of materials on him, allowing Gravis to create a shield for such situations. The enemy only smiled. Fool! So what if you summon a shield? There's nothing backing the shield. My needles will throw it to the side. Clank! 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 However, the shield held strong and blocked all the needles, shocking the enemy. How? The enemy's question got answered as he saw 2 additional arms coming out of Gravis' torso, which held the shield. Bang! Suddenly, the shield shot forward and hit the torso of Gravis' opponent, breaking several bones. This was the strength of having a beast body. Gravis' human body had just as much defense, power, and speed as his beast body, but his beast body had something much more important. Gravis had forged his beast body to counter humans. What can someone with 2 arms do against someone with 6? The enemy flew several kilometers away, and Gravis shot after him. Gravis replaced his weapons with 4 spears and stabbed forward with all 4 of them at once. At best, his opponent would be able to block 2. The opponent recovered and cracked a jade token. Bang! 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 All 4 spears hit a formation array but weren't able to break it. Another one? Gravis thought with frustration. Bang! 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 Gravis continued attacking the formation array and broke it in a couple of seconds, but the opponent fully recovered by then. Several needles appeared again, and the opponent suddenly unleashed a wave of darkness with his 2 daggers. Gravis felt his law of danger shouting at him. This wave of darkness was incredibly dangerous. Gravis summoned his shield, but as soon as the wave of darkness hit it, it started to age and rot rapidly. SSSHHH. His shield turned into nothingness, and the needles behind the wave shot at Gravis. Gravis gritted his teeth, and his lightning exploded behind him, throwing him directly towards his enemy. Shing! 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 All the needles hit Gravis' body, and his life energy was gone in an instant as his entire body aged. Gravis arrived at his opponent's side and exploded into lightning. Boom! Gravis had transformed his entire body into a lightning crescent and had made it explode before he died. The explosion ravaged the surroundings as the destruction drew the attention of the other 3 immortal kings. All 3 of them noticed that something was not going according to plan. "Enough playing around," one of them said, and the other 2 nodded. Then all 3 of them activated their level 4 laws and attacked the vice sect masters with their full power. Meanwhile, Gravis' opponent came out of the explosion, uninjured. The formation array around him vanished with a sputter as the fully loaded lightning crescent took it out. "That was close," he said with a sigh. "Bang! I knew shooting a bow was easy." The man heard someone shout from a distance as an arrow made out of lightning punched through his chest. Boom! And the guy exploded into lightning. One Gravis was chasing and fighting the other immortal king as the second one had crafted a bow. After that, he had created a physical arrow made out of lightning with his new knowledge and shot it at the guy. The arrow made out of lightning penetrated the guy's chest and exploded just moments later, killing him. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, the 2 vice sect masters were destroyed by the combined might of the 3 attackers. The 3 attackers noticed what was going on and shot to their last remaining colleague. The corpse of the dead immortal king transformed into 2 Gravises again. Currently, one of them was attacking the woman with the bow, one of them was holding a bow, and 2 of them had just appeared. There were 4 Gravises and 4 immortal kings remaining. "Man, this will require a ton of multitasking," Gravis thought. Shing! Shing! All Gravises readied their sabers and searched for an opponent. The other 3 immortal kings quickly arrived at their colleague, and the 4 Gravises also arrived. Now it was 4 versus 4. "What is going on?" one of the immortal kings asked. "I don't know," the woman with the bow shouted back. "As soon as he kills someone, he creates 2 additional bodies. I have no idea what's going on, but all bodies are incredibly powerful. No time for talking," one of the Gravises shouted as he shot at the woman with the bow. The other 3 shot at the other immortal kings. Bang! 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 Explosions ravaged the sky as the ground was destroyed. By all intents and purposes, 8 immortal kings were fighting right now, creating a sea of destruction. Crack! Several jade tokens were broken as a gigantic formation array appeared, which engulfed the entire battlefield. The inside of the formation array became clouded with the shadow element, making it impossible to see anything. Meanwhile, the 4 immortal kings stepped close to each other and formed a battle formation. One guy with a gigantic 2-handed sword and a guy with a spear and shield stood at the front. A person with several throwing knives flying around him stood behind them, and the woman with the bow stood behind that person. All 4 of them were at the edge of the formation array, their backs to it. "One in front, 2 on the left, 1 on the right," the guy in the middle said. He had the shadow element and he could see through everything. He was their eyes and ears in this environment. Bang! 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 The 2 in the front fought defensively and blocked all the different attacks. The guy in the middle was sharing his spirit sense with them, allowing them to see clearly. Meanwhile, Gravis' mind was burning up like a meteor. He also knew the shadow element, but he couldn't use it. This meant that he couldn't see through it without destroying its composition. The problem with that, however, was that destroying composition required concentration. Sadly, Gravis had absolutely no concentration to spare. He was controlling 4 bodies, 24 arms, 8 legs, and had to keep track of 4 immortal kings. Gravis' mind had never been this stressed before. Gravis' concentration was burning like a violent welding flame as he had to keep track of everything. One moment of carelessness and one of his bodies would be destroyed. At that point, the enemy would gain a numerical advantage. Then everything would be over. Even worse, Gravis couldn't move his bodies out of the formation array to attack them from behind. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but that this action would result in him dying. This formation array was not designed to keep him inside. This meant that his opponents also kept track of the outside. As soon as Gravis moved one body to the outside, they would notice and unleash all their attacks on the remaining 3 bodies. For attacks would kill at least one body of Gravis if he hadn't all 4 available. It was even a great possibility that they wanted him to go outside for precisely that reason. This meant that Gravis could only remain inside the formation array, making it very difficult for him to keep track of everything. Crack! Another Jade token was broken as a temporary barrier appeared that blocked a powerful attack. The 4 of them were fighting defensively. By activating the formation arrays in opportune moments, they wouldn't spend any energy while Gravis would. One good thing, though, was the fact that Gravis could spare enough concentration to, at least, break the composition of the shadow element immediately surrounding his bodies, increasing the energy density around him. This allowed him to fight for longer. However, time was not on his side. His concentration wouldn't be able to keep being perfect for long. Sooner or later, he would make a mistake. Gravis' bodies all unleashed a powerful lightning crescent each, but the opponents activated several Jade tokens at once, reducing Gravis' energy by a ton. How many of those do they have? Gravis thought with frustration as he felt danger closing in. He had to win now. We already spent more money than we will get as a reward. One of the Immortal Kings transmitted to his colleagues in frustration. This entire mission has been a bust. Shut up. At least we got some tempering. Another one shouted with a voice transmission. Well, better than nothing, I guess, the woman with the bow said. But seriously, this guy is a freak. He's fighting 4 Immortal Kings as a late major circulation immortal. No one would believe me if I told them, another one said as he blocked another attack. The others remained silent as they concentrated on defending. Suddenly, the woman's eyes shone. Bang! A powerful arrow made out of ice was shot out of her bow as it struck one Gravis. Fuck! Gravis thought with panic. I got careless. It had only been a matter of time until Gravis made a mistake. His concentration was stretched too thin, and he already started to feel strained. Controlling 4 bodies that simultaneously fought against 4 opponents 4 levels above him was just far too much. Just fighting one of them nearly needed his entire concentration. One of Gravis' bodies froze and fell down. He couldn't even detonate that body since it had been frozen. Fuck! 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 Gravis thought with gritted teeth. Now, his mind was under real pressure, and he felt his death coming. The law of danger was telling him that he would die very soon. Come on! Come on! Gravis thought as he concentrated on the formation array. Come on! I'm so close! Whoosh! Gravis transformed all the shadow element in the surroundings into energy, and all his bodies appeared again. Bang! Gravis had redirected too much concentration on the shadow element, which allowed the woman to destroy another body with her bow. Only 2 Gravises were left now. The entire formation array immediately filled with shadow element again, but Gravis had regenerated the entire energy of his last 2 bodies. However, that was not the reason why he had destroyed the composition of the shadow element. Finally, Gravis thought with elation. One Gravis stood in the middle of the formation array and extended his hand downward. You shouldn't have chosen the shadow element. Boom! In an instant, the entire formation array changed as Gravis tweaked it. He understood the composition of the shadow element and he tweaked it. Gravis had finally comprehended the major law of the elements. The shadow element vanished as the formation array refilled its insides. However, it didn't refill it with the shadow element. Everything suddenly turned a blinding white. Light and darkness were the same thing but on different extremes. The same thing was true with shadow and brilliance. This formation array had been tweaked to the shadow element, but it could also be used with the brilliance element. Gravis simply changed the composition of the shadow element inside the formation array into the brilliance element. After all, he could use both elements now with his new law. And Gravis sure as hell didn't choose the nice kind of brilliance element. Gravis still remembered the time when he had comprehended the brilliance element inside the virtualization array. This dick of an element had completely penetrated his entire body and had burned his very being. In an instant, all 4 Immortal Kings felt their beings burn violently. However, the person that had it the worst by far was the one in the middle. He had had his spirit wholly synchronized with the shadow element to keep track of Gravis. So, when the shadow element had suddenly been replaced with a searing light, the person's spirit received serious injuries, and he lost all his senses. Ahhhhh! The person shouted in pain as he felt his being turn into nothingness. Out of reflexes, he blocked out his senses, but the damage had already been done. Hum! A powerful sound was heard, but the four immortal kings couldn't see what was happening. They were utterly blind. Xing! 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 The woman grabbed the injured guy, and everyone immediately left the formation array. They couldn't remain inside anymore. Boom! An ear-shattering sound came out of the formation array, and a streak of lightning shot at them. Inside the streak was a mighty spear made out of lightning. Crack! 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 3 jade tokens were destroyed as the group activated their last defensive formation arrays. This attack was way too powerful for just 1 jade token to resist. Xing! 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 The lightning spear shot through all 3 formation arrays like they didn't exist. Time seemingly stopped. The 4 of them looked with shock at the lightning spear, which would hit the woman with the bow and the blind guy. Meanwhile, inside the formation array, one Gravis stood with a smirk, the lightning runes from mortality just vanishing from beside him. However, Gravis hadn't used mortality. He couldn't load his weapon with lightning and the laws of perceived reality at the same time. When he killed the first guy, Gravis had only used the laws of perceived reality and had only used lightning when his spear had already hit the opponent. With a ranged attack, Gravis couldn't do that. This meant that mortality would hit the formation arrays and explode. So, Gravis didn't shoot a spear but transformed one of his bodies into a lightning spear and used the lightning runes from mortality to shoot that body forward. Like this, Gravis' body would shoot through all formation arrays since his body could always use the law of freedom to escape suppression. Xing! Gravis' body, in the form of a spear, shot through the woman and the blind man. Meanwhile, the Gravis inside the formation array grinned, lifted his hand, and snapped his fingers. Boom! Boom! The 2 immortal kings exploded into lightning, but only for a moment. The gigantic ball of lightning split apart, and 4 more Gravises were created. Now, there were 5 Gravises and 2 immortal kings. The 2 remaining immortal kings felt fear take hold of their being. They had to flee now. Bang! 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 However, all 5 Gravises immediately attacked the 2 remaining immortal kings. Gravis didn't even leave them a chance to flee. They knew far too much about his powers. The 4 Gravises immediately went close and exploded, one after the other. With pure power, one didn't need tactics. Gravis would simply overwhelm them with explosions. Boom! Boom! One of them immediately died after 2 Gravises exploded, replacing the 2 destroyed Gravises. The other one was held down by the 3 other Gravises, and as soon as those 3 were joined by the other 2, all of them unleashed a fully loaded lightning crescent each. No manner of defense could protect the last immortal king from 5 fully loaded lightning crescents. The guy died and was replaced by another pair of Gravises. Now, there were 7 Gravises, all in the late major circulation immortal realm. Gravis took a deep breath as he calmed down. Finally, it's done, he thought. All enemies were dead. The Gravises looked at each other after a couple of seconds. Well, the original body died, only leaving behind bodies made out of human corpses. Gravis thought with a frown. Then he sighed. I didn't want to absorb human corpses, but it seems like I can't always get what I want. I'm not about to die just because I don't want to consume humans. One of the Gravises scratched the back of his head. Well, I already consumed one, so I might as well consume all of them. Seems like I'm becoming more and more like a beast. Fine, I'll just consume human corpses in the future. Who cares anyway? Gravis thought in exasperation. So, instead of throwing the other 6 bodies away, Gravis simply summoned them into his life ring. If he wanted to, he could absorb them right now and become a peak immortal, but that was not Gravis' plan. No, he would remain a late major circulation immortal for a little bit longer. He wanted to know how Liran and the Sect Alliance would act if they thought that Gravis was no danger to them. After all of them would be 5 levels above him, right? Depending on how they acted, Gravis would decide on his next course of action. I will put you to the test one last time, Liran and Sect Alliance, Gravis thought. I don't have much hope, but maybe you'll surprise me. Let's see how you all will react. You better not infuriate me, or you might just drop dead. If Gravis combined just 4 bodies, he would become a peak immortal. Then only 3 levels would be between him and a sect master. 3 levels were not difficult for Gravis to overcome. Gravis' will aura had received some nice tempering. The fight hadn't appeared that dangerous, but one had to remember, if Gravis didn't manage to comprehend the major law of the elements, he would not have survived. It had all hinged on that. Right now, Gravis' will aura was equal to the mid-major circulation Immortal King realm. It wasn't at the peak but close to it. There was basically no difference between jumping 3 or no levels to Gravis right now. His will aura and laws of perceived reality would be so powerful that every mid-minor circulation Immortal King would be suppressed by over 30%. Additionally, since the potential enemies lacked an entire level compared to someone 4 levels above Gravis, their entire being was about 4 times weaker. With the suppression of Gravis' will aura and Gravis' powerful body, he would be faster and physically more powerful than any sect master. This wouldn't even be a fight anymore. There was no difference between 1 and 100 sect masters to Gravis. Gravis relaxed for a couple of minutes to calm down his mind. The battle was over, and he would reflect on it for the next couple of minutes. Formation arrays? Gravis thought. I guess I will have to deal with more formation arrays in the future. I'm not fighting beasts anymore, but humans and humans have all sorts of ingenious tools. Gravis looked at the incredible amount of wealth he had gotten, which included a ton of pills, bottles, materials, immortal stones, and formation arrays. Sadly, Gravis wasn't able to tell what the pills and liquids did. Sure, he could destroy their composition and analyze them, but that would waste a lot of materials. Sadly, Gravis had no knowledge of alchemy. He wasn't even sure what any of these formation arrays did. Without activating them, he couldn't tell their use since he couldn't decipher the symbols on them. However, if he activated them, he would probably waste them. Well, after my long law comprehension session, I will go to the core regions anyway. I can probably just sell all of this shit. Suddenly, Gravis chuckled. Actually, I could probably even sell that to Underworld. All this stuff comes from them, so they would probably want to buy it back. It's all business anyway. Such organizations probably don't care that I killed their agents as long as I have been their target. Whoop! Suddenly, another person appeared beside Gravis. It was Shuram. Gravis had released Shuram since there were no more enemies remaining. Shuram looked around in panic, searching for the enemy, but he only saw Gravis calmly sitting in the sky. After a moment, Shuram calmed down and looked at Gravis. "Where are we?" he asked. "Where is the unrestrained sect?" "We are above the unrestrained sect," Gravis said with a relaxed voice. No danger was present anymore. Not even the sect masters would be a danger to him anymore. Right now, there were no enemies left inside the sect alliance's territories. There was no more hidden pressure or hidden danger. Gravis was the most powerful being in the area. Because of that, Gravis relaxed quite a bit. On one hand, Gravis felt a little bit nervous that no more feeling of danger was around him, but on the other hand, it felt liberating. Just 7 years ago, Gravis had been one of the weaker beings in this area. Any powerful major circulation immortal could have killed him. Now, just 7 years later, he was the most powerful person in this area. When Shuram heard that they were above the unrestrained sect, his mind stopped working. Shuram looked down at the pure destruction. The Immortal Kings had destroyed every building when they had arrived. After that, a humongous fight between the 2 vice sect masters and 3 Immortal Kings broke out, which stretched across a vast distance. Lastly, there had been a violent fight between the Gravis force and the attackers. Nothing remained. There were no trees, no plants, no animals, no rivers, no oceans, no mountains. There was only uneven, stony land made up of craters of different sizes. The surrounding mortal cities, farms, and villages didn't exist anymore. The unrestrained sect didn't exist anymore. Nothing was left. Not even the well-protected warehouse, which had held the majority of the sect's wealth, existed anymore. It had survived for a long time, but the fight between the Gravis force and the attackers had destroyed it along with all the wealth it held. Everything was gone. Shuram's home was gone. Who survived? Shuram asked. Me and you, Gravis answered. Shuram released a shaky breath. No one else? Not even the vice sect masters. No, Gravis said. Then Gravis gave Shuram an abridged form of the battle. When Shuram heard that 2 immortal kings had hunted down all the stragglers, he realized that there was no way that they had survived. What of the attackers? I killed all of them, Gravis said. All of them? Shuram asked in shock. If he hadn't felt Gravis' spirit when Gravis was trying to keep Shuram's severed head alive, he would have been certain that Gravis was lying. However, Shuram had felt Gravis' true being, and he knew that Gravis wouldn't lie about something like that. No matter how hard it was to believe, Shuram had to accept it. Everyone was dead. What about the few friends that Shuram had convinced to leave? After knowing that several immortal kings waited at the edges, that hope was also gone. The immortal kings had probably killed everyone that left the sect even before they attacked. From the very beginning, there was no hope. Tears appeared in Shuram's eyes. He had lost everything. Everything he had ever known and loved was gone. He was alone. Gravis only looked at the sky in relaxation. This had absolutely nothing to do with him. While Shuram broke down over the death of everything he loved, Gravis simply looked to the sky and took in the feeling of having grown more powerful yet again. When he arrived in this world, all these sects had been far too powerful for him. Just the arrival of Arthur's son, someone in the mid-major circulation immortal realm, had nearly resulted in Gravis' death. However, such a weak cultivator couldn't even have held one of the weaker resource points. And now, not even the entire sect alliance was a danger to Gravis anymore. Several hours passed until, Xing, someone appeared above the former unrestrained sect. Weren't you supposed to be away for several days? Gravis asked without turning to the person. However, Liran didn't answer him. Instead, he only looked with shock and horror at the ground below him. This was his sect? This was the unrestrained sect? But it couldn't be. He must have teleported to an incorrect position. This couldn't possibly be the unrestrained sect. Gravis noticed Liran's expression and snorted to himself. Idiot. You probably thought that just because everything else has worked out up to now that it would continue to do so. Couldn't accept that you could lose everything you had. Liran's reaction didn't surprise Gravis at all. The sect had probably gone through several crises, and it had always managed to come out ahead. Hey, it had all worked out up to now, right? I'm sure it would work out this time as well. Sadly, it only needed a single bad flip of a coin to destroy everything. Liran had been running away from his problems, and this had been the result. When the sect needed him most, he left, leaving the problems for the sect to deal with. This might have worked previously, but without the most powerful person of the sect present, saving the sect from such a force had been an impossibility. Could Gravis have saved the sect? No, at least not without sacrificing his tempering. Gravis could have absorbed his remaining wealth and could have become an immortal king. At that point, probably not a single person of the sect would have died since Gravis would have stopped every attack. But why should he do that? Gravis had repaid Shuram by saving his life, and he had repaid Liran by giving them an incredibly valuable resource point. Additionally, Gravis had tried several times to teach Liran the law of freedom. All his debts had been repaid. However, that didn't mean that new debts hadn't been created. Sadly, these new debts weren't debts that Gravis had to repay but debts that the unrestrained sect had to repay. Gravis had trusted Liran, and Liran had forsaken him. One could say that Liran's actions after Gravis' fight with Samantha were one of the biggest reasons why everything had turned out as it did. If Liran had involved himself back then, Gravis would have at least shared his thoughts with Liran. Then, Liran could have decided not to go to the sect alliance meeting or pay an external party to protect the sect. Just a temporary relocation or fortification would have also done wonders. Sadly, Liran's pathetic conduct made all of this impossible. Half a minute of silence passed as Liran only looked at the destroyed ground. It was like he couldn't comprehend that this had been the unrestrained sect. How many survived? Liran asked with a quiet voice. All survivors stand in front of you, Gravis answered. Shuram's expression had changed from heartache to seething rage. His father's arrival had transformed all of Shuram's pain into hatred. Shuram didn't have the power to protect the sect, but his father did. Shuram had heard from Gravis that the attackers had been 6 early minor circulation immortal kings. Fighting all 6 of them alone might not have been possible for Liran, but he wouldn't have been alone. The vice sect masters could have dealt with 2 of them, leaving the other 4 to Liran. This would have been an even fight. Even if Liran didn't win, he could have easily bought enough time for the unrestrained sect to retreat. The majority of the disciples would have survived. Additionally, Liran could have fled after buying some time, and all of this was not even including Gravis. Gravis could have taken another immortal king, leaving Liran with only 3 to fight. Liran would have definitely emerged victoriously. Their sect might not have taken even a single casualty like this. Shuram had had enough time to formulate all these thoughts in the last couple of hours. He had replayed every eventuality in his mind and had tried to find a way to save the sect. What could he have done better? Sadly, the only conclusion Shuram came to was that he couldn't have changed anything. He had already tried to convince everyone, but they hadn't listened to him. There was nothing he could have done. However, his father could have done so many things to prevent this tragedy. This was why Shuram absolutely hated his father right now. Liran's weakness as the sect master had resulted in the death of every friend and loved one Shuram had had. Nothing remained. When Liran heard that Shuram and Gravis were the only survivors, he received another shock. Everyone was dead? How could everyone die? Why couldn't his sect have been stronger? Had his sect truly been this weak that some random bandit group could annihilate them? He had worked himself to the bone for this sect. He had given them everything he had. He gave them resources and taught them so many lessons. And now all of them died? Liran released a shaky breath. So many years, for nothing. Slowly, Liran turned to Shuram and flew closer. Shuram was just barely able to keep his rage in check. He wanted to lash out so bad. He wanted to shout at his father that all of this had been his fault. However, losing control over his emotions now wouldn't be the best course of action. They had to plan a new course, and being emotional now wouldn't help. As soon as everything was resolved, Shuram could unload everything he held inside. Shuram, Liran said with a shaky voice. His father's emotional voice showed Shuram that his father wasn't beyond saving. His father was regretting his actions. I'm so sorry, Liran said as he looked down at the lowered head of his son. I should have chosen stronger vice sect masters. Bang! The edge of a long sword broke off its hilt and dropped to the ground. Gravis shook his head. Liran looked with incomparable shock at his son. Shuram currently had half a sword in his hand, its broken edge pointing at Liran. The saber's blade had broken off when Shuram slashed at his father's shoulder with all his power. Shuram's eyes were bloodshot, and Gravis was unsure if he had ever seen anyone that had gotten this angry. The air around Shuram turned red as his aura seethed and vibrated. Shuram was so angry that he had comprehended the law of rage just now. Liran's words had made Shuram explode. Even in this situation, his father had put all the blame on his vice sect masters. What could they have done? The enemy had been comprised of 6 fucking immortal kings. What could they have possibly done? Today, Shuram growled through gritted teeth. I swear upon the heavens, I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you. Crack. Shuram stabbed forward again, but his sword broke again. There was an entire realm between the two of them. No matter what Shuram did, he couldn't injure his father. You are no longer my father. Your weakness has robbed me of everything I love. Shuram shouted, his voice filled with absolute hatred and wrath. When I become strong enough, you will pay. Shuram shouted as he threw the broken sword to the side. Xing. Then he teleported away. If you leave now, you will die. Gravis transmitted to Shuram calmly. Gravis' spirit sense had a far greater range than Shuram's. which meant that Shuram couldn't leave with just a single teleport. "Shut up," Shuram shot back. "You have been here and you have killed the attackers. However, I know that you could also have prevented this. I'm certain that you could have saved many disciples if you so wanted to. You are also not without fault. You were part of the unrestrained sect." Shuram wasn't nearly as angry with Gravis as with his father, but he still blamed Gravis a little bit. Something inside of him told him that Gravis could have done more. However, Gravis hadn't given his best to protect the sect. Instead, he had used this opportunity to temper himself. It didn't matter if Gravis was in the right or not. In Shuram's mind, Gravis was part of the unrestrained sect, and any disciple had to give their all to protect their sect. Gravis had definitely not given his all, which meant that he was also at fault. Gravis sighed. Gravis knew that Shuram only said these words out of anger. As soon as he calmed down, he would no longer fault Gravis. After all, Gravis had killed all the attackers. This was already more than anyone else had done for the sect. Sadly, Shuram will never have the chance to calm down, Gravis thought. Why? Because Shuram would probably be dead before the hour was over. The mission of Underworld had not been a complete success, but Underworld basically destroyed the entire sect. This meant that the requester of the mission would become active very soon. This requester most likely was Arthur, and Arthur knew when the attack had happened. This meant that Arthur was already preparing himself for the last strike. Arthur was most likely waiting in the vicinity. Gravis knew that Shuram made a decision that would result in his death out of rage. If Gravis wanted, he could hold Shuram back and stop him from leaving. However, this was not something that Gravis liked to do. Allowing others to be free also meant allowing them to commit mistakes. Gravis had told Shuram that he would die, but Shuram brushed it off and left anyway. If that was his choice, so be it. Maybe Shuram already knew that he was going to die. Maybe, in Shuram's infinite anger, he felt that it was worthwhile to exchange his life so that his father might receive the worst pain, the pain of seeing one's child die. When one became unreasonably angry, one often saw such irrational decisions to be the best course of action. The payoff of getting revenge might even outweigh one's own life. Shuram was effectively committing suicide and writing a note that said that all of this was Liran's fault. Meanwhile, Liran still hadn't moved. Liran just couldn't comprehend what had happened. Had his son just attacked him? Why? What was going on? Why was Shuram so angry with Liran? Liran had done his best for the sect. He had done everything in his power to protect it. Did Shuram think that Liran could have just said no to the summons? No, he couldn't have. It wasn't that simple. If Liran didn't go, the sect would have had to placate the sect alliance with a ton of resources. If they didn't, the sect would have been voted out of the sect alliance. What then? Then the sect would have lost everything. They couldn't just leave this place. Sending a vice sect master instead of the sect master would have also been seen as rude. This would have made working together with the other sects far harder in the future. It was necessary to show their respect for long-term benefit. Liran couldn't have done anything. That was how Liran's mind worked. Over 2 minutes passed in which Liran still couldn't wrap his head around anything that had happened. So many things had happened today. Where could he even begin? What to do now? Liran tried to think of a plan but just couldn't formulate one. However, he knew that there was one thing that he had to do. Where are the enemies? Liran asked without looking at Gravis. Gravis sneered in disgust. Even in this situation, Liran was ignoring reality. The enemy? That was what he was thinking about? Liran probably thought that Shuram was only emotional and would calm down. Shuram was probably just distraught because of his sect's demise. As soon as he calmed down, he would surely see that Liran couldn't have done anything, right? Liran only had to wait. Shuram would calm down, come back, and apologize. Liran had been hurt by Shuram's actions, but he was a good father. He could understand his son's frustrations and would forgive him for his transgressions. After all, he was only a kid and couldn't know any better. So, with the issue regarding his son taken care of, Liran thought about the next problem, which was the enemy. They're all dead, Gravis said. And like that, Liran became shocked again. Dead? What? How? He asked. I killed them, Gravis said. You killed them? Liran asked in shock. Gravis nodded. Several seconds of silence passed. Then how did my entire sect get destroyed? Liran shouted in absolute rage. You killed the attackers? Then why didn't you do so earlier? Why is my sect destroyed? Couldn't you have killed the enemy earlier? Liran shouted one word after the other in anger and hatred. It was all Gravis' fault. Gravis snorted. I can take only one enemy at a time. So, obviously, while I take care of one of them, the others will continue to attack. You! Liran shouted. None of Gravis' words had any effect on him. Liran had found a scapegoat, and his entire being embraced it. Liran was not at fault. Liran had not committed any mistakes. It was all Gravis' fault. Am I interrupting? A dark voice came from the side, filled with mirth. Gravis sighed with closed eyes as Liran turned to the new arrival with hatred. Arthur, what do you want? Liran shouted. Arthur chuckled a bit. What an unfriendly welcome, he said. I just killed one of the people that attacked your sect, and that's how you repay me? Liran became shocked again, but his rage returned. What are you talking about? All the attackers are dead. All attackers are dead? Arthur asked in genuine shock. Arthur had thought that Underworld had succeeded and retreated. After all, the entire sect was nothing but craters now. However, all of them died. Was that why they hadn't contacted him? Does that mean I don't have to pay them? Arthur thought with excitement, feeling even better now than before. His revenge was so close to being complete. The entire unrestrained sect was dead. Liran would soon also die since they would simply vote him out of the sect alliance. This was great. Arthur's face transformed from genuine shock into mock confusion. Oh, okay, he said with a mocking tone masked as confusion. But then, who was it that I just killed? Could you help me identify the corpse? Arthur asked with concern, although he couldn't hold back his filthy smirk near the end. Here, look, Arthur said as he took out a head, holding it unceremoniously in front of him by its hair. Liran's world broke down. Gravis sighed. Tell me, who is that? Arthur asked, shaking the head a little from side to side. It was Shuram's head. Liran's world broke down. His sect was destroyed, and now his son was dead too? Why had all of this happened? Why was the world against him? What had he done to deserve this? Ah ha ha ha. Arthur laughed loudly as he saw Liran's shocked expression. Pack. Arthur threw the head over, and Liran caught it out of reflex. In shock, Liran looked down at the head, and the last expression of Shuram was still very visible on his face. Rage, hatred, anger, tragedy, sadness. There were still wet spots on Shuram's face from the tears he had cried. His expression showed pure pain, denial, and anger. It was the expression of someone so angry with the world that they had given up, trying to find solace in death. Gravis took a deep breath as he saw the head. He wanted to say that this had nothing to do with him, but his emotions disagreed. Gravis wanted to say that he didn't care, but deep down he did care. In his mind, Shuram's death was a tragedy. Shuram was far better than his father, and he had had a great mindset. However, sometimes, when one lost control over their emotions, all the good things of a person couldn't make up for the emotional mistakes one committed. Gravis didn't really see Shuram as a friend, but he also wasn't a stranger. Gravis had wanted to stop him, but he also didn't want to force his protection on him. If they had been closer, Gravis might have forced Shuram to stay, but they hadn't been that close. So, in the end, Gravis had let Shuram die since that was his decision, no matter if it was right or wrong. Shuram wasn't a little kid. He had been an immortal that had lived for over 1,000 years. If someone like that decided to do these things, then it was their decision. Liran hugged Shuram's head and also started crying. Anyway, Arthur said from a distance, I have already informed the sect alliance. They should be here shortly. We are already here, came a voice as over 100 people appeared in the sky. Liran didn't pay any attention to the other sect masters. All his attention was on the head of his son. Gravis was a bit surprised that every single sect master had appeared. Wasn't there supposed to be some council? Why was every sect master here? However, Gravis quickly found an explanation. The meeting, he thought. Liran was supposed to be away for several days but came back after only a couple of hours. The meeting probably hasn't ended yet, which meant that every sect master was gathered regardless. How very convenient. The sect masters looked around in shock. This was the unrestrained sect? They had heard that the unrestrained sect had been destroyed, but they hadn't expected that it had been this thoroughly destroyed. They had expected ruins and corpses, but nothing but dust remained. Not even a single sign of a sect could be seen. There were no ruins, no corpses, no flames, no destroyed weapons. There was only dust. Who would do something this vile? A woman among the sect masters said. Which monster could have so much hatred for an entire sect that they would leave absolutely nothing remaining? Surprisingly, Gravis thought that her words and feelings were genuine. After all, not every sect master had been involved in this plot. Probably not even half have been involved. Gravis guessed that, at most, 20 would have been involved, and even that would be a stretch. A significant portion of the sect alliance was probably made of people who genuinely wanted to create a home for themselves. However, the small portion of filth had tainted the entire pool. As long as the minority of selfish cultivators remained unpunished, the entire sect alliance would be useless. This was the same concept as with the beasts. The more good and trusting people one had in the group, the more power the minority of selfish manipulators had. "Welcome, brothers and sisters of the sect alliance," Arthur said. "As you see, the unrestrained sect has been utterly annihilated, and only 2 people remain, the sect master and this disciple," Arthur said as he gestured towards Gravis. "We can mourn for our lost comrades later, but now we have to make a decision. Is such a sect worthy of staying in the sect alliance?" Arthur said as he paused for dramatic effect. "Do you have no shame?" One sect master shouted in anger. "One of our allies has been killed, and you only think about banishing the survivors?" "Brother, calm down," Arthur said, his voice seemingly filled with righteousness. "I grieve for our lost comrades as much as you, but we have to look to the future. As the highest power, it is our obligation to be an example for everyone. If we let a lone immortal king without a sect remain in our ranks, we will have to grant the same status to any other visitor. What of cultivators in the core regions? One immortal king could come on their own and claim that they are a sect. Can we let something like this happen?" No one said a thing. "No, we can't. As soon as they point out that we allow a lone immortal king to represent a sect, we will be in the wrong for refusing them. We would be playing favorites, and as soon as we play favorites, our sect alliance will become tainted. We can grieve for our lost comrades later, but now we have to protect the sect alliance and everyone in it. Therefore, I will initiate a vote now. I hereby call a vote for removing the unrestrained sect of the sect alliance." "Are you mad?" another sect master shouted. "Your feud with Liran has been public knowledge for a while now, and now you dash— Stop!" another sect master shouted, interrupting the earlier one. "As much as it pains me to admit it, Arthur is right. For now, we need to protect the sect alliance from this threat. We can talk about everything else later." "I agree," a third one said. "We can talk about this tragedy later. For now, we need to safeguard our home." The first one gnashed his teeth in anger. What was up with them? Did no one see what was happening right now? This was all too convenient. He looked around and met the gazes of others. Some of them looked to the side, not meeting his gaze. Some looked at him with complex expressions. Some looked with discomfort and guilt at Liran. Some looked with compassion and encouragement to him. The last ones were the sleaziest. They were showing their compassion to show that they understood him to get him to agree to the vote. The ones with the complex expression were the ones that knew what was going on. However, they were too afraid of standing out. If they went against the hidden manipulators, their sect might become the next unrestrained sect. The remaining ones knew that something was going on. but they wouldn't involve themselves. They would simply go with the majority. Ding, ding, ding. A light circle appeared in the air, and colors appeared that represented the votes. 94 to 26. The majority was for the dismissal of the unrestrained sect. Then it has been decided, Arthur said with a smirk. Now, if you don't mind, I have some personal business to attend to, Arthur said as he took out his saber and pointed it at Liran. Nearly all sect masters looked at Arthur with disgust. They knew that he had been involved, but they didn't have proof. Additionally, Arthur was one of the most powerful sect masters in the sect alliance. Nearly everyone hated and despised him, but they feared Arthur's reprisal if they ever decided to go against him. However, did Arthur have to do it this directly and publicly? Couldn't he have just waited? Let me join you, another sect master said with a severe voice as he appeared beside Arthur. Liran, I have condemned the undisciplined and reckless attitude of your sect for a long time. The unrestrained sect has besmirched the entire sect alliance for long enough, but you still need to pay for your crimes. So, don't blame me but your own inadequacy, he said as he took out a shield and club. Same thing with me, a third one said as he took out 2 daggers. For everything you have done to my sect, you will pay today, Liran. Now 3 sect masters stood opposite Liran. However, Liran didn't react. He was only hugging the head of his son in grief. Gravis looked at all of this with an even expression. The sect alliance is truly beyond saving. The minority of disgusting, selfish people have the entire sect alliance in control. Even if I wanted to waste my time by slowly investigating the entire sect alliance, I still wouldn't be able to root out all of them. The fact that Arthur was able to influence the entire sect alliance with such a flimsy reason showed as much. What protecting the sect alliance? What playing favorites? All of this is nonsense that has no bearing on the greater picture. This entire reasoning only relies on status and on feeling superior to others. Liran slowly lifted his head and looked at the 3 sect masters in front of him. He didn't care anymore. He had lost everything. So what if he died today? Liran didn't resist. One life is not enough to pay for your crimes, one of the 3 said. You will pay for your crimes in your next life too. However, I'm not a monster. I still wish you peace on your journey. Then, that sect master flew closer and unleashed a wave of darkness with his 2 daggers. The wave closed in on Liran, and Liran only looked at it. Clank! How dare you resist your just punishment? The other sect master shouted. Liran had taken out his bow and had blocked the attack. Liran's expression had changed. He no longer had a weak and self-loathing expression on his face. What expression did he wear now? Rage? Hatred? No, it was fear. Liran was deathly afraid. I can't die, he said more to himself than to others. Liran had wanted to give up his life, but as soon as the enemy had attacked, his survival instincts kicked in. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. He was afraid of dying. Arthur only sneered and also shot forward with his saber. There's no saving a sinner like him. Just get it over with. Bang, bang, bang. Several attacks clashed, and Liran was barely able to hold on. However, this wouldn't continue for long. Gravis, help me. Liran transmitted to Gravis. You didn't help me, so why should I help you? Gravis transmitted back. What are you talking about? I took you in when everyone tried to kill you. Liran answered. It is your duty to protect your sect. I did protect my sect, Gravis answered. However, you didn't. As your sect master, I order you to help me. He transmitted back in rage. Gravis didn't answer. Liran defended against some more attacks. Fine, he transmitted with hatred. Then, if I'm going down, you are going down with me. Gravis is a variant black demon in disguise. Liran suddenly shouted to everyone. The attacks stopped for a second. Variant black demon? One of the watching sect masters asked in shock as he looked at Gravis. Yes, Liran shouted. When I just met him, his will aura hadn't been this strong. Thus, I was able to see through his disguise. The sect masters talked to each other with voice transmissions. Was this true? Did a beast infiltrate their ranks? What did this mean? Gravis' expression didn't change. He had expected that something like this would happen. It's true, Arthur said with a smirk. I've also seen it back then. Gravis snorted. Bullshit. You didn't even look at me, he thought. However, Gravis knew that words wouldn't help him. Even if Gravis perfectly managed to explain everything, it didn't matter. The truth only mattered if someone was willing to find it. If someone wasn't interested in the truth, they wouldn't care about it. Even if Gravis didn't have a beast body, he would still be condemned as a beast and killed. It literally made no difference. Let's first finish this, Arthur said. The other two nodded. Like this, the fight resumed, and 30 seconds later, Liran was dead. His last words had been the name of his son. It was over. The entire unrestrained sect had been killed. Arthur had completed his revenge. Liran had killed his son, so Arthur had taken everything from Liran. Who would have expected that it would end like this? Gravis thought. When I joined the unrestrained sect, I had believed that we would fight against the Lightning Cleaver sect in a soft war. I thought we would slowly suppress them and kill Arthur. I also thought that I would be able to teach freedom to the unrestrained sect. Originally, when I joined the unrestrained sect, I was thinking about making them become more powerful, maybe help Liran along the way. As the most powerful member of the sect alliance, I would have had protection and an endless amount of resources and law comprehension areas. Then, I could have spent thousands of years on my laws while the unrestrained sect would slowly become bigger and bigger. After that, we could have gone to the core regions. Get new people, new disciples, more resources, and so on. I would have had a temporary home, friends that have a similar mindset to mine, an organization with enemies that would serve as tempering, and a place to go back to if I ever felt alone. Gravis looked at some hair that fluttered to the ground. This was the last thing that remained of Liran. Everything else had been consumed by Arthur's lightning. Gravis sighed once again. So often do we have plans for the future just to be thrown for a loop by reality. Instead of making my temporary home more powerful, I doomed it. Do I regret my actions? No. Even if I hadn't been there, Liran would have run the sect into the ground. The sect was already doomed to die. The only difference is the number of casualties and time. Now then, Arthur said with a satisfied smirk as he turned to Gravis. Would you mind explaining yourself, beast? Why? Gravis asked flatly. Some sect masters were surprised by Gravis' conduct. He was, by far, the weakest person here, but he didn't show any nervousness or fear. Anyone in his situation would have talked on and on about being wrongfully accused. Did that mean that this was no ploy from Arthur? Was Gravis actually a beast? Xing. Suddenly, some kind of jewel appeared beside Gravis, but he didn't mind. The jewel started shining red, and a collective gasp of shock went throughout the gathered sect masters. Beast! He's a beast! A beast! One sect master after the other cried out in shock. They had believed that this was another one of Arthur's ploys, but it had actually proven to be true. The jewel they had just summoned was a formation array that reacted to beast-specific laws in the blood. Beasts kept their energy and elements inside their bodies, not their spirits. This was one of the main reasons why beasts had such powerful bodies. Therefore, when the jewel shone, there was no doubt anymore. Gravis was a beast. Arthur was also surprised. Wait, Gravis actually was a beast? Liran hadn't lied? Some seconds in silence passed as the sect masters tried to wrap their heads around this new revelation. So what now? Gravis asked. The sect masters' expression recovered, and a stern look appeared on their faces. Gravis could see genuine hatred in their eyes. They really don't like beasts, huh? Gravis thought. Vote! One of them shouted as he summoned a light circle. Ding 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 ding. 120 green, 0 red. Not a single one voted no, Gravis thought as he looked at the gathered sect masters. Kill it! Kill the beast! Kill the traitor! Kill the spy! Arthur smirked and pointed his saber at Gravis. Gladly. "So that's your decision," Gravis said evenly. A select few sect masters somehow felt slightly nervous when they heard Gravis, but that number was only in the single digits. The vast majority either showed anger or disregard. Gravis was a beast. The words of a beast could not be trusted. Ever. They were monsters. No one answered Gravis, and Arthur only smirked. With Gravis' death, the entire unrestrained sect would be wiped out. Also, without Gravis, Arthur's son would still be alive. Hee. Arthur chuckled silently to himself. Then Arthur charged forward with his full speed, directly at Gravis. Arthur loaded his saber with the punishment cleaver and struck down. Gravis only looked him in the eyes without amusement. Die! Hum! An incredibly powerful pressure pressed down onto every living being in a 100-kilometer radius. However, the only living beings were the sect master, since the previous battle had extinguished every other life. Clank! Silence. Shocked silence. Gravis' aura had suddenly exploded as he combined his other bodies in an instant, reaching the level of a peak immortal. As for that relatively silent sound that pierced the silence, that was Gravis catching Arthur's saber with his hand. Gravis had absorbed all the lightning on Arthur's saber, making this attack nothing more than a physical one. On top of that, Arthur hadn't attacked with his entire physical strength. Even more, Arthur only had an average body while Gravis had a beast body. 3 levels were between them, but Gravis' body was still more powerful. However, Gravis decided to stop hiding. They knew his secret anyway, so who cares? Because of that, Gravis had caught the saber with his beast hand, its black scales seemingly absorbing all light. No one could react as Gravis caught the attack of one of the most powerful sect masters without any issues. Where was the lightning? Where was the explosion? Arthur looked with shock into Gravis' bored eyes, and for the first time he felt fear. His law of danger was shouting at him that he would die. "It's my turn," Gravis said as he retrieved his saber, which crackled with violent lightning. Arthur's eyes widened as he pulled his saber back, but he couldn't retrieve it. Gravis' hold was too powerful. Gravis slowly lifted his saber, and Arthur began to panic. The strength of a weapon cultivator was their weapon. However, the weakness of a weapon cultivator was also their weapon. If a weapon cultivator lost contact with their weapon, they would lose contact with their avatar, which resided in their weapon. At that point, they would lose their weapon law and would forget all associated laws of their avatar. Because of that, Arthur couldn't retreat. If he let go of his saber, he would die. But if he kept hold of his saber, he would also die. Bang! 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 Several lightning bolts came out of Arthur as he attacked Gravis with them. Of course, nothing came of it. So Gravis lowered his saber. Boom! And Arthur exploded as the lightning crescent hit him, leaving behind a ball of punishment lightning and a lot of wealth from his spirit space. The explosion vanished, and Gravis slowly flew out of it. The sect masters couldn't believe what was happening. Gravis was a peak immortal? Gravis was this powerful? Attack! One sect master shouted with power. "He can't withstand all of our attacks at once." Gravis only sneered. Sure, he couldn't withstand all their attacks, but he didn't need to. What were the differences between fighting in a human body and a beast body? A human body allowed someone to be fast, nimble, and flexible. It was perfect for one-on-one battles. What about beast bodies? Well, Gravis unveiled his beast body in all its glory, and for once, he didn't restrict its size. How big was Gravis' body? A beast's body became bigger and bigger if one didn't staunch its growth. However, as soon as one reached the law comprehension realm, one could fight in any size they saw fit. So why restrict the growth of the body? In an instant, the sect masters saw nothing but a wall of black. The entire horizon was blocked by a singular wall of black, made out of many individual scales. What was this wall? That was the long claw on Gravis' big toe. Right now, Gravis was even taller than Meadow had been back then. The sect masters knew that beasts could get big and that Gravis was a beast, but it still filled them with dread when the normal-sized man suddenly transformed into a towering giant. Bzzzzz. The ball of lightning, which had previously been Arthur, vanished. And reappeared on Gravis' hand as it crackled violently. Gravis also added his own lightning, creating a makeshift lightning crescent that resided on his open palm. Gravis didn't need a weapon to create a lightning crescent, but a weapon would give the attack more power. However, Gravis didn't need more power right now. This was more than enough. Gravis looked down at the sect masters as his will aura suppressed them and locked down space. Teleportation was impossible. Then, Gravis stretched out his right hand, which couldn't even be seen anymore with the naked eye due to the distance. And then, he swashed the sect masters away like they were flies. Most of the sect masters couldn't react to the sheer speed of Gravis' attack. They had been suppressed by his will aura, and Gravis' body was faster than them anyway. On top of that, lightning was also rather fast. Only around 20 sect masters managed to react as they barely retrieved their weapons to attack. However, weapon techniques required a little bit to be set up. One couldn't just ready them when one hadn't been prepared to unleash them. Therefore, the attacks were subpar at best. Bang! Gravis' open palm hit the first sect master, and the lightning consumed him. The corpse of the sect master added to the lightning's power, making it stronger instead of weaker as it continued to travel. Bang! A second one, and the lightning grew even stronger. Boom! 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 The first attacks of the sect masters finally hit but barely managed to use up some of the lightning. Bang! 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 5 more sect masters were destroyed as the lightning on Gravis' hand became more and more powerful. The explosions also increased in size as Gravis hit more and more sect masters. Bang! Bong! Boom! 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 Near the end, the attacks that hit the previous sect masters had become so big and powerful that they took out several surrounding sect masters, and it only became crazier. Boom! One last explosion appeared as the combined power of over 100 mid-minor circulation immortal kings exploded in one big explosion, its radius thousands of kilometers wide. The horizons were destroyed as an unfathomably deep crater appeared below Gravis. Slowly, the explosion vanished, leaving nothing behind but the black wall. Bang! Gravis' claw touched the unfathomably deep crater, its tip barely fitting into it as his weight cracking the edges of the crater. Silence. Whoop! The black wall vanished as Gravis returned to his human body. And that's that, Gravis commented casually as he created new clothes. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A gigantic and violent ball of lightning floated just beside Gravis, its size akin to a star. Gravis gazed at it and scratched his chin. Now, what to do with you? Gravis looked at the gigantic star of lightning. Using a lightning crescent always wasted a lot of lightning, which was why Gravis couldn't absorb all of it back after attacking. However, there were still around 40 mid-minor circulation immortal kings in that sphere. That would easily be enough to become a late minor circulation immortal king for Gravis. However, Gravis wouldn't absorb the energy. This would be stupid beyond belief. Why? First of all, his will aura would only be slightly stronger than his realm then, severely weakening his most powerful weapon. Second of all, if someone found a late minor circulation immortal king in this area, they might see him as a threat. But wait a minute, there weren't any powerful people left. Who could possibly threaten him here? Well, one shouldn't forget that this area, which had been distributed over 120 sects with several immortal kings each, had a ton of wealth. If one gathered everything, one could easily create several major circulation immortal kings. Sure, the sects might have had the power to take this as their territory, but were they truly the masters of the territory? Any sect with a major circulation immortal king could have come here and claimed everything for themselves, and it would be worthwhile too. There were enough resources to create several such immortal kings. So, the question was, why did no super-powerful immortal king come here and claim it? Well, the answer was that it had already been claimed, not by the Sect Alliance but by other powerful sects. Gravis guessed that the Sect Alliance probably sent the majority of their resources to some more powerful sect in the core region of this world. So, what would happen if the sect didn't gain its tributes? They would send a powerful immortal king to check up on things, and that Immortal King would see that all the sect masters had been killed. On top of that, they would see that some late minor circulation Immortal King was in this territory just cultivating. Connecting the dots wouldn't be hard. However, a peak Immortal? As if a peak Immortal could kill over 100 mid-minor circulation Immortal Kings. All these reasons made Gravis decide against absorbing the energy. However, keeping it would also be annoying. Having several bodies was okay, but having hundreds of them? That would stress Gravis' concentration too much, making it harder to comprehend laws in peace. So, what to do with the lightning? Luckily, Gravis knew exactly what to do. Right now, no one knows that all the sect masters are dead, and no one will ever know who it was. The only way to find out would be to reverse time, Gravis thought. Gravis had seen the reversal of time several times before. Back when Gravis had still run the Gravitas, the inspectors always reversed time to see what had happened. However, who were these inspectors? They were incredibly powerful immortal emperors and even some scattered star gods. What did they all have in common that made them inspectors? They had all comprehended the level 6 law of time. The level 3 law of time was not enough to reverse time to this degree, especially after the area had been the victim of such wanton destruction. Did someone in this world know the level 6 law of time? It was possible. After all, this was the most powerful higher world. However, who would such a person be? That person would probably be one of the most powerful immortal emperors in the world. A person that didn't look up to anyone but down at everyone. Would such a person come to this remote location to check up on who killed some sect masters from some servant sects that paid some tribute on the Immortal King level? Of course not. The only dangerous moment would be if they send someone at the peak Immortal King realm, since they might see through my disguise. But that would be such a huge overkill that not even my horrible luck could make it happen. They will probably send an early major circulation Immortal King to check up on things, and that also only if the remaining vice sect masters don't know that they should pay their lords. The vice sect masters probably know what to do, and the payments will continue, even without their sect masters. So, in short, Gravis had nothing to fear. Additionally, Gravis wouldn't even really touch the resources. Gaining resources and keeping them was a huge difference. A poor farmer in a mortal village might find a gold bar. Great, they got some resources. However, would they be able to keep it? No. Some other guy would probably steal it or kill the farmer for their wealth. Would Gravis grandly claim this territory and lord over it? He wasn't that suicidal. No one would care if he went to some law comprehension areas to understand some laws, but if Gravis decided to claim some hard currency, the lords might not be happy. Gravis knew how to keep a low profile, and he would make full use of it. So what did Gravis decide to do with the lightning star? Simple, he would use it. Xing. Gravis retrieved the lightning star into his life ring. It was slowly getting weaker, but he still had some time to make use of it. After retrieving it, Gravis teleported a couple of times until he arrived at his destination. Gravis looked down at a formation array with a smirk. The biggest immortal stone mine of the unrestrained sect, Gravis thought, and sure enough, it's protected by a formation array. This was a resource point that would be protected by an immortal king, making it incredibly valuable. However, immortal kings couldn't just remain at their resource points constantly. They had other jobs and tasks to fulfill. Because of that, these resource points were protected by the most powerful formation arrays that the Sect Alliance had access to. The formation array would keep everyone out, and only the keeper of the fitting key would be able to enter, which would be given to the sect master of the sect that controlled the resource point. Gravis didn't have the key, but he also didn't need it. Fomp. Gravis simply passed through the formation array thanks to his avatar of freedom. Bling. Bling. Gravis saw a mountain of immortal stones in front of him. This was a natural immortal stone vein. How were immortal stones created? Funnily enough, immortal stones procreated similar to plants. They passively absorbed energy and grew bigger and bigger. However, it would be more precise to call the immortal stone vein an it instead of a they. After all, it was just a single immortal stone. The normal immortal stones one knew had been cut down to uniform sizes. Harvesting an immortal stone vein was also rather simple. As long as one didn't injure the base of the immortal stone vein, which was conveniently basically everything below the ground, it would recover as it absorbed more energy. Everything above the surface could be harvested without any issues. Xing. Gravis cut off the entire mountain, leaving a flat ground of immortal stones behind. Then, Gravis looked at his lightning star and converted it to energy. Sadly, the conversion from lighting to energy ate up around half its power, reducing it to an equivalent of about 20 mid-minor circulation immortal kings. After converting the lightning star, Gravis pushed the energy into the ground. And a new mountain sprung out of the ground with incredible speed. Xing. Gravis cut it off again and it grew back again. This whole process repeated several times until all the energy was used up. Bling. Bling. Below Gravis, another mountain had appeared, but he wouldn't harvest this one. After all, if he took too much, someone might become suspicious. However, Gravis already had more than enough. Xing. 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 Gravis cut the mountains inside his spirit space into uniform pieces and counted them quickly. Such a task was done in but a moment thanks to Gravis' powerful spirit. 60 million immortal stones. Gravis thought with a smirk. Enough to make me a late minor circulation immortal king easily. With this move, Gravis had tripled his money, and he had already been rich to begin with. Thanks, Gravis said to the immortal stone vein with a smirk. Xing. And Gravis vanished. After some teleportations, Gravis appeared inside a forest. This was the place where Gravis had had his long talk with Stella. It had been outside the unrestrained sect, but outside was a relative term when it came to immortals. It was outside, as in outside the range of any immortal king of the unrestrained sect, which meant it was over 1,000,000 kilometers away. The destruction of the battle had not reached this place. Sir. Gravis buried a small jade token into the ground with a smile. When Stella returns, she knows where to find me with this. Others wouldn't care. Even if they found it and even if they were interested, they would just come to me and ask what's up. Gravis teleported away again until he arrived at a random location in the middle of nowhere. Then, Gravis released a sigh as he lay down on the ground. It's over, huh? He thought. Everything was dealt with. No more enemies. No more tempering. No more sex. No more schemers. No pressure. No danger. Who would have thought that all of this would have ended this way? I am now the hidden overlord of this location. The other sects know of my strength but don't know that I have killed the sect masters. As soon as I go into any law comprehension area, no one will dare to stop me. Gravis sighed. And like this, my journey of tempering ends again, and a long time of comprehending laws begins. How long will it be this time? 10,000 years? 20,000 years? Gravis looked around and saw several things that he hadn't comprehended yet. He saw high-tier complex materials all around him, and that was only one of the laws he didn't know. For the first time in a long while, Gravis felt like a sea of unknown laws had opened up before him again. He didn't even know where to begin. There was so much to learn. Gravis didn't lay there for a long time and quickly stood up again. Man, I'm too excited to relax. I should plan the future laws I want to learn. There are 3 categories that I need to pay attention to. First of all, the necessary laws for me to beat Ark in the future. These laws are of the utmost importance, and they include the situational and emotional laws. Sadly, I can't just comprehend situational laws, and emotional laws are also a no-go due to the issue with my lightning. As long as I don't deal with this issue, I won't be able to progress much on this path. The second category would be the laws for the main cultivation path. Those are the high-tier laws of the dead world and the laws of life. I can comprehend those without much issue as long as I spend enough time. Life might be a bit harder, and I might need the help of a powerful plant. The last category are laws that increase my battle strength. Not all laws increase my battle strength, which is why I need to also look at those. Especially the high-tier laws of lightning speed, lightning power, lightning explosion, and so on. The low-tier variants of these laws had been level 1 laws, and they only had a minor effect on my level 3 law of punishment lightning. However, now they would be level 4 laws while my punishment lightning is still a level 3 law. The strength they would give me is incredible. So, where to begin? Gravis thought as he looked through the map of the resource points that Liran had given him in the past. I have a lot of time now, which means that I can concentrate on the laws that don't increase my battle strength by much. Additionally, I should concentrate on laws that I can't comprehend on my own first. Learning the high-tier life composition laws of the body is something I can learn on my own by experimenting on myself. This might have been difficult back then, but I know enough about the basics to extrapolate a lot of clues about other bodies by looking at my own. Plant laws are a no-go. There is no law comprehension area for the composition laws of plants. Soul laws only start at level 5, which is still too high for me right now. Additionally, I would probably also need a law comprehension area. Same thing for temperature laws. This means that the life laws fall through. So, what about the matter laws? Gravis thought but shook his head with a smile. Unnecessary. Understanding these laws has taken a ton of time and different places for me in the middle world, but everything has changed. Right now, I can comprehend the medium pure and soft pure laws anywhere I want. After all, I have control over all the high-tier elements right now. Just by mixing and matching the elements, I can create basically all pure materials that exist in the higher world, at least up to a certain threshold of power. High-tier mixed elements? I can also create those, actually. I don't need a law comprehension area for them. So what would be next? Gravis thought. However, his mind stopped as he tried to think of a good law to comprehend next. Wait, Gravis thought as his eyes widened. Those were basically all the categories already. Gravis just looked with surprise at a random spot in space. So, I don't need any law comprehension area for all of these? Gravis thought as if he couldn't believe the truth. The high-tier law of the elements is actually so good that it helps me to comprehend a ton of other laws just by using it. Literally the only things left are the secondary laws that increase my battle strength, stuff like lightning speed, darkness poisoning, law of the spire, law of the claw, and so on. After all, I need to see those to comprehend them. Gravis scratched the back of his head in confusion. This is so weird. There has always been this dynamic that I need to spend a lot of time on composition laws that don't increase my power by much. The secondary laws have always been things that I could comprehend whenever I wanted. However, all of this has changed now. Thanks to the high-tier law of the elements, I can basically learn the entire high-tier law of the dead world on my own. I only need a strong cultivation realm to create the most powerful materials and a shitload of time. That's all. Honestly, it would feel like a waste of time to concentrate on these laws for now, especially since they wouldn't increase my battle strength by much at all. The mixed elements, medium pure materials, and soft pure materials are at least 12 laws in total that wouldn't increase my battle strength at all. Normally, I would have no issue with spending time on these things, even if they don't make me much more powerful. However, the fact that I can comprehend them whenever and wherever I want somehow makes it feel like a waste. I mean, I have the resources of 120 secs right now, right? Not taking advantage of these law comprehension areas would feel like a huge waste. Gravis checked the map again and deleted all the law comprehension areas for laws Gravis could comprehend on his own. How many law comprehension areas were left? 60%. 60% of the law comprehension areas were still left, and Gravis became quite surprised. Wait, I can comprehend so many laws on my own, but there are still so many law comprehension areas left? This surprised Gravis quite a bit. He had expected the number to fall to something like 10%. However, there were far more laws apparently. Law of the claw, law of the spire, law of the whip, law of fire explosiveness, law of fire energy, law of water cutting, law of water pressure, law of lightning explosiveness, law of earth defense. Gravis read in his mind. That explains it, he thought as he scratched his chin. All the 9 elements have element-specific laws, but there are also overarching laws. That would be a terrifying number. Gravis looked at the map with an evaluating expression. Should I? He asked himself. I've never truly looked at these kinds of laws before since I always preferred composition and the basics. In actuality, except for my lightning laws, I only know a single one of these laws, which would be the law of darkness poisoning. Now that I think about it, that number is actually a bit pathetic. Also, hasn't this one level 1 law basically saved my life in my fight against Stella? I can already use all the different high-tier elements, and their powers are now also equal to level 4 laws. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes shone. So, if I learn the law of fire explosiveness, fire speed, fire energy, and so on, wouldn't my inferno reach? Gravis grinned. Sure enough, my law of the inferno would be able to reach the power of a level 5 law, and that's without it being my avatar. And there are 9 elements in total. So, I can boost all my elements to the power of a level 5 law each? Alright, it's decided. I will boost all my elements to the power of level 5 laws. Seems like jumping 5 levels is back on the menu. Boys? Gravis became excited as he saw an imaginary, vast sea of laws he had never comprehended before. He hadn't gone into these kinds of battle laws in the past since he had been far too busy with the composition laws, but now everything was different. There were so many laws. Although, understanding them will take a lot of time, Gravis thought. I don't know the low-tier variants of these laws, which requires me to understand a level 4 law in a single go. I actually haven't done that before. All the other level 4 laws I know had a base to build upon or had low-tier variants that I already know. Gravis scratched his chin. I will probably need at least 500 years for each one, and there are how many? 45? And these are only the element-specific ones. That one guy that attacked the unrestrained sect had an overarching law, the law of the spear. If I also want to take a look at those, the law count would easily break the 50s. 500 years per law for 45 laws would come to 22,500 years. Gravis thought as he took a deep breath. That's a lot of time. However, Gravis started scratching his chin as he frowned. Although I was already prepared to cultivate similarly to Father, I might as well take advantage of the resetting longevity cap. This was something that Gravis had learned in his long break back home after coming back from the middle world. A time of longevity was assigned to every realm, but the longevity didn't work as one would think. Why would anyone spend a ton of time as an immortal with a longevity of 50,000 years when they could simply become immortal kings, have a better comprehension ability, and then comprehend laws? Wouldn't they save time like that? That would be true if longevity were cumulative. However, longevity reset after one reached a new realm. What did this mean? This meant that a being was practically reborn when they reached a new realm. For example, someone that went from mortal to the immortal realm in a single day would have 50,000 years of soft longevity remaining. However, someone that spent 9,999 years to reach the immortal realm would also have 50,000 years of soft longevity remaining. It was like one was born into a new body with a new cap of longevity. Everything that had happened before one reached the realm became irrelevant. So, in reality, if both of these example cultivators cultivated to their longevity cap, the first one would have reached it after 50,000 years, while the other one would have reached it after 59,999 years. This was already a 2-digit % difference. However, things became even crazier as soon as the soft longevity cap got introduced. Assuming one person immediately became an immortal king, they would have a soft longevity cap of 100,000 years. However, someone that went through 2 tribulations and broke through just before their next tribulation would also have a soft longevity cap of 100,000. Yet, the second person would have already have lived for nearly 150,000 years. This meant that the first person would meet their first immortal king tribulation at the age of 100,000, while the second one would meet their first tribulation at the age of nearly 250,000. This was an insane difference. 250,000 years was already 50,000 more than the soft longevity cap of an immortal emperor, someone an entire realm above them. This was why cultivating in a lower realm didn't take away time from the future. Every tribulation increases the power of the enemy by 1 level, starting at 1 level above oneself in the first. However, this means cultivation levels, not power levels. So, right now, if I were to reach my soft longevity cap, I would need to battle an immortal king since I am a peak immortal, even though the immortal king would be 2 battle levels higher than myself. So, my first tribulation would be an early minor circulation immortal king. My second one would be a mid-minor circulation immortal king, and my third one a late minor circulation immortal king. Sadly, my fourth one would be an early major circulation immortal king, someone that's 6 battle levels higher than me. I would skip the 5th battle level due to my awkward realm. This means that, in total, I have 200,000 years to comprehend laws before I have to reach the next realm. It's actually funny to imagine that when I become a brand new immortal king, I would already be older than 99% of all other immortal kings. 22,500 years is an insanely long time for me. After all, I have only lived for a bit more than 4,000. However, in comparison to 200,000 years, this is barely anything. All right, it's decided, Gravis thought with a nod. I will comprehend all level 4 laws that I can find. The plant laws, emotional laws, and situational laws are basically an impossibility, but everything else goes. This includes all the battle laws. That's a ton of laws. But hey, I got the time now. Gravis felt excited as he realized how many new things he could learn now. He wanted to start immediately and get on it. So, with newfound excitement and motivation, Gravis sat down on the ground. I can't start right now, Gravis thought with a bit of frustration. I should give the sects a couple of days to learn of the news of their sect master's demise. When I'm the only one that knows, and I go there immediately, I will draw suspicion upon myself. I need to give the news time to spread to every sect. As soon as it becomes public knowledge, I can go ahead. This sucks. I want to start right now, Gravis thought with a frown. However, sometimes it was necessary to wait. Sure, Gravis could go there right now, but it was too risky. Waiting a couple of days to secure his survival was more than a worthy trade. So, Gravis went to sleep for the first time in a long while. There was nothing better to do in such a short time frame. The exciting journey of Gravis learning powerful battle laws started with him sleeping for a whole week. Gravis waited for a week in isolation. Waiting for this long was surprisingly hard since he was so close to being able to comprehend laws for years on end. Alright, everyone should have realized by now that the sect masters have all vanished. I think I can start now, Gravis thought with a smile. Finally, I can get started. Gravis also knew with which law he would start. The lightning laws. Since he had no knowledge about any battle laws except for the lightning laws, Gravis decided to start with those to get more familiar with them. These laws shouldn't take nearly as long as the others but would be able to give Gravis some experience in understanding the battle laws of other elements. Xing. Gravis teleported away as he went to the west with as much speed as he could. Right now, his spirit sense had a far greater reach, allowing him to teleport further with a single teleportation. Additionally, as his realm increased, the speed of his teleportation also increased. The journey that would have taken him 2 hours to complete as a minor circulation immortal only took him around 5 minutes. The speed difference was huge. Xing. Gravis appeared in front of a mountain range filled with punishment lightning. However, the lightning moved in many different ways. It didn't only go from top to bottom but also moved from side to side and from bottom to top. It was like the lightning was moving around crazily without any rhyme or reason. This was a law comprehension area for the high-tier law of lightning's magnetism. The crazy magnetism being exhibited here made the lightning move in irregular ways. Who are you? Someone shouted at Gravis from inside the law comprehension area. Just like the immortal stone vein, this area was encompassed by an incredibly powerful formation array, which blocked access to anyone that wasn't allowed to enter. Gravis looked inside the formation array and saw a mid-major circulation immortal. Obviously, this person wasn't the guard of this place. After all, any law comprehension area that demonstrated a level 4 law would be under the protection of an immortal king. This person was probably just here to comprehend laws. I'm going to comprehend this law here for the foreseeable future. Don't mind me. You can just continue like I'm not here, Gravis said dismissively. The man immediately became severely confused. What? First of all, Gravis didn't belong to their sect. Second of all, it was not up to him to decide if he can comprehend laws here or not. Third of all, how would he even comprehend laws if the core of the law comprehension area was hidden inside the formation array? Fourth of all, did that guy just invite himself in? Was he even part of the sect alliance? Also, even if he were, he couldn't just enter like that. After some seconds, the guy shook his head. Have you fallen on your head? He asked with a mixture of disdain and concern. Gravis only smirked. He was in too good of a mood to get offended right now. So instead he just snickered a bit. Just watch. Just watch Wadash Holy shit. Gravis just passed through the formation array like it didn't exist, severely changing the man's feelings regarding the current situation. He had felt safe behind the formation array. After all, even an immortal king would take a lot of time to break it. What could a peak immortal do? However, this peak immortal now stood directly in front of him. This meant that this peak immortal could kill him if he so chose to. From disdain and concern, the person's feelings changed to shock and terror. Crack. He summoned a jade token and broke it immediately. After that, he pointed at Gravis with a shaky finger. You can't just do that. I just did, Gravis said with a smirk. The man's mind started going wild with confusion. No, you can, but what? He sputtered in confusion. After that, he shook his head violently to regain his bearings. You are going against the sect alliance, he finally managed to say. Gravis had to chuckle a bit when he saw the confusion on the guy's face. Depends. Right now, I'm only visiting your law comprehension area, but that might change depending on what your new sect master does. What? New sect master? What are you talking about? The guy asked in confusion again. So, he doesn't know that the old sect masters are dead? Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. I wonder, do the sects still not know what happened? Or has this guy just been in isolation for a while? Xing, who dares to attack my punishment cleaver sect? A new voice shouted with rage. Gravis and the man both looked at the new arrival, who was an older man with long black hair, a saber on his back. Elder Ergna, the man shouted with happiness. However, he quickly became shocked. Wait, you have become a mid-minor circulation immortal king? He shouted in shock. What happened? Elder Ergna looked at the disciple with an even expression. Our sect master has died, and I became the new sect master. We pooled our resources to push me to the next realm. The disciple became shocked again. What had happened? Now, on to you, Sect Master Ergna said as he turned to Gravis, who only looked at him with a raised brow. Am I correct in assuming that you are Gravis? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yep, he said. Sect Master Ergna took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a second. I know of your battle strength. You might even be a danger to me. So what do you want? He asked. The shocking surprises for the disciple just didn't stop. He had been here for the last 150 years just comprehending laws. Who was Gravis? Why was Elder Ergna, someone that always talked to others with authority and domination, so nice to a peak immortal? What had happened? I want to comprehend some laws, Gravis said with a smirk. I'm going to be staying here for the foreseeable future. Don't worry. Your disciples can still comprehend laws as much as they want. As long as I don't get interrupted, I don't mind. Sect Master Ergna almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. Gravis was talking like this area belonged to him. He was even ever so graciously allowing them to stay in here. Wasn't this law comprehension area supposed to be theirs? It doesn't work that way, Sect Master Ergna said with narrowed eyes. This place doesn't belong to you, and you can't just enter here. Well, I just did, Gravis answered. Right now, I'm only a visitor, but that might change if I feel like I'm not treated well enough. What are you talking about? The sect master shouted. You can't just come onto someone else's property and invite yourself in as a visitor. That's not how it works. Gravis only smirked. Okay, then let's make it simpler, he said. Then he pointed at Sect Master Ergna. This is now my property. What are you doing here? Get off my lawn. Sect Master Ergna sure as hell hadn't anticipated that. Had Gravis just declared this area to be his? How? Why? Was that even possible? No, this is obviously our property, he shouted back. No, it's mine. No, it's ours. You can't just come in here and claim this for yourself. Isn't that the same thing you did? Gravis asked with a smirk. This is a natural area of the world. You just came here and claimed it for the sect alliance. Well, now I'm claiming it for myself. Gravis waved dismissively. However, I'm a nice host. You can do whatever you want with the property. You can see it like me giving you full authority over my property. You can still send disciples here to comprehend. I don't mind. Sect Master Ergna became more frustrated as he heard more of Gravis' words. It didn't work like that. No, this territory is mine, and it also belongs to the sect alliance. Gravis chuckled a bit. You still don't get it, do you? He asked. Then, let's make it simpler, all right? Gravis activated his will aura, suppressing Sect Master Ergna by around 50%. Sect Master Ergna's will aura broke, and he couldn't react for a full second. Xing. Gravis arrived directly in front of him in nearly an instant and looked deeply into the Sect Master's eyes with a smirk. I say it belongs to me, and it won't change no matter what you say. You're open to disagree, but that won't make me move. So, Gravis said with a smirk. What you gonna do about it? Sect Master Ergna's calm had vanished. He knew that Gravis had been able to fight multiple levels above himself, but they were no longer immortals. Sect Master Ergna was a mid-minor circulation immortal king. Fighting several levels above oneself as an immortal king was something entirely different from doing it as an immortal. However, Gravis had demonstrated that he was more than powerful enough. Sect Master Ergna's law of danger was shouting at him, telling him that he would die if he made a mistake. A peak immortal that could easily kill a mid-minor circulation immortal king? This sounded like a joke, but Sect Master Ergna couldn't argue against reality. For some seconds, Sect Master Ergna remained silent, just clenching his teeth. This was a humiliation. I just want to comprehend laws here, Gravis said evenly. You can still do whatever you want with it, as long as you're not disturbing me. Because, if I get annoyed enough, I might just start cultivating with my will aura passively released into the surroundings. I wonder how many others can cultivate in here if that happens. Sect Master Ergna's face became red with rage and helplessness. What was he supposed to do? I admit, my sect might not be able to resist you, Sect Master Ergna said. But the sect alliance belongs to the Heaven Breaker sect, and that's a power you can't fight. Heaven Breaker sect, huh? Gravis asked with a smirk. Is that the hidden overlord of the sect alliance? The one that you pay so many resources to? The sect master became surprised that Gravis knew that they were paying the Heaven Breaker sect. Only the sect masters and vice sect masters knew this. How did he know? However, that didn't matter right now. So, the sect master said with narrowed eyes. Then you also know that you can't just do whatever you want here. Instead of backing down, Gravis chuckled a bit. I think you got something wrong. What? The sect master asked with indignance. The Heaven Breaker sect is only interested in resources. They don't really care about law comprehension areas since they should have plenty of those themselves. Additionally, law comprehension areas can't just be transported and handed over. So, let's assume that you go to the Heaven Breaker sect and tell them that someone is encroaching on your authority. The first thing they would ask is how powerful I am. So, you say that I am a peak immortal and immediately they would feel like you're useless. How can you not deal with a peak immortal? Sect Master Ergna gnashed his teeth. Next thing, Gravis said. You tell them all about me, and then they believe you. The next thing they would ask is what I have stolen. After all, they are interested in their own tribute more than anything. What will you say? You can't lie, so you will say that I stole nothing. Gravis chuckled a bit again. And you know how that will end, right? Sect Master Ergna didn't like what he was hearing. They will say that they don't care, Gravis said with a smirk. They would say that you should stop annoying them with this unimportant stuff and to contact them again when I start stealing so much stuff that it affects their tribute. However, obviously, I'm not going to do that, Gravis said. I'm only here to comprehend laws, nothing more. I'm not even disallowing your sect from sending disciples here. For the next 20,000 years or so, I will be traveling from law comprehension area to law comprehension area, just comprehending laws. I'm not interested in your ores. I'm not interested in your immortal stones. I'm not interested in anything physical. I only want to comprehend laws, nothing more. So, get over your stupid pride and just accept the situation. Alternatively, you can also call the sect alliance and fight me. I wonder how that will go, and I also wonder who the first dead sect master would be. Sect Master Ergna clenched his fists in fury and helplessness. But there was nothing he could do. Gravis had them in their hands. Gravis was right when he said that the Heavenbreaker sect wouldn't care about this. So, the only remaining path would be to gather the sect alliance. But Sect Master Ergna would need to be in the vanguard since it was his territory. There was no way for the sect master to survive in that situation. The disciple looked with nervousness at his sect master. Could they do something about this? After some seconds, the sect master sighed. Fine, you win, he said. But you said that this territory is now yours. What of the time when you are done comprehending the laws in this territory? I will leave, obviously, Gravis said. After that, I have no more use for this law comprehension area and will hand it back to you. A law comprehension area for a law I already know is of no use to me anymore, so I don't care what happens to it afterward. The sect master nodded. What if someone from another sect comes and challenges the defender of this territory? It's my territory, so I will obviously defend it myself, Gravis said. The sect master nodded and already started planning. However, Gravis interrupted, don't even try to use me to lure in someone from another sect. If it happens, and that's fine, but if you manipulate the surroundings to increase the chance that it happens, I will count that as being disturbed. Who knows, maybe I will just concede the fight and hand the territory over. After all, the new owner would be just as helpless about me staying here as you. The sect master became annoyed that Gravis immediately shut this possibility down. So, there was truly nothing they could gain from it? Fine, the sect master said. You don't need the key to the law comprehension area, I presume? No, I don't, Gravis said. I can come and go as I want without the key. The sect master had no idea how Gravis had been able to grasp such an ability, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. The sect master was annoyed that some peak immortal that wasn't even part of the sect alliance was able to do whatever he wanted in a territory governed by so many immortal kings. As Sect Master Ergna thought more about it, he felt that the situation was truly surreal. The entire sect alliance could obviously kill this singular peak immortal. After all, fighting one cultivator was entirely different from fighting over 100. According to Sect Master Ergnam, even if Gravis could kill several sect masters, he would run out of energy very quickly, leaving him helpless to the remainder. The sect master felt like he was holding a dagger to Gravis' throat and could kill him if he so chose to, but for some reason, Gravis was the one in control. The sect master had Gravis' life in his hands, but he couldn't kill him. This seemingly defied reality. The one with more power was supposed to be able to suppress the one with less power. Obviously, the sect alliance had more power. However, they just couldn't use it against Gravis. How was a weaker being able to control a stronger force? The sect master became more interested in Gravis as he thought about these things. I have a question, he asked. Sure, Gravis said with a shrug as he moved away. How do you do it? The sect master asked. How are you able to stay in control against a force so much more powerful than yourself? Also, how are you so incredibly powerful as a peak immortal? If you don't mind, I would like to know. The sect master's tone was no longer angry or frustrated. He sounded more like he had given up and just wanted some advice. Absence of responsibility, Gravis answered immediately. What do you mean? The sect master asked. I don't have to run a sect, leaving me with infinite time to comprehend laws. I don't have any close ones that you can use to threaten me with. I don't have a home, which you can attack. So, to answer your second question first, I just spend a ton of time to comprehend laws until I know far more laws than anyone else. The absence of responsibility allows me to dedicate my entire life to the pursuit of power. As for your first question, that's the same answer. You are weighed down by responsibility, making you more vulnerable. I can threaten you and your sect, and even if you can ignore this threat, I can use the same thing against others, and they might not be able to ignore it. Your sect will obviously not be the only one that receives a visit from me, but all the other sects will be just as helpless as you. The sect alliance you have formed to protect yourself has become your weakness. Every member of a close-knit sect is willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their home, but a sect alliance is loose. No sect is willing to sacrifice itself for the gains of another sect. Your protection and responsibility are what make you so vulnerable, Gravis explained. He was borrowing the law comprehension area without any repayment, so he decided to answer the question honestly. The sect master remained silent as he thought about Gravis' words for a while. Responsibility, huh? He asked himself more than Gravis. After some more seconds, he turned to Gravis again and bowed politely. Thank you for your wise words. You may stay here as long as you want. Gravis smiled and nodded. No thanks required. See it as a trade. The sect master looked at the disciple who had been watching. Then he looked at Gravis again. He can stay, right? He asked. Gravis nodded. Sure. As long as he doesn't annoy me, I don't care who stays here. You can send hundreds of disciples here for all I care. All right, the sect master said. Then, I wish you luck in your comprehension. With that said, the sect master left. The disciple felt like his sect had been humiliated, but he had heard the entire conversation. His feelings told him that they were supposed to be the more powerful ones and that Gravis shouldn't have the ability to just waltz in here and do what he wants. However, feelings and reality often disagreed. The disciple was frustrated and felt humiliated, but he also knew that there was nothing they could do. If he were in his sect master's shoes, he would be just as helpless. He simply had to accept this humiliation and move on. Meanwhile, Gravis ignored the disciple and looked at the lightning with a smile as he scratched his chin. And so, my law comprehension begins. Finally, Gravis could completely let himself go. Now, there was nothing but understanding laws. Gravis sat down in the sky and closed his eyes as he felt the effects of the lightning all around him. Humans didn't feel the effects of lightning's magnetism, but everything else felt it. Stone, other lightning bolts, metal, and even the air were under the rule of magnetism. Of course, magnetism affected different things differently. Some felt it more strongly, while others felt it with less power. This is so interesting, Gravis thought as he absorbed a lightning bolt to analyze it. After absorbing one, he shot out another one to replace the absorbed energy. Now, even non-magnetic things are under the influence of lightning's magnetism. This is the difference between the normal and the high-tier law of lightning's magnetism. Gravis continued absorbing different bolts of lightning and analyzed them. The disciple still looked at Gravis and was surprised by Gravis' resistance towards lightning. This guy was resisting these powerful lightning bolts with just his body. He didn't even flinch. That was incredible. Of course, no sane cultivator would believe that someone could just absorb lightning. After all, something like this was simply not possible. I challenge this resource point, someone shouted suddenly. Gravis opened his eyes and narrowed them in annoyance. Already? How much time has passed? Gravis asked the other disciple in the area, who was also looking at the new arrival. About 3 weeks, the disciple said. That's short, huh? Gravis said with a sigh. It felt like no time had passed. It was like I have just started comprehending this law, but 3 weeks have already passed. I just managed to completely concentrate on the law, but someone else already interrupted me. Gravis sighed again. Well, I said I would defend the resource point. Also, I should make an example of this person so that I don't get disturbed for the foreseeable future. Xing. Gravis teleported out of the formation array and looked at the new arrival. It was a woman with light blue hair, and she was an early minor circulation immortal king. This is my resource point, Gravis said evenly. Leave or fight. It's your decision. The woman looked with surprise at Gravis. A peak immortal was defending this resource point? Did she make a mistake and went to the wrong resource point? She looked around for a bit and noticed that she was at the correct place. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Gravis again. Who are you? Why are you here? This should be defended by an immortal king. I'm Gravis, and this is my resource point. It belongs solely to me, Gravis said. I'll repeat myself. Leave or fight. I'm not part of the sect alliance. If you don't leave, I will kill you. When the immortal king heard Gravis' name, she furrowed her brows. Gravis? Hadn't she heard that name before? Then she remembered. She had just come out of seclusion, and after hearing that all sect masters had vanished, she had realized that this was a prime opportunity to expand her sect. The resource points were violently shuffling around, constantly swapping owners. She had also heard about some supreme ascender or something. Apparently, that guy had the most insane battle strength out of everyone and was able to fight an entire circulation above himself. So, you're Gravis, she said with narrowed eyes. I've heard that you are quite powerful. Apparently, you have been able to fight a major circulation immortal as a minor circulation immortal. However, she shouted with dominance, I am not an immortal. I am an immortal king, and I already know 2 high-tier laws. Call your immortal king to fight me. You obviously don't know the power of an immortal king. Gravis didn't react to her words and only evenly looked at her. Apparently, she just came out of her seclusion. Otherwise, she would have run. Well, might as well. I need to make an example anyway. Can you activate the battle formation array? Gravis asked the other disciple. The disciple was a bit taken aback when Gravis talked to him. No, only the defender can. Then call the official defender of your sect. I don't want to be annoyed in the future, so I want everyone to watch, Gravis said. The disciple took a deep breath. This cute girl had just arrived, and Gravis was willing to kill her after only talking for a little bit? That was a bit barbaric. However, the disciple didn't want to anger Gravis and quickly contacted the relevant immortal king. Crack! The disciple broke a jade token, and the woman noticed. Humph, that's better. Why make such an empty show of power? She asked Gravis. Gravis didn't engage her and waited. About a minute later, a new immortal king arrived. Sect Master Ergna was no longer responsible for this point since he was now a sect master. His job was to defend the sect as a whole. The new arrival looked at Gravis and the woman who had arrived. His face transformed into an uncomfortable grimace. His sect master had informed him about Gravis, and he knew how powerful Gravis was. He was even more powerful than a sect master. Let me give you a warning, the new person said to the woman. You will be fighting Gravis, and he is even more powerful than a sect master. Don't throw your life away. The woman was taken aback but snorted. As if I would believe such an obvious lie, but fine, I will fight your peak immortal. However, I will not spare his life since your display of lies and deceit has angered me quite a bit. In the future, try to be more honest with others. And like that, all the pity the guy had had for the woman vanished. He had wanted to warn her out of his own goodwill, but she just wouldn't accept. Fine, it was her funeral. Pack. The guy threw a jade token over to Gravis, who easily caught it. Break it to activate the formation array, he said. Gravis already had the full authority over this area. Handing him the key literally made no difference. The formation array deactivated, which allowed others to enter the area. The fight had to be done inside the formation array to count officially. If you enter, it will be too late, Gravis said evenly. Tessich? The woman spat and quickly entered. Come on, go. I'm calling your bluff. Crack. Gravis cracked the regenerated jade token again. Bang! The disciple was pushed out of the area. The other immortal king had already retreated previously. Now, there were only Gravis and the woman remaining inside the formation array. The formation array locked down the surroundings, and the recording array was activated. Meanwhile, at a different place, a ton of new sect masters were violently arguing with each other. Ever since the old sect masters had vanished, there had been violent border and resource disputes. We still hold these borders. The death of our sect master changes nothing. Sect Master Ergna shouted at a woman with light blue hair. The strength of your sect has fallen quite a bit ever since you lost your sect master, she answered with a friendly smile. You have fewer immortal kings than 80% of the sects. What's so bad about giving up some territories? After all, it's better than seeing your immortal kings being killed, isn't it? So, we have our resource points, and we are going to keep them. Sect Master Ergna answered. If you want them, then go get them via the official way. The woman sighed. I feared that you would say something like that, she said with lament. Here, I was trying to protect your sect, but you just refused to accept my goodwill. Then, she shook her head with a sigh. What a shame. It seems like I have to show you that being unbending like a stone won't help you in this sect alliance. Apparently, you need to see your only other immortal king killed before you become more flexible. Sect Master Ergna narrowed his eyes, but there was also a slight glint in his eyes. Which resource point did you attack? The woman only smiled at him with a friendly expression. You will find out soon enough. Just like it had been scripted. A new screen appeared in the room, and everyone looked over. The screen was massive, which showed that this was a battle between immortal kings. Only the most important fights would be displayed with such grandeur. Silence. The woman's friendly smile transformed into a sinister one. Cat got your tongue? She asked. I said that I will teach you that being unbending is not helpful in the sect alliance. Sect Master Ergna looked with a complex expression at the screen. You just had to choose that one, didn't you? He asked with a hint of mirth in his voice. The woman was surprised by Ergna's reaction and looked at the screen. Wait, who was that? Wasn't the other immortal king supposed to defend this resource point? What was this peak immortal doing there? Wait, didn't she know that person? And then her face went white. What is he doing there? She shouted as all her calm had left her. The other sect masters looked with pity at her, while she looked with shock at the image. Silence. Bang! On the image, Gravis shot forward with unbelievable speed, punched his opponent once, and his opponent exploded into lightning. Then Gravis looked at the formation array, his eyes seemingly reaching through the formation array into the room. Stop annoying me. Crack. And the image vanished as the formation array was deactivated again. More silence. You just had to choose that one? Ergna said while shaking his head with a sigh. I would call that bad luck. Some seconds after the image vanished, violent shouts of accusation broke out in the room. Sect masters were accusing Sect Master Ergna of breaking the rules of the sect alliance. However, Sect Master Ergna simply answered all the accusations calmly, and everything boiled down to one point. What was he supposed to do? Sect Master Ergna was helpless in this entire situation. If he attacked Gravis, his sect would die, and if he called the sect alliance, several sect masters would die. Sadly, the accusations didn't stop, and a violent mob of sect masters formed that wanted to kill Gravis. However, one sentence from Ergna shut them up. He won't stay in my law comprehension area forever, he said. Silence. He plans to comprehend laws for around 20,000 years or so. At least that's what he said. This means that even if you kill me for treason, one of your sects will be next. Don't throw accusations now just to backpedal into a defensive position when this powerful ogre suddenly starts appearing in your basement. The sect masters wanted to accuse Ergna more, but the image of them being in Ergna's position in the future wasn't nice to look at. Right, what about when that guy suddenly appeared in one of their resource points? They couldn't just kill him. Otherwise, they would die. Also, he would definitely be able to kill several sect masters before he got killed himself. Who was willing to risk their life for another sect's law comprehension area? After some minutes, the sect masters calmed down again. Sect Master Ergna's comparison was pretty accurate. Gravis was like an overpowered ogre that suddenly appeared in someone's basement. They couldn't keep him out no matter what they did. Sure, if the whole village banded together, they might be able to kill the ogre, but why should they, and at what cost? He was only living in a basement, not annoying anyone. On top of that, he would leave after some time. Was it truly worth it to sacrifice so many lives to kill an ogre that wasn't doing anything to anyone? In the end, the sect masters were forced to accept the current situation. There was nothing they could do against Gravis. As long as the ogre didn't start eating all the crops, the emperor of the land wouldn't send any guards. There was literally nothing they could do. So, in the end, it was decided that every sect had to inform the sect alliance if the ogre suddenly appeared in their basement. Luring others into their basement to become food for the ogre was bad for the greater collective. And like this, Gravis became immune from any repercussions. Now, he could officially do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't steal their resources. The sect alliance just had to ignore him, and nothing would happen to them. The only person that still seethed with anger was the woman that had argued with sect master Ergna. One of her 2 immortal kings had died, reducing the number of her immortal kings to the same number as sect master Ergna's. She only had 1 vice sect master left now. Meanwhile, Gravis gathered the belongings of his victim and deactivated the formation array. After that, he threw the key back to the immortal king since he had no use for it. Then, without a word, Gravis returned to the middle of the law comprehension area, simply concentrating on comprehending the high-tier law of lightning's magnetism. The disciple looked with a complex expression at Gravis but shrugged in the end. Gravis hadn't done anything and was just sitting there. He might as well not exist. The immortal king left with the key and returned to his sect, leaving Gravis and the disciple behind. And like this, Gravis returned to comprehending laws, and finally, he was no longer disturbed. This was the last disturbance. Gravis felt himself getting lost in a sea of magnetism as he absorbed more and more information about the law. Whenever Gravis was comprehending new laws, he had to extrapolate all the information himself. But whenever it involved lightning, it was like the lightning just couldn't wait to tell him all its secrets. It was like the lightning had been a young boy who had been isolated for far too long without anyone to talk to. As soon as he found someone he could talk to, he lost all social inhibitions and just went on and on and on about himself. And so, in just 5 years, Gravis managed to comprehend the high-tier law of magnetism. Boom! Gravis took a deep breath as he felt power flow through him. Shing! 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 Gravis summoned several weapons and used his high-tier law of lightning's magnetism to move them around. The weapons moved just as fast as if he were swinging them with his hands. Interesting, the force is quite powerful, Gravis thought with a smirk. I can probably manipulate the weapons of my enemies again with that. I still remember when I had used that technique several times in the lower world. I often made the weapons of my enemies miss by using lighting with my legs. Now, the magnetism is powerful enough that I can use this technique again. This might be one of the most important keys to defending myself against weapon cultivators. The materials that weapons are made of have a far greater affinity with magnetism than anything else. When Samantha attacked me with her rapier, I had to sacrifice my weapons or parts of my body to defend myself. But now, I can use magnetism to redirect the attacks again. It might not always work, but it's better than always having to sacrifice something. Gravis nodded with satisfaction as he put his weapons away again. Then, he looked at the other disciple who was still comprehending laws. All right, I'm going now. Have fun, Gravis said. The disciple opened his eyes in shock. Gravis was already done? So quickly. He had comprehended a level 4 law in only 5 years? How? He almost couldn't believe that Gravis had been so fast in his comprehension. He had been here for over 100 years, but Gravis had comprehended this law in just 5? Thanks. Good luck, he answered back with an uncertain tone. Gravis smiled and teleported away. And like this, Gravis was gone, the formation array unable to stop him. After some seconds, the disciple took out a jade token and concentrated on it. He's done and left, he said. Already? A surprised shout came. This was Sect Master Ergna. Yes, already, the disciple said. All right, Sect Master Ergna said after some seconds. You can continue. Thank you, Sect Master, the disciple said as he put the jade token away again. The ogre had left the punishment cleaver sect's basement and would shortly appear in another sect's basement. Meanwhile, Gravis teleported several times until he arrived at a familiar location. This was the spot where he had talked with Stella for several years. After looking around for a bit, Gravis noticed that his jade token was still at its old location. So, she hasn't returned yet, huh? Gravis scratched his chin and replaced the old jade token with a new one. This one told Stella that he would return to this location every couple of years. Letting her search around all different sects might have been too bothersome. This would be easier. Gravis put the new jade token down and nodded. After that, he checked the map again and decided on his next location. Next one, lightning stasis. Time to upgrade mortality. Gravis teleported to the north for a couple of minutes until he arrived at his next location. In front of Gravis was a mountain range in the form of a circle. The different mountains perfectly encapsulated a humongous roundish bowl in the middle. However, the bowl was so incredibly deep that one couldn't see the bottom with one's eyes. Bang! Bang! Lightning bolts came from the heavens and slid down the mountains. The mountains seemingly reflected the lightning bolts, absorbing a part of their power and redirecting them into the crater in the middle. However, as soon as the lightning bolts got redirected, they started to slow down until they stopped. The bolts transformed into bright balls that simply floated in the air. Right now, there were a ton of these balls which seemingly filled the entire bowl. Gravis found this spectacle rather interesting and entered the formation array without a second thought. "Halt! Who are you?" an immortal king shouted. Gravis didn't look at the immortal king. "My name's Gravis," he said absent-mindedly. "I'll be staying here for the next couple of years." A glint appeared in the immortal king's eyes. Then, surprisingly, he relaxed and nodded. "All right. Thank you for answering my question," he said. Gravis was a bit surprised but smirked. "Seems like everything is going to become easier from now on." Meanwhile, the immortal king took out a jade token and activated it. "The ogre has arrived at the lightning stasis area. Okay, just ignore him. He'll leave by himself after some years." A voice spoke as it came out of the jade token. Meanwhile, in the gathering room of the sect masters, one sect master stepped forward and pointed his finger at a gigantic map. This was a map that encompassed the entire territory of the sect alliance and showed all the details one needed to know. Liran had known about all the other resource points thanks to his map. Pack. A pin with a black head was taken out of one spot and put in a different one. The sect masters glanced over for a second and went back to what they were doing. The black pin represented the area Gravis was currently at. Like this, everyone would know where he currently was. However, there was one sect master whose face turned white. Surprisingly, it wasn't the sect master that owned this law comprehension area. In an instant, this sect master retrieved a jade token and activated it immediately. "Abort! Abort mission immediately!" he transmitted into the jade token with urgency. "But I was just about to set off." The person on the other end answered with annoyance. "The ogre just moved to your target location. Do you want to die?" The sect master transmitted with rage. "The ogre? Really? Now?" The other guy answered. "Yes, now. So, abort mission. I'll search for another target for you." The sect master transmitted. Some seconds of silence passed. "All right. Man, I feel like I just dodged a bullet there." The sect master didn't answer but thought the same thing. This had been way too close. Meanwhile, Gravis looked with interest at the floating balls of lightning. "Hey, how are there so many?" Gravis asked the other immortal king. "They gather and stay in the bowl," the immortal king answered. "When it rains, the water drops absorb the lightning and pull them down with them into the crater. After that, the lightning explodes on the bottom of the crater, slowly grinding away at it. That's also the reason why the crater is far deeper than it should be." Gravis nodded, but his eyes shone. "Wait, the rain and lightning fuse? So, is this also a law comprehension area for the high-tier mixed element punishment frost?" The immortal king scratched his chin in uncertainty. "Not quite. It depends on the rain. Most of the time it's just normal rain, and it simply gives the lightning away to the bottom. However, if frost rain appears, you can also comprehend frost punishment here. Sadly, this phenomenon is rather rare. It depends on your luck if you can witness it or not." "Luck, huh?" Gravis thought with a sigh. "So I won't be able to see this spectacle. Well, it doesn't really matter. I have the major law of the elements, and I can just fuse those two together if I want. I was mainly interested in this phenomenon due to its grandness anyway. Thanks, Gravis said. I will stay here for a while. Just treat me as if I don't exist. The Immortal King smiled politely. No problem. Gravis already knew how this phenomenon worked, thanks to his high-tier hard pure law. The materials that the mountains were made out of were mainly used for equipment that countered lightning. It absorbed a part of lightning, breaking and absorbing part of its composition to grow more powerful. The remaining lightning would become incredibly slow and would lose a lot of its destructive power. The mountains are made out of early major circulation immortal materials. If converted, this entire mountain range would probably be worth several million immortal stones. However, a law comprehension area for 1, and maybe even 2 level 4 laws would be far more valuable. Taking away these stones would truly be a waste. This is probably highly contested territory, which is probably also the reason why an immortal king constantly stays here. Suddenly, Gravis started smirking. Plomp! Are you insane? The immortal king shouted in shock. Gravis just dove into the floating ball pit of punishment lightning. Was that guy insane? Sure, the lightning balls only had the power of a minor circulation immortal, but there were millions upon millions. If all of these exploded at once, even an immortal king would die. Was this guy suicidal? However, no explosion came, shocking the immortal king even more. Plunk, plunk, plunk. The balls of lightning simply moved around as something moved beneath them. The eyes of the immortal king nearly fell out of his head. How had the lightning balls not exploded yet? Hey, I'll stay down here, Gravis shouted as his head poked out of the ball pit, pushing several balls to the side. The immortal king could only nod in shock, as he still wasn't able to comprehend what just happened. Obviously, the reason why the lightning balls didn't explode was that Gravis was lightning. Why would they explode if they just touched more of themselves? This guy is so strange, the immortal king thought. He couldn't explain what was happening right now, but he also couldn't deny what he was seeing. It just defied explanation. However, what was he supposed to do? There wasn't anything he could do, even if he wanted to know. Although, hey, how are you doing that? The immortal king asked. Not telling, Gravis transmitted back. Well, it was worth a shot. With undying curiosity, the immortal king went back to comprehending laws. Sadly, his curiosity would never be sated. Meanwhile, Gravis found himself a couple of balls and made himself a comfortable seat. However, after he finished his seat, he got another outrageous idea. Gravis looked at the lightning balls he had fused together to create this seat and decided to try his idea. Then time passed. Several months passed in which the immortal king had no idea what Gravis was doing. That was until the rain arrived. Bang! 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 The rain fell down, and the lightning balls started to explode one after the other as they got pushed down. The immortal king retreated to a greater height since he didn't want to get hit by the explosions of punishment lightning. However, after some balls vanished, the immortal king saw something that he couldn't believe. What was that? Was that a house? The immortal king stopped blinking as he looked slack-jawed at the house made out of lightning that was slowly being revealed. The lightning had blocked his spirit sense, which was why he only saw it right now. Sure enough, it was a fucking house. What? Why? How? Some water gathered on the roof of the house, but these few drops were not enough to influence the fused lightning. That was until enough water gathered above the house. Boom! The house exploded as a humongous lightning bolt shot into the abyss below them. Boom! A silent explosion could be heard after some seconds as the lightning bolt hit bottom. After the house vanished, a calm Gravis was revealed. Gravis opened his eyes and looked around. He was no longer feeling the law of lightning stasis, which woke him up. After waking up and looking around, he realized that his house was gone. Then, he looked down and saw rain and lightning bolts shooting into the abyss below. Hey! Who washed my house away? He shouted with annoyance. The immortal king looked with shock at Gravis. How was he still alive? How did he build a house? There were so many questions running through the immortal king's mind. Don't ask, Gravis immediately said as he looked at the Immortal King evenly. Wasn't about to, the Immortal King lied. Gravis looked at him for some seconds and then looked at the emptying bowl. How long does the rain last, and how often does it appear? He asked. It appears once a year and lasts for a week, the Immortal King answered. So I just have to wait? Yes. Gravis sighed and went over to a mountain, where he simply sat down and waited. It annoyed him to no end that he had to wait to comprehend more, but there was nothing he could do. So, Gravis spent an entire week just waiting and thinking about in which order he would comprehend his next laws. The week took way too long to pass, but eventually it did. Bang! 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 Slowly, the ball pit started to form again, and Gravis immediately grabbed some balls. After some seconds, there were enough balls to encompass Gravis' body. So Gravis built a cocoon out of lightning balls around him. Then he went back to comprehending. The Immortal King simply shook his head. He had given up on trying to understand Gravis. This was not worth the effort. Like this, another year passed until the next rain arrived. Gravis went back to the mountains again and seemingly waited. However, inside his life ring, Gravis had stealthily stored a ton of these balls. They would be his backup balls for when the rain was coming. So, this time Gravis didn't have to wait for a week. He simply created another body and kept comprehending. And after a bit more than 5 years, Gravis managed to comprehend the major law of lightning stasis. Boom! Gravis absorbed the remaining lightning balls inside his life ring, which was a negligible amount of energy to him. After that, he fused his split bodies together again. After all, he had to split his body to keep up the act of waiting on the mountains. If Gravis suddenly vanished into nothingness, the Immortal King might actually get a heart attack. All right, I'm done, Gravis said. Already? The Immortal King shouted with shock. Emicham, Gravis uttered as he summoned a stationary lightning ball of his own. See, the Immortal King became shocked again, something that had happened far too frequently recently. However, luckily for him, this would be the last time. I'm leaving. Have fun, Gravis said with a smile. The Immortal King only nodded absent-mindedly. You too, he said quietly. Xing. And like that, Gravis was gone again. After some minutes, Gravis arrived at his usual spot again and checked the jade token he left behind. Still not here, huh? It's been like 10 years or so. Hope nothing happened to her, Gravis thought, feeling a bit nervous. However, Gravis knew exactly that 10 years was basically nothing for an immortal. In actuality, it would be strange if Stella returned so quickly. Well, if she's not here, I will just go to the next place, Gravis thought. Xing. Gravis teleported away again as he went to his next target, and in just a couple of minutes, he reached it. When Gravis arrived, his eyes widened in shock. What was this? Boom, 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 boom. A ton of explosions occurred every second as they echoed throughout the horizons. Mighty lightning bolts came from the skies as they exploded on the mountains. However, that wasn't the surprising part. After all, Gravis' next goal had been to understand the major law of lightning's explosiveness. Of course, lightning would be exploding all around the area. The surprising part was that the mountains were destroyed rather quickly. However, there were still mountains. If this happened constantly, how could there be any mountains left? The lightning would have long ground them into absolute nothingness. So, how was it possible that there were still mountains after thousands or millions of years of absolute destruction? Who are you? Someone shouted. Gravis, Gravis answered. I'll be staying here for the next couple of years. The Immortal King nodded. I've heard of you. You can stay, but don't break anything. This is a precious territory. Gravis scratched his chin. I can see that, he said. How come that there are still mountains? The Immortal King looked at Gravis with a side eye. Obviously, he wasn't as kind as the last one, but he had orders from his sect master to not anger Gravis. This law comprehension area has 2 powerful laws. If one of them breaks, both of them break, he said. Gravis was a bit surprised. 2 powerful laws at once? That really was valuable territory. What's the other one? Gravis asked. Graphite. the guy answered. The remnant energy of the lightning gets absorbed by the ground, creating a stream of graphite energy. The graphite energy creates new materials, which take the form of mountains. Graphite? I know that one, Gravis thought. Gravis concentrated on the ground, and sure enough, there was a stream of graphite energy in the ground. Gravis followed the energy flow and saw how it worked. When the lightning hit the mountains, it exploded apart into many tiny pieces. These tiny pieces of lightning hit the ground all around the area like rain and got absorbed by it. After being absorbed, the energy strengthened the graphite stream. As the graphite stream reached a certain threshold, a new mountain shot out of the earth, replacing an already destroyed one. The creation of the mountain then created a kind of magnetic field that drew in even more lightning. Sure enough, both laws worked in tandem. If one of them broke, the other one would also stop working. Both laws were strengthening and destroying the other one. It was a natural cycle of pure destruction. Gravis nodded. Thanks for the info, he said. Don't mind me while I'm here. Do whatever you want. The Immortal King only snorted and didn't give an answer. However, he took out a jade token and informed his sect master that Gravis had arrived here. The sect master told the Immortal King to ignore Gravis and moved the black pin to a new spot. The sect masters looked at the pin for a second and went back to doing whatever they had been doing before. Except for one. Again? A sect master shouted in his mind. He quickly activated his jade token. Abort mission. The ogre moved to your target. Are you actually serious? An enraged voice came out of the jade token. Yes, I'm actually serious. The sect master shouted back with rage. What are the chances that this guy fucks with our plans again? What is going on? The voice answered. I don't fucking know. The sect master shouted back, not controlling his vulgar language. He was just as enraged as his vice sect master. Fine. The voice shouted back with frustration. I'll find a target myself. You obviously can't find a suitable one. Fine. The sect master shouted back. Go ahead and get yourself killed. It's not my fucking fault that this dickhead keeps moving to our targets. I don't know what's going on anymore. Is heaven angry at me? Have I done something to deserve this? Hey, you're not the one that dodged death 2 times in a row. The angry voice of the vice sect master came. I'm the one that's in danger, not you. The sect master sneered with anger and frustration, putting the jade token away. What were the chances of something like this happening 2 times in a row? This was insane. Meanwhile, Gravis looked at the mountain range with wonder. The spectacle before him was a marvel of pure destruction. It was violent without comparison. It was like heaven and earth were fighting for control. This is exciting, Gravis thought with a smirk. This display of pure destruction is getting my blood boiling. Gravis kept looking at this display for several days, seemingly entranced in the pure destruction displayed before him. This was a perfect representation of lightning. The mountains were coming too close to the source of lightning, which made the lightning lash out in anger and hatred, destroying the invader. However, the invaders just kept coming without end. Then, Gravis looked at the sky and shot forward into the clouds. Are you insane? The Immortal King shouted. However, Gravis was already gone. The Immortal King almost couldn't believe what had just happened. Did this insane guy just directly charge into the clouds? Was he suicidal? The Immortal King wasn't that upset because of Gravis' potential death, but because Gravis' interference could break the balance of the entire law comprehension area. If Gravis destroyed too much lightning, the mountains might grow into the clouds, absorbing far more lightning than the clouds could regenerate. Hadn't he just said that Gravis shouldn't damage this law comprehension area? The Immortal King took out a jade token and activated it. The ogre just charged into the clouds without rhyme or reason. What? The jade token released a mighty shout of shock. What's happening? Is something going on? Is the law comprehension area still all right? The Immortal King looked around and saw that the law comprehension area was still in one piece. In actuality, it seemed like Gravis hadn't been there to begin with. It was just normal. Actually, I see no difference, the Immortal King said. Is he dead? the Jade Token asked. The Immortal King looked around. Sadly, the lightning was too violent for his spirit sense to enter, which made it impossible to check up on Gravis unless he decided to also go into the clouds. However, this would be an insanely stupid decision. I can't check, the Immortal King said. Some seconds of silence. Did you hear any explosions? The Jade Token asked. Only the usual ones, the Immortal King answered. Some more seconds of silence. Did something drop? The Immortal King looked around and realized that nothing had dropped from the clouds. No. The Jade Token hummed. Then he might still be alive. He should have at least one powerful weapon, and even if he dies, his weapon should have survived. If it didn't drop, it means that his spirit space is still in one piece, which means he is still alive. However, that would mean that he is constantly being attacked by the lightning. Is the lightning degenerating? The Jade Token asked. The Immortal King looked around. No, everything's still normal. It's like he has never been here, he answered. Some seconds of silence. Quite peculiar, the Jade Token said. Please wait for a minute while I'm asking around. Okay, the Immortal King answered. Then, several minutes of silence passed in which the Immortal King only looked around the area. Everything was so incredibly plain and normal that he started doubting his own eyes. Had the ogre truly been here? I'm back, the Jade Token said. And I think I got the answers I was searching for. Yes? The Immortal King asked. Apparently, the guy had done a similar thing at his last destination. According to the sect master of that area, the ogre dove into a pool of lightning balls that demonstrated the major law of lightning stasis. However, the lightning balls seemingly ignored him. It was like he didn't exist, and he moved around in them like it was a normal ball pit. The Immortal King was quite surprised when he heard that. That doesn't sound possible. I know, the Jade Token answered. But the other sect master was adamant that it happened. Also, based on what we're seeing right now, I'm inclined to believe him. So, if we like it or not, we have to acknowledge that the ogre has some kind of unique affinity towards lightning. Should we do something about that? The Immortal King asked. What could we possibly do? The Jade Token answered with a sigh. We would either need to gather all the sect masters to attack him or pay a ridiculous amount of money to Underworld. Additionally, you know that Underworld always keeps everything that they hunt. After all, that's their battle spoils. The Immortal King remained silent for some seconds. So, we just let him do whatever he wants. Sadly, yes, the Jade Token answered. With this new information, I'm relieved now. It seems like the ogre is not damaging the law comprehension areas he goes to. He just cultivates in a very weird way. The Immortal King looked at the clouds with a complex expression. Okay, I will keep an eye on him and inform you if something unnatural happens again. Thanks. Keep me informed, the Jade Token said before it deactivated. The Immortal King continued looking at the clouds for a couple of hours, just waiting for something to happen. However, nothing happened. After some hours, the Immortal King sighed and went back to comprehending the major law of lightning's explosiveness. Everything on the ground appeared peaceful, well, at least as peaceful as a constant cacophony of pure destruction could be. However, up in the clouds, bang, 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 bang. Gravis was being thrown around like a ragdoll. Usually, Gravis was just absorbing any lightning that hit him, but this one was so incredibly violent and explosive that it exploded even when it touched more of itself. However, this was normal for this particular storm of lightning. How did lightning use up its energy? When lightning exploded, its energy shot violently into the surroundings, just like an explosion. Anything physical would be destroyed, which resulted in the lightning using up a part of its energy. If there were nothing to destroy, the lightning would travel so far into the distance that its energy density would become so low that it basically vanished. These were the two ways how lightning used up its energy. Now, what about this storm? Gravis purposefully didn't absorb the lightning since he didn't want to destroy the law comprehension area. If he absorbed too much lightning, the mountains would advance and would threaten the clouds. So, Gravis kept his body isolated from the lightning bolts. Instead of being absorbed, The force pushed him away and moved past him like water moved around a stone. Gravis' physical body was able to trigger the explosion of the lightning, but the lightning didn't attack him. Gravis was just more lightning, and there was nothing to destroy. One could say that the explosion was just a dispersal of a concentrated force into the surroundings. What about the energy that traveled into the distance? Well, the lightning storm was so big that the explosions inside the cloud would never reach the outside. Before the lightning even fully dispersed, all the surrounding lightning bolts absorbed the remnants of the explosion into themselves. So, in short, even though lightning constantly exploded on Gravis' body, no energy was used up. However, Gravis was still being tossed around violently like a ragdoll. Did this make it harder for Gravis to understand the law? This is similar to when I comprehended the law of storm, Gravis thought. Back then, the virtualization array also threw me around for around a century. Sure, the constant throwing around is annoying, but I'm used to understanding laws in violent environments. Constantly being thrown around didn't make it harder for Gravis to understand laws. Gravis had comprehended the law of storm while being constantly thrown around in his room. Gravis comprehended the law of heat and gravity while hanging upside down near the core of the middle world while violent heat assaulted him and while his body was being torn apart by gravity. Gravis comprehended the law of cold in space, where he also had to keep himself barely alive. The laws of inferno and frost had also been not as relaxing, with one of them being incredibly hot and the other being incredibly cold. On top of that, Gravis had comprehended a lot of laws while fighting for his life against the Middle Heaven for about 700 years. However, the biggest cock had still been the law of brilliance. Comprehending that law had genuinely been horrible. So, after comprehending so many violent laws in violent surroundings, what could this little bit of being tossed around do to stop Gravis from comprehending the law? Nothing. Gravis simply closed his eyes and let himself be thrown around in the lightning storm. Whenever he closed in on the edge of the storm, he would simply move back to the middle. In the beginning, moving him back took him out of his concentration a little bit, but after doing it around 50 times, it became a subconscious habit. Now, Gravis simply moved his body back with his spirit without even thinking about it. And after about 5 years, boom! And that's that, Gravis thought with a smirk. Major law of lightning's explosiveness is done. With this law being taken care of, Gravis left the storm and appeared in the normal law comprehension area again. The Immortal King noticed that Gravis had left and looked at him. "Want to take a break?" he asked with a smirk. Staying up there for 5 years was probably stressful beyond belief. "No, I'm done," Gravis said with a smirk as he summoned a small ball of lightning that exploded. The Immortal King couldn't believe what he was seeing. Gravis had comprehended this law in just 5 years? Up there? How? "Well, anyway," Gravis said with a little bow. "Thanks for having me. I'll be on my way. Bye, Xing." And with that, Gravis vanished from the law comprehension area, leaving a stunned Immortal King behind. For the first time, the Immortal King felt envious of someone weaker than him. He had been here for hundreds of years, but this immortal just came in here and comprehended the law in only 5 years. Was he truly so slow in comprehending laws? Did he have no affinity towards lightning? How come some random immortal was so many times better at comprehending laws than him? What had he done to deserve this? The world truly was unjust and unfair. Some people were more talented than others, and the Immortal King felt frustrated. He had put in so much work to comprehend this law, but this guy had it so easy. It was unfair. Meanwhile, Gravis quickly returned to his usual spot and noticed that Stella still hadn't returned. After replacing the jade token with a new one, Gravis went to his next location. After some minutes, Gravis arrived at his next location, and he was a bit surprised about what he saw. Bang! 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 A cloud of lightning was flying in the air, striking the ground from time to time. The ground wasn't destroyed since it just absorbed the lightning strikes. The only difference to normal lightning was that this lightning moved with incredible speed. Why was Gravis surprised? Because it looked so very ordinary. Gravis had seen 3 wondrous law comprehension areas when it came to lightning. They had all looked beautiful or intimidating in their own way. But this one, This one looked so very plain and normal. It was just a typical lightning storm with speedy lightning. Nothing more. Gravis scratched the back of his head. Well, I guess not all law comprehension areas look grand and impressive. There are also the normal ones, I suppose. Gravis entered the formation array and saw around 5 people cultivating in the area. They all had some kind of shield above them that split the lightning apart into many smaller bolts as soon as a lightning bolt hit it. Some of the cultivators noticed Gravis and were surprised that someone they didn't know just entered this area. Who was that guy? However, the fact that Gravis could just enter this formation array must mean that he was part of their sect. After all, no one could enter this location without the correct key. A lot of people were interested in the major law of lightning speed since it was one of the most useful laws for anyone that used the lightning element as an auxiliary element for their weapon. The major law of lightning speed would make it easier to close in on the opponent, evade attacks, and flee from opponents that were too powerful. Usually, when one became a major circulation immortal, most other major circulation immortals from the same sect came to know them. After all, there were less than 100 major circulation immortals in an average sect. It was rather unusual to meet someone new. However, it wasn't unheard of. The disciples only looked at Gravis for a little bit before they ignored him again. New people joined the sect from time to time. Gravis was probably just a new recruit. Usually, most disciples would want to get to know the new arrival, but they were too busy comprehending this lore right now. If Gravis had met them outside, they would have surely struck up a conversation, but not right now. Gravis looked around and noticed that there was no immortal king here right now. This law comprehension area probably wasn't important enough to keep one of the 2 early minor circulation immortal kings of an average sect constantly stationed here. For the first time, no one came to greet Gravis, making Gravis feel a bit awkward. After some seconds, Gravis simply shrugged. Well, I guess this makes it easier. Then, Gravis charged into the clouds. Funnily enough, the other disciples felt so comfortable in their surroundings that they didn't pay any attention to Gravis at all. Why would they? This area belonged to their sect, and new people came from time to time. Constantly keeping a check on everyone would only use up concentration to comprehend the law faster. So, for the first time, Gravis' insane action of directly entering the source of lightning wasn't noticed by anyone. Nothing changed. Meanwhile, up in the lightning storm, Gravis felt bolts of lightning strike him. However, they didn't explode like the ones in the previous law comprehension area. These ones simply hit Gravis and were redirected in a different direction. They were like bullets that hit an angled steel wall. Pew! 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 Gravis felt the lightning bolts hitting him, but his body was too heavy to be moved by only this. The lightning bolts were incredibly fast, but they had nearly no weight. As long as they didn't explode, they weren't nearly powerful enough to move him. Huh, so nothing special happens this time, Gravis thought. No greeting, no shouting, no violently being thrown around. It's just standard law comprehension. Gravis shrugged again. Well, who cares? Then, Gravis closed his eyes and concentrated on comprehending the major law of lightning speed. 2 months later, the ogre still hasn't appeared anywhere, a sect master said as she looked at the map. Maybe he left? Another one asked. I doubt it, a third one said. Apparently, he has said that he plans to comprehend laws here for a rather long time. He should be around somewhere. So, you're saying that he entered a law comprehension area unnoticed? The first one asked. Possible, the third one said. I think we should check our law comprehension areas. The other 2 nodded. They quickly informed the other sect masters and initiated a vote, which was accepted without any opposition. After that, the sect masters sent 1 vice sect master each to check their law comprehension areas. After all, no sect wanted to run into Gravis on accident when they sent an immortal king to attack a territory. Attacking a territory showed the other sect that the attacker had ill will towards them, which would provoke retaliation. However, this was worth it if they got a great law comprehension area out of it. Running into Gravis meant either dying or retreating immediately. In both cases, the other sect would know that this sect had targeted them, souring relationships and making them more careful. The vice sect masters checked all the different law comprehension areas of their sect, and after a couple of minutes, A vice sect master appeared in the law comprehension area in which Gravis currently was. She looked around the law comprehension area and only saw some disciples of her sect comprehending in peace. This meant that Gravis couldn't possibly be here. After all, if Gravis were on the ground, she would have noticed him, and if Gravis charged into the clouds, the disciples cultivating here would have surely informed her. Every sane cultivator would immediately inform their superior when an immortal charged into a violent cloud of lightning, since such an action endangered the cultivator and the law comprehension area. So, the vice sect master left this area, marking it as secure. After some hours, every sect had checked all their law comprehension areas as safe. The sect masters were surprised that they couldn't find the ogre. Had he truly left? That couldn't be, right? After all, he said that he would remain here for a lot of years. After some talking, the sect masters concluded that Gravis had probably slipped unnoticed into a lightning cloud in one law comprehension area. However, even if they knew where Gravis was, they couldn't check. Entering these lightning clouds meant either receiving severe injuries or destroying the law comprehension area, depending on their power. Someone added a question mark to the corner of the map and put the black pin on it. The ogre was in someone's basement, and no one knew in which basement he was. This made attacking law comprehension areas risky. What if they drew the ogre card? According to what they knew of the ogre, he was probably comprehending all the battle laws of lightning. He had already finished the laws of magnetism, stasis, and explosion, leaving the laws of lightning's power and lightning's speed. There was a high chance that the ogre was somewhere in these law comprehension areas. How many of these law comprehension areas were there? 5. This meant attacking one of these areas meant that they had a 20% chance of drawing the ogre card. However, this wasn't so bad. They just had to evade these areas for a couple of years. Whoop! Suddenly, a big screen appeared, which showed an area filled with swift lightning. Everyone looked over and saw a rough-looking guy with an axe standing at the edge of the formation array. As soon as a sect activated their challenge token, the screen would activate. After all, not every law comprehension area constantly had someone guarding it. Activating the challenge token meant that the defender of the area had to come and defend their area in the next 6 hours. Well, that's what I call impeccable timing, a sect master commented. One sect master in particular had his face go white. "This idiot!" he shouted. This was the same sect master that had sent his vice sect master towards the 2 other law comprehension areas where Gravis had been. He had stopped the vice sect master both times, but the vice sect master became so frustrated that he said that he would search for a target himself. The rough-looking person on the screen was this vice sect master. Again? Would the ogre be there? Once was bad luck. Twice was super bad luck. Thrice was a pattern. The chances of the ogre being there were 20%, but the sect master believed them to be 90%. By now, he was sure that the heavens wanted to kill his vice sect master. "I officially challenge this resource point," the vice sect master shouted. "Get your defender out here." His voice echoed throughout the horizons, shaking everything. And up in the clouds, a grumpy Gravis opened his eyes. Someone had interrupted him. Meanwhile, the sect master violently pulled at his hair in frustration. "It's all over." Gravis used his spirit sense to check who had come to interrupt him. Since Gravis was lightning, the lightning didn't interfere with his spirit sense. Gravis saw the rough-looking man and narrowed his eyes at him with annoyance. However, Gravis noticed something peculiar when he looked at the man, which surprised him quite a bit. "What's this?" Gravis thought as his eyebrows rose. That's a first. Who knew that this was possible? Gravis looked away from the person and looked at the sky. Is this why he arrived here? After some seconds, Gravis sighed and left the lightning storm. Xing. Gravis teleported to the middle of the law comprehension area, facing the newcomer. The disciples were surprised when they saw Gravis suddenly appearing. Wasn't this the guy that arrived here a couple of months ago? He was still here? They thought that he had left already since they hadn't seen him since his arrival. Where had he hidden himself all this time? Meanwhile, the different sect masters that watched sighed. Pack. The black pin was moved to this law comprehension area on the map. At the same time, A sect master looked at another one with a smug smirk. This was the sect master who owned this law comprehension area, and he was looking at the sect master of the rough-looking man. He already felt quite angry that someone was attacking his property, but now he only felt gratified. Apparently, the ogre had been in his basement, and his enemy just so happened to charge right into it. That's what they got for attacking him. The other sect master only put his head in his hands in exasperation. Would he lose one of his vice sect masters today? Why did that idiot have to attack this area? The rough-looking man saw Gravis but was uncertain who this was. After all, he hadn't seen the famous ogre before. "Who are you?" he asked carefully. Usually, he wouldn't care who some random peak immortal was, but he had to be careful this time. "I'm Gravis, and this is my law comprehension area for the foreseeable future," Gravis said. The face of the rough-looking man whitened in shock. The ogre? What kind of bullshit luck was this? He drew the ogre card 3 times in a row. "I'm sorry for disturbing you," the rough-looking man said politely. "I will be on my way now." Then, the vice sect master turned around as he wanted to leave. However, a second formation array activated as it barred his path. When the rough-looking man saw this, his eyes widened in horror. Right? He had activated the challenge token already, which meant that the challenge had already been issued. This meant that there was no way to avoid the fight anymore. Terror took hold of the rough-looking man as he tried to think of a way out of this situation. "I've got a question," Gravis said, making the rough-looking man turn around nervously. "Why yes," he said meekly. The only thing he could do now was to appease Gravis since his life was now in Gravis' hands. "Have you done something unsavory in your past?" Gravis asked with a voice transmission. He didn't want to make these things public. Like cursing heaven repeatedly, killing too many weaker cultivators, or using the energy of mortals to further your own cultivation? The man was taken aback by the question. Where did that come from? "And no, I haven't," he transmitted nervously. "I'm just a normal cultivator." Bang! Lightning exploded behind Gravis as he arrived before the rough-looking man in an instant. The law of lightning's explosiveness had increased Gravis' speed by quite a bit if he used his lightning acceleration. Additionally, Gravis' body was incredibly powerful. Lastly, one shouldn't forget that an early minor circulation Immortal King was only 2 levels above Gravis. This meant that Gravis was multiple times faster than the rough-looking man. So, in short, the poor guy couldn't even react before Gravis arrived less than a meter in front of him, looking deeply into his eyes. "Be honest," Gravis said threateningly. "Right now, you are still alive because there is something different about you. I see something that makes you vastly different from nearly every single other cultivator, and I want to know why that is." The rough-looking man froze in fear. What was it with this absolutely insane speed? How could a peak immortal be this fast? Hearing about strength and witnessing it was an entirely different experience. The rough-looking man had heard of the ogre's power, but seeing it truly showed him how helpless he was. Meanwhile, the watching sect masters took a deep breath through their teeth. That was way too fast. They had seen Gravis kill that one vice sect master before, but this time, his speed was even faster than back then. He had become that much stronger in such a small amount of time? If they decided to attack the ogre, the only way to win would be to throw bodies at him until he ran out of energy. However, if he felt like his energy was running low, he could simply flee with incredible speed. Disturbing space was not difficult for immortals, which meant that they all would have to close in from a distance. On top of that, if the ogre comprehended the major law of lightning speed next, there would be no stopping him. Luckily, they had all decided to let him do whatever he wanted. As long as they didn't attack him, everything would be fine, and if the ogre decided to extend his claws to the other resources, they could call the Heaven Breaker sect. Right now, all of them were thanking their ancestors that they had made the correct decisions. The rough-looking man didn't say anything as he didn't dare to move or speak. "So, tell me," Gravis transmitted, "have you done any of these things I have listed previously? Trust me, I will notice if you're lying, and if you dare to lie to me again, your life will end." Of course, Gravis was bluffing. He had no way to know if the guy lied or not, but logic told him that one of these things must have happened in the past. The terror in the rough-looking man's mind reached heights he had never experienced before, and after a second, he broke down. "Yes, yes, I did," the transmitted with panic. "I hunted a lot of weaker immortals to accumulate enough wealth to buy access to law comprehension areas. My will aura was already pretty powerful, and I didn't want to risk my life again just to get resources. That's why I killed a couple hundred of them to gather their wealth. Please don't tell anyone. Please." The guy was seemingly in hysterics as he transmitted everything at once. If the secret got out, the sects would kill him since a lot of his victims had been from these sects. The sects were only allowed to fight each other according to the rules, and something like this definitely wasn't in accordance with the rules. Gravis narrowed his eyes and scratched his chin. "Just as I've thought. Now everything makes sense." What had Gravis seen in the person when he first laid his eyes on him? Gravis had seen that the guy had nearly no karmic luck. If an average person had 10 points of karmic luck and Gravis 0, this guy would have 2. Something like this couldn't be normal, which was why Gravis was so surprised when he saw him. The only people that had this little karmic luck had been people that Gravis had been in contact with back in the lower world. So, in conclusion, this guy must have done something that went against heaven's goals, something that made the value of his existence drop into the negatives. Such a reduction in karmic luck meant that heaven wanted to kill this guy. This was also the reason why this poor guy drew the ogre card 3 times in a row. It wasn't Gravis' bad luck that pulled him in, but his own bad luck that pulled him to Gravis. Angering Gravis would be the worst-case scenario for this guy. Gravis looked back at the guy after a couple of seconds. "Concede," Gravis said. What?" the guy asked. "Concede. We are officially in a fight," Gravis said. The guy almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. He would survive? "Yes, yes," he shouted. "I concede." Gravis nodded. "You may leave," Gravis said. The formation array deactivated since the fight had ended. As long as both parties agreed to let the loser survive, the formation array would deactivate. "Thank you. Thank you so much," the guy said, nearly in tears. "Leave, and don't annoy me again," Gravis said with a rough tone. "Yes, yes," the guy shouted as he teleported away. He had survived. Meanwhile, the sect master of the guy released a sigh of relief while the other sect master frowned at him. Sadly, the rough-looking guy had survived. Gravis looked at the earlier spot of the guy for a couple of seconds but then returned to the lightning storm. Why had Gravis let the guy off? The main reason was a feeling of kinship. Gravis wouldn't kill a group of weaker beings just for their wealth, and he certainly didn't like people that did that. However, both of them had a lack of karmic luck. This created a feeling of mutual suffering. Both of them met one unfortunate incident after the other. The weaker, dead immortals had nothing to do with Gravis. If he decided to uphold justice for them, he would be a massive hypocrite. After all, Gravis had killed a ton of weaker beings too, just not on purpose. Also, to be consistent, Gravis would need to kill Orthar. After all, Orthar was a perfect representation of someone who suppressed and killed many weaker beings for his gain. This meant that Gravis' decision was solely based on personal feelings and not on the actions that the guy had done in the past. After returning to the lightning storm, Gravis concentrated on understanding the major law of lightning speed again. However, one last thought entered his mind. I wonder, is this Ark's doing the highest heaven's doing, or some kind of automatic process? Everything slowly returned to normal as time passed. The sects now knew where the ogre was, and they didn't dare to attack this law comprehension area again. Even the most courageous sect masters thought that attacking the ogre was foolish. No one interrupted Gravis for the next 5 years, and finally, boom! Gravis finished comprehending the major law of lightning speed. Gravis smiled when he comprehended the law and decided to leave. However, he had learned a lesson this time. Not announcing his arrival increased the chances of being interrupted. Obviously, the sects didn't want to attack him, and if Gravis had announced his arrival this time, the other guy wouldn't have come here. Because of that, Gravis left the lightning storm and appeared in the normal law comprehension area. "Inform your sect master that I'm leaving," Gravis said to the disciples. The disciples opened their eyes but were unsure if they should answer him. However, their choice didn't matter since Gravis left immediately after announcing this. In the end, the disciples decided to heed Gravis' words and informed their sect master, who quickly moved the black pin to the question mark again. Meanwhile, Gravis teleported a couple of times until he arrived at his usual spot. Stella hasn't been here yet, Gravis thought. After replacing the old jade token with a new one, Gravis teleported away again. However, this time Gravis didn't immediately go to the next law comprehension area. He wanted to test something first. After some teleportations, Gravis arrived at the old location of the unrestrained sect. Gravis looked down at the desert of destruction and noticed that it hadn't recovered yet. But that was to be expected. 20 years wasn't enough to repopulate such a vast area. However, Gravis noticed that the area of destruction had shrunk a little bit as the plants from the edge had moved deeper into the land. In a couple hundred years or so, everything would be full of life again. The only difference would be that this would become an area filled with gigantic basins. Especially the massive crater in the middle, which had been created when Gravis slapped the sect masters, would become very prominent. Maybe it would become some kind of lake or sea. After all, it was quite deep. However, this was not the reason why Gravis came here this time. He came here to test his new laws. This area was bereft of life, making it the perfect location to test his new laws. Let's try my lightning crescent, Gravis thought. Bzzz. Gravis loaded his saber with a lightning crescent and looked at it. Right now, it was just a normal lightning crescent. After adding the major law of lightning's explosiveness, nothing changed appearance-wise. However, the lightning crescent became very volatile now as it violently tried to hit something. Shing! Gravis slashed forward and unleashed his lightning crescent, making it explode after a couple of kilometers. Boom! More of the ground was destroyed as the lightning crescent exploded. Meanwhile, Gravis summoned another one. He wasn't putting much energy into the lightning crescent, which meant that he could use a ton of them. Then, he unleashed the second one, but without the law of lightning's explosiveness. Boom! The explosion was quite a bit smaller, and Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Thanks to my major law of the elements, my punishment lightning has the passive power level of a level 4 law. By adding the major law of lightning's explosiveness, the power nearly reaches the level of a level 5 law, but it's not quite there yet. However, this is already enough. I'm still missing the major law of lightning's power, which will increase the passive power of my lightning even more. Together with this law, my punishment lightning will easily reach the power of a level 5 law. My lightning crescent adds my will aura to my lightning, increasing its power even more. If I combine all the laws, my lightning crescent's power should be equal to a high-grade weapon technique of someone that has a level 4 law as their avatar. Gravis smirked. This means that my attack will have the same power as someone with an offensive avatar. Gravis was very satisfied with that result. After all, one shouldn't forget that weapon cultivators had an insane attacking power. A good weapon technique boosted the power of a law by half a law level, which didn't sound like much but was actually a lot. With everything combined, including the major law of lightning's power, Gravis Lightning Crescent would be about as powerful as a level 5.5 law. This meant that any attack at the normal level of a level 5 law would be absolutely decimated. The strength of a weapon cultivator was their offensive power. Their defense was relatively weak, far weaker than a beast's defense. Just the strength of a level 3 law would completely annihilate a weapon cultivator on the same level as the attacker, as long as the attack directly hit them. What was the power difference between a level 5 law and the theoretical power of a level 5.5 law? Double. This meant that if two attacks clashed, with one being on the level of a level 5 law and the other one being at 5.5, the first attack would be completely destroyed. Additionally, the remaining attacking power would still be equal to the power of a level 5 law. How hard was it to defend oneself against a level 5 law with no room for preparation? After all, the attacker would have just used all their power and time to create their initial attack. Raising one's weapon might be enough to defend oneself fully against a level 3 law. Defending oneself against a level 4 law was very difficult, and even if one managed to block it, they would still receive severe injuries. A level 5 law? Good luck defending. A normal immortal king would have a level 4 law as their avatar, boosting it to the power of a level 5 law. With a weapon technique, it would reach the power of a level 5.5 law. This meant that Gravis could directly block their all-out attack. Sure, if the enemy was a couple of levels above Gravis, their attack would still be stronger, but Gravis' body would be enough to block the remainder of the attack. A beast body already had a ridiculous level of defense, but Gravis also had his black scales on top of it. Gravis' defense was so powerful that he could take a level 4.5 law directly to the chest and survive without a scratch. Of course, that was only true if the cultivator was on the same level as Gravis. However, this was all theory. In practice, Gravis would avoid directly blocking the attack of a weapon cultivator. He preferred parrying and evading. Additionally, even if he had to block the attack, one shouldn't forget that Gravis knew all the elemental composition laws. The enemy's attack would fall by an entire level due to that. However, the geniuses would still be an issue, Gravis thought. Geniuses of the core regions probably also know their appropriate battle laws, which would be enough to boost their attack to the level of a level 6 law. That's an insane amount of power. But they would need to have comprehended all 5 of their associated elemental battle laws. Understanding 5 level 4 laws isn't easy at all. I'm sure these geniuses exist, but there shouldn't be that many. Gravis started smirking. But I also know the major law of lightning speed, Gravis thought. Together with my laws of perceived reality, I should be able to create a situation where I can unleash my lightning crescent. The opponent should barely be able to defend themselves in such a short amount of time. Gravis summoned another lightning crescent and shot it forward, but this time he added the major law of lightning speed. Boom! The explosion wasn't more powerful than previously, but the lightning crescent moved many times faster. Lightning was already very fast, but with the addition of the major law of lightning speed, the speed of the lightning crescent became ridiculous. My law comprehension has already shown incredible results, and I haven't even truly begun yet, Gravis thought. Next on the list is the major law of lightning's power, and after that, the other elements. However, the other elements will probably take many, many times longer. I don't like spending so much time on laws, but I need the other elemental battle laws to increase my variety and defense. With only lightning, fighting someone 5 levels above myself would be nearly impossible. I need the earth laws to increase my defense, the metal laws to protect my weapon, and the fire laws for an alternative attacking method. Frost should be used as support for the major law of cold, which I also plan to learn. Brilliance is necessary for healing and disruption, and so on. All the elements are useful in some way or another. When I have all the battle laws, I will have enough variety for any situation. That should be enough to last until the time I can resolve my issue with my lightning. For now, I need all the elements until this issue is resolved. After all, when the issue is resolved, I can use Divine Lightning, which is a level 6 law. At that point, I only need to rely on my Divine Lightning and my laws of perceived reality. However, I need to branch out into other elements until that time comes. Gravis put his saber away and looked to the west. Well, on to the next law comprehension area. Xing. And Gravis teleported away. Xing. Gravis appeared close to his next law comprehension area, the law comprehension area for the major law of lightning's power. Gravis hadn't entered yet, but he could already see it. Gravis saw a calm, gigantic storm cloud, which floated above some craters. No lightning bolts left the cloud, and everything was silent. However, Gravis felt the enormous power inside the storm cloud. It wasn't that the storm cloud didn't have enough power to strike the ground, but that the power had been so incredibly concentrated that it didn't touch anything. It was like all the power had been condensed on a single point, and the power even grew as time passed. Gravis looked at the craters and could guess what happened here. The storm cloud would continue to gather more power until the power became so enormous that everything would unload in a single lightning bolt, which would create another crater. Now that Gravis thought about it, he also realized that this entire crater area before him was already inside a far bigger crater. The law comprehension area probably moved around and only struck the closest thing to the clouds. The crater below the storm cloud had probably been the most recent. The next lightning bolt will hit one of the edges of the crater, Gravis thought. The lightning bolt will then pull the storm cloud to the side slightly, moving it in the process. This storm cloud has probably traveled in circles for millions of years, slowly creating a bigger and bigger crater. Gravis stretched his spirit sense as far as he could. I haven't even noticed it, but I have been continually moving downward for several teleportations. In the grand scheme of things, this storm cloud is probably already below sea level, but from down here it still looks like it's high in the sky. That's quite a lot of destruction. Creating such a huge crater that stretched for over 1,000,000 kilometers in radius would even take Gravis an incredibly long time. Gravis entered the formation array and saw two people cultivating in the deepest crater. They probably sat there since this was the safest spot. The power of the eventual lightning bolt would be so great that even sect masters would be turned into nothingness. Hello, my name is Gravis. Please inform your sect master that I will be staying here for about 5 years. Gravis transmitted to the two disciples. The two disciples opened their eyes in surprise as they looked at the newcomer. Who was that? Was he new? Why should they inform their sect master? Bang! However, their eyes immediately widened in shock when they saw Gravis entering the storm cloud. Was he suicidal? After that display, they both contacted their respective elders to inform them, who, in turn, informed the sect master. The sect master moved the black pin on the map and told them to ignore the guy. Gravis quickly arrived in the storm cloud and sat down. However, something else happened that Gravis hadn't seen before. Gravis felt his body being pulled to the core of the cloud. It was like the concentrated power of lightning was pulling him towards its center. It wants to swallow me? Gravis thought with shock. Gravis used his spirit and body to resist the pull. The lightning bolt had incomparable power, but its power lay in destruction, not in gravity or magnetism. Because of that, although the lightning bolt was more powerful than Gravis, Gravis managed to resist the pull. The law of lightning's power is simply the concentration of even more lightning into a smaller area, increasing its density, Gravis thought. I know that since I know the level 1 law variant. It's actually rather logical that I would be pulled to its center since it simply wants to increase its density with more lightning. But it's still a surprising turn of events. Gravis continued resisting the pull and closed his eyes to comprehend the law. In the beginning, Gravis couldn't let himself go in comprehension since resisting the pull required some of his focus, but after a couple of hours, Gravis got used to it. Some days later, Gravis lost his focus again as he felt his spirit straining. What's going on? Why am I suddenly so exhausted? My passive spirit regeneration should be faster than my expenditure. So Gravis opened his eyes. Bzzzzzzz. A small ball of lightning floated in front of Gravis, just 2 meters away from him. This was the core of the storm cloud. All the power of the entire storm cloud was gathered in this tiny ball of lightning. Gravis' eyes widened in shock, and he used his full power to pull away from it. However, just using his spirit and body was not enough anymore. The core of the storm cloud was too close to him, which increased its pull even more. TCH. Gravis spat. SSSSSHHHH. Violent wind suddenly appeared between the core of the storm cloud and Gravis, pushing both of them away from each other. Gravis had used the storm element as support. However, this was just enough to resist the pull. He needed more. Brrrr. White flames came out of Gravis' feet as he used the inferno element to push himself even further away. This was finally enough force to push them away from each other. And some seconds later, there was a significant distance between the two of them again. With such a distance between them, the pull almost became insignificant. Gravis released a breath of relief. That was close. What would have happened if the two of them touched? The core of the storm cloud wanted to absorb Gravis since he was just more lightning. Its power was definitely far greater than Gravis' power, which meant that it would have succeeded. The core of the storm cloud and Gravis would become one. However, since the core didn't have a will but Gravis did, Gravis' will would have taken control over the entire thing. So, in essence, Gravis would have absorbed the core of the storm. What would that mean? This meant that the law comprehension area would have stopped existing. Gravis would have essentially destroyed the entire thing. This was one of the reasons why Gravis didn't want to absorb the core. Gravis didn't like destroying law comprehension areas. However, that reason was only secondary. The main reason was the eventual increase in Gravis' cultivation realm. Gravis would have become a mid-minor circulation immortal king at least. This was bad for several reasons, which Gravis had already thought about after his fight with the sect masters. These reasons wouldn't need explaining. I think I get it, Gravis thought as he furrowed his brows. The laws of gravity and magnetism both have a counterforce, which means that when one thing pulls on another, the other thing will also be pulled to the first thing. I was under the pull but resisted, resulting in me slowly pulling the core towards me. Gravis sighed. Originally, I wanted to feel its power, which was why I didn't use my laws to resist the pull, but my spirit. However, if this continues, the same situation will appear again. I should just use my laws. Gravis first activated his law of magnetism but realized that he wasn't pulled towards the core because of magnetism. Then he tried to law of gravity, and lo and behold, it worked. Gravis used the law of gravity to resist the gravity of the storm core. Now, they didn't pull at each other anymore, which meant that the storm core would remain at its old position. After that, Gravis closed his eyes again and went back to comprehending. And 5 years later, boom! And with that, all lightning-related battle laws are done. Gravis thought with a smirk. Gravis left the storm cloud and informed the disciples that he would be leaving. After that, he teleported a couple of times but stopped suddenly. Gravis' eyes narrowed. He's also here. Gravis teleported once more and arrived at the usual clearing. However, he wasn't alone this time. Gravis looked at Stella and also noticed her brother, Liam, beside her. When Stella saw Gravis, she smiled happily. She had missed him. Gravis smiled back at her. He had also missed her. However, Gravis' gaze turned to Liam, and it was no longer friendly. Liam harumphed and looked away. By now, Liam had become an early minor circulation immortal king. However, his will aura was on the level of a late minor circulation immortal king's, quite impressive. It wasn't nearly as powerful as Gravis' will aura, but having a will aura 2 levels above oneself was really impressive, especially since they had only been apart for about 25 years. Back then, Liam's will aura had only been on the level of a peak Immortals. His will aura had increased by 3 cultivation levels since then, which meant that he had probably gone through his fair share of battles. Stella's realm and will aura were still mostly the same, but not completely. Her will aura had taken a minuscule step forward, but this didn't count for anything. She had probably tried to increase her will aura but realized that it just wasn't that easy anymore. Her teacher's interference had hit her hard. "Hey, Gravis," Stella said with a happy smile as she came closer. "As you can see, I'm back." Gravis looked at her, but his expression turned to a bitter smile. Then he released a sigh and narrowed his eyes. Stella was surprised by Gravis' reaction. Why was he suddenly so serious? However, when she saw Gravis glaring at her brother, she realized why. "Oh, it's fine," Stella said. "Don't worry, he is not going to attack you." Liam rolled his eyes. Yes, Sis has convinced me," he said nonchalantly. "You can do whatever you want. I'm only here to keep an eye on her." Stella smiled at her brother. This meant a lot to her. After all, her brother was the closest and most important person in her life, and there was a great possibility that Gravis might also become one of the most important people in her life in the future. She didn't want any animosity between them. Gravis continued looking expressionlessly for several seconds, not saying anything. As time passed, Stella felt uncomfortable. Why was Gravis acting this way? As far as she knew, this didn't fit Gravis at all. They had talked a lot, and in her mind, Gravis was definitely not a person who held needless grudges. Liam's eyes also narrowed as he looked at Gravis. "What are you looking at?" he asked with some annoyance. Being constantly stared at was not comfortable. Gravis turned away from Liam after some seconds and looked at Stella with narrowed eyes. For some reason, Stella felt nervous when Gravis looked at her like that. What was going on? Gravis was utterly different from usual. I have told you in the past that I can't tell you how to solve your issue, Gravis said to Stella in an even tone. Knowing what it is will make it harder to comprehend it. However, this is only one part of the story. Stella felt uneasy as she heard Gravis while Liam summoned some of his energy. Stella might not know it, but Liam knew where this was going. Because of that, Liam slowly took out his weapon, which was a thin rapier. Stella saw Liam taking out his weapon, and her face whitened. What was going on? The other reason, Gravis said slowly as he turned to Liam, is that it requires you to be at the lowest point in your life. Only when you have lost everything can you realize it. A dark feeling of foreboding suddenly appeared in the atmosphere, and Stella's face transformed into horror. Liam gritted his teeth as he teleported away. I'm doing this for your own good, Gravis said. Xing. Gravis also teleported away. Silence. What? Was all that Stella could think after some seconds. Boom! Lightning exploded in the distance. The explosion wasn't very loud, but Stella knew how far away it had happened. No! She screamed as she teleported away too. Xing. She arrived at the location of the explosion after 3 teleportations, and her world broke down. There stood Gravis, and before him was a gigantic crater. And in the middle of the crater were some scattered and burned body parts with tons of wealth strewn all around them. Stella's mind couldn't process what had happened, and her feelings became a confusing mess of emotions. You need to be at the lowest point of your life. Gravis' dark and emotionless voice appeared inside Stella's mind. I'm doing this for you, not for me. You can keep his wealth. However, this is only the first step, Gravis said. You need to learn suppression because suppression is key. Stella's mind only barely registered Gravis' words as she looked at the crater in horror and shock. Xing. Stella teleported to the middle of the crater and looked at the body parts. One part in particular drew her attention. It was half a head with one eye remaining. This was her brother's eye, Liam's eye. Stella grabbed it and looked at it. The fluctuations of Liam's aura were still barely there. Gravis couldn't fake that. Stella also saw the signet of the 9 elements sect among the objects surrounding Liam's corpse. It still held the fluctuations of the 9 elements sect. There was no denying it. Her brother was dead. Gravis had killed him. Why? She said quietly, her voice barely audible. You must learn suppression. Gravis' dark and cruel voice appeared in her mind. Realize that I took no joy in the act. I had no enmity with your brother, and I'm quite fond of you. However, this is exactly the reason why I've done this. It pains me to do these things to you, but in order to help you, I must be cruel to you. You killed Liam. Stella suddenly shouted as all her rage exploded. She quickly retrieved her saber in anger. If you attack me now, you will never become more powerful, Gravis said slowly and icily. Stella's body shook. Her mind and her emotions were in direct conflict. Right now, she hated Gravis so much that she wanted to kill him and then herself. However, her mind tried to take control of her being. What if Gravis was telling the truth? She had already lost her brother. The sacrifice had already been made. Dying now would make the death of her brother worthless. However, more than anything, Stella felt like she no longer knew the person in front of her. Who was this? Was this still the nice boy she had talked with for years? Stella hesitated. Put your weapon away, Gravis said slowly as he walked closer. From now on, you are no longer in control over your life. You will learn what true suppression is. Stella's body shook with emotions she couldn't discern. Gravis' eyes narrowed. Slap. Stella was slapped to the side, her body skidding on the ground for many meters. Her mind was filled with shock and horror. This had been a serious attack, and her cheekbones nearly broke from the slap. Stella just lay there in horror, unmoving. Step. A foot appeared in Stella's vision as Gravis stopped in front of her. Then he grabbed her throat and lifted her up. You must learn suppression, and for that, I must take everything from you. Stella barely registered Gravis' words. Slap. Another slap came from Gravis' other hand to wake her up. Stella's eyes saw white as the slap rattled her mind. Then, Gravis pulled her to him and looked directly into her eyes. From now on, you are no longer yourself. You are mine. Xianxia. Stella's saber hit Gravis' torso, but it was meaningless. Gravis was no longer below Stella in cultivation. In fact, he was an entire level above her. The defense of his body was simply far too powerful. Useless, Gravis said calmly. You don't even have the guts to resist. Your emotions are screaming at you to kill me, but your mind is unsure. You didn't even unleash a law with your attack because you are so uncertain. Stella gritted her teeth as uncertainty wrecked her mind. Why hadn't she unleashed a powerful attack? Was power that important to her that she didn't even dare to attack Gravis seriously? For the first time, Stella felt disgusted with herself. Gravis needed to die. He had killed her brother. However, he was her only way to power. If she killed him, she would never be able to become powerful in the future. Then, her brother would have died for nothing. Killing Gravis wouldn't bring her brother back. The only right choice was to do whatever Gravis told her to do. Like this, she would still have a future. Like this, she would still have a life. Like this, she would still have a path to supreme power. However, as soon as she thought these things, her rage and disgust exploded even more. Her brother had just died. But she was only thinking about herself? How disgusting was she? In her frenzied mind, she only saw one last option. Crack. Gravis broke Stella's arm before her saber could stab into herself. Gravis kept holding the saber to Stella's broken arm so that she wouldn't lose connection to her avatar. In Stella's frenzied mind, the only way left had been suicide. She couldn't live with herself after realizing that she was so self-centered that she didn't even dare attack the murderer of her brother. I've already said that you are no longer your own person. Your own life is not yours anymore, Gravis said coldly. Stella's mind became even more frenzied as before, as even suicide had stopped being an option. There were only two things left. Attack Gravis or stop resisting. There was nothing else. Maybe, inside her mind, she still denied the truth. Something in her mind was still telling her that this wasn't real. Gravis wouldn't do something like this. However, there was simply no other way. Pack. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed Stella's robes, and she felt a cold shudder run down her spine. You are now mine, and I will take what's mine, Gravis said coldly. Then, Gravis pulled on the robes until half of them were torn off. Half of Stella's upper body was naked now. Stella felt Gravis' hand come closer to her chest, and her emotions reached a crescendo. This was not Gravis. This was a monster, and this monster had killed her brother. The last voice inside Stella's mind that denied reality vanished. She realized the truth now, and her mind was clear. So what if her path to power was severed? Gravis had to die. Her mind told her that she would be throwing everything away. Her mind told her that she had no chance against Gravis. However, all of this didn't matter. This was what she wanted to do, and she would do it. Fuck the consequences. Boom. Stella used her other hand to take hold of her saber and summoned all of her power. This time, she was serious. Pack. However, Gravis simply threw her away into the distance. Stella landed easily and charged forward at Gravis but stopped as a ring was thrown at her. Gravis released a deep sigh of relief and closed his eyes, his own emotions going crazy. Look into the ring, he said. For a second, Stella felt like the old Gravis had returned, and her spirit entered the life ring. Her eyes widened in shock again. Liam? This was Gravis' life ring. While Stella became shocked again, Gravis sat down and tried to get his own emotions in order again. He had never done anything so repulsive in his life before. This entire act went against his very being, which put freedom above nearly everything else. However, as long as Stella didn't truly suffer, she would have never comprehended the law of freedom. Only when there was an intense conflict inside oneself between doing the smart thing and doing the thing one wanted would one realize what it meant to be free. It had been a necessity. Luckily, her brother had played along.